know why many people do not write. To tell stories is easy. If I call you right now and say, okay, come and tell me any story. All of us have been telling stories on this stage, but how many people have been describing? That is the truth, and that is what set apart a writer from a narrator. Everybody can tell a story. If I say, okay, tell me a story about how you did your secondary school days, everybody is going to tell me a story. But what really matters is how many of us can describe. It was a discussion I did in my creative writing class that made my lecturer said I wrote, I wrote poem because of my discussion. You should be able to describe. If some people describe this room, for you, I'm telling you, you are going to have the visual imagery. You can feel the ethereality of everything they describe because of their descriptions. They will start from the entrance, the inscriptions on the wall, the coolness of the wall too. They will describe the chairs, the cameras, the way they roll. This is what writers used to fill their novel pages. It is not just about storytelling alone. When a writer describes maybe a sexual scene for you, or an accident scene, or a rape scene, you are engulfed. So descriptions is not what everybody can do. They will tell you, okay, describe your job for me. It's different from narrate your job. Sorry. Okay, so please. So when you say describe your job, it means that you have to you have to be very intentional. You tell them what it is all about. Can you describe what somebody is wearing exactly? And when somebody comes into the room, a person will know, okay, this is the person I'm describing. Can somebody describe KSO as he's seated here? Even somebody that does not know KSO will come. What are the things you are going to say about KSO? Or heartbreaker? So descriptions are very key. And what are the words that we use to describe? Adjectives. Adjectives are mostly the words that we employ when we are describing a fluffy red dress. Describe the braid hair. You describe the body, the glossiness, the smoothness. These are the things you do when you are describing. Also, we make use of verbs, action verbs, to describe some of the actions, the way the person carries out things. So descriptions are very key. They are very key, very important. Now, apart from descriptions, we have emotions and authenticity. In the creative writing aspect, emotions and authenticity are very key. Even though you are you see, I don't know how much you have written. I don't know how much you have been in the writing space. But if you are actually a genuine writer, you realize that at a point in time, the story begins to write itself. Your story will collect itself from your hand, and it will begin to write itself. I don't know if I've ever been in that space. But true writers that have been in the business, at a point in time, you don't even know the direction again. You might even have a structure that you want to write, but at a point in time, you just find yourself putting one thing and it's making sense. But at that moment, you also have to be meticulous. You have to ensure that the emotions are not taken away from you. That you are still able to contain it. Even as a writer, as a male writer, can you describe a female writer in an objective light, and you are not consumed by your emotion as a male, and that's where you lose sight of your descriptions. There was a time I described pounded yam on my wall. That description was powerful. I'm not trying to be hoity-toity, but the way I described that pounded yam, you first of all thought it was a woman. The whitishness, I liken it to a woman's, the woman's dentition, the succulent. I said, okay, the smooth surface of the skin. It was towards the end of that discussion, and I said, oh, behold, my lovely pounded yam. It was people lost their minds in that discussion. And what is the power? It's because I knew that when people hear, there are some particular ways that when people hear them, they believe that you are using them for women. So I over-exaggerated them. Same thing I did to a lady I met in a bus. In my imagination, when I'm in transit, a lot of things are going on in my head. I'm losing my mind with descriptions. The way I describe it, I have it on my phone. I have it on when I'm done. I can show you. So see, if I'm exaggerating, I described the lady in a very profound way. And then in my mind, I was begging God that, this lady I've described her, I pictured my dream with her until, and she was holding a child, and in that my description I was saying, okay, probably a cousin or a niece, only for the boy to just say mama. And that mama, that's what pinched my heart. I described the word as, harmony, as a word that sharpened out. How will this guy open his mouth? It was a powerful discussion. Just to tell you that with your language skill, you can do and undo. That is why when you say that writers are very crazy people, writers are very sweet-mouthed people, it's not writers. You must have gotten to that stage of honing your skills. You know that you have written one thing and it's the next year. When you get that somebody inspires you and remember that you're a writer. No, writing is a serious business. You put your pen to paper, you are thinking, you are scribbling, and it helps you to become a better person. Also, there was this story of my short story. I called it titled Brother Brown. Brother Brown. And in that story, my niece, I used the first person narrative technique. My cousin rather, Christiana, she had, all of a sudden, the story started with we seeing red thing in her bum and she was crying. And I described a particular brother we call Brother Brown. And we saw that the Brother Brown was extremely genial. There were many times where children would be crying and they would go into his room and they would stop crying. And this my cousin had cried many times that they would say, I want to to Brother Brown, and he would go into Brother Brown's room and he'd be quiet. So that day when we saw blood in my description, I said there was blood, everybody started, the mother did not even check, she was overreacting. We said, the whole place was in tumor, Brother Brown. So they called him out before, and they did not ask the girl, look at it, in my description, they asked the little boy, the 3 years old girl, that, what is this? Who did this? The girl just said, Brother Brown, Brother Brown. So we didn't know what was going on. So everybody, they took Brother Brown. They said, okay, this is why you're always buying biscuit for them. What are you doing to these kids? So everybody, they've beaten him to talk, but they didn't allow him to talk until one other small child now brought out ink that they were using to paint each other, and then when the boy came out, then my cousin pointed to him, this one that put this thing in this, but the Brother Brown had already been scattered. So there was suspense as to what was going on, and this is how you pick on your audience. Or the story of a guy who invited a lady from university days, invited a lady to his apartment to come and pass the night. He invited a lady to live, and you see, by all means he could have avoided that lady coming. In fact, she said, okay, there was no boss anymore. She said there was no boss anymore. She said a lot of things gone wrong, and those were signs enough for him to say no. So the lady came in, and in his mind he was having in mind, okay, in the middle of the night he was going to try his luck. They say, as Sheka described the night, that in the middle of the night everywhere is, so it was like in the middle of the night he was going to try his luck. Those kind of hand touch Osmo. But you know what happened? He touched Osmo, but he saw that the girl was not reacting, and before you know it, the girl was not doing it, the girl died. Now, how would he explain himself that it was only a thought in his mind and it was not the one that killed? So creativity spoke. And I took it back to say that he was about to make a phone call when he went into that imagination. He just called the girl back, and the girl was like, should I still be coming? And I said, please don't come again. So you have to have that ability to describe. Are you following? Yeah. Also, creativity will make you adapt. It will make you adapt. You can adapt a story into another. There are series of stories that they have gone from one perspective to another. There is a story written called The Laughing Psalm by an American writer. I rewrote the story to The Laughing Dial to describe a boy who was always laughing. Do anything to him, he will laugh. There was a day that they marched him, they poured water on him, they shook him, in quotes, he still laughed. So he got to a stage, he started getting on people's nerves that you cannot be laughing at anything. Nobody laugh anytime, every time. Imagine somebody called you a stupid person and you're still laughing. Somebody slapped your face, you are laughing. So the title of the story was The Laughing Dial. Until one day, two people were fighting, and then he went to intervene, and then he broke bottle on his head and he was laughing and he was dying. They were taking him to the hospital, he was laughing. And it was only towards the end of the story that we realized that he had cried all through his life. That it was only through that thing we consider laughter that was expressing his sorrow. And that story now metaphorically translates to the fact that laughter is not just by facial expression. Somebody can say and deep down they are hurting. And somebody can frown like General KSO, but deep down they are happy. So facial expression is not a criterion to know who is laughing or not. Are you following, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
So another thing again is authenticity. Your story must be authentic. Your story must be authentic. People like to read stories they can relate with. Don't take us far. Okay, when I remember, so he took plane to Bariga. That kind of story will not be believable. You'll be taken as an unserious, writer. Even in fiction, what is the definition of fiction? Fiction is a story that, even though it uses elements of, even though the story is not real at the time it is being written, it is a story that is true to life. Whatever is being called a fiction is something that can happen in life. All the novels you are reading, Chimamanda, things that are happening there, things that can happen in life. That is why it is fiction. It is not synonymous to, science fiction. Science fictions, those ones have to do with technologies. All those ones where you see somebody flying, somebody doing this one, those ones are science fictions. Those ones are just meant for entertainment and regaling. But in our own fiction in Nigeria, our fiction is, a subset of our reality, and that is why we fall in love with it. And then we have faction that has to do with a commingling of both fiction and non-fiction. For instance, when you read Festus Yai's Heroes or Chimamanda from Yellow Sun, even though she was trying to tell the story of Olane, Kene, and Uju Golana rather, so there was still some element of fact there in terms of the historical aspects. What are we saying? So there should be authenticity in your story. If you want to start writing, start with authenticity. It could be Tony's story. How do I get to? She just said, okay, let me just tell you how I got here this morning. And she described it. Okay, I boarded a bus. It was no, all these stories are very interesting. And you weave them together. So what I used to do those days was any story, anything that happened to me, you could find yourself on my status one of these days if you have my number. I'll just remember it, okay, this experience, and I'll construct it in a fictitious way. It is what I do. It is sometimes I just get bored and I just write. So this is what creativity does. You write stories, you imagine. You could even tell a story of probably how from Guinness World of Record, to relationship. And then you can describe, okay, he was always staring at her, their eyes first of all crossed when she was on the stage. And she was looking at him, why the distractions were going on. And people were doing what they were doing. She was focused. She was looking at him. She was a source of motivation. And then while their eyes were interlocking, creativity spells. Creativity spells. And from there, they started texting, where are you, okay? They went home the first time and second time. He described how the Guinness World Record promoted this thing. It happens. Yeah, so and then you also have to talk about the voice. Voice is also very important when you are writing a story. Voice is also very important. We can also link this voice to even the narrative devices, the point of view. Are you writing the point of view? Is it first person point of view? I, the singular or the plural, we? I wrote a short story and I used you all through. I said, okay, you went there, then you saw it is a mark of creativity. You can explore any point of view. It's not easy writing with you as a point of view because most times I like to use either I or the third person omniscience. She, they, and the likes for you. And then you went there, you saw it was not good, you look back, the whole thing was riding around you. All through for the short story. I just tried to try something new. You can even use one. That subdued first person one. When I was writing my short story, O Soldier, I started with one could begin with or one could begin, just like that. Or if you read Akachi Ezigbo, Last of the Strong Ones, I don't know if you have read it, the last of the Strong Ones, Akachi Ezigbo Adimora, she wrote it, there was a part where she used the first person plural, we, Last of the Strong Ones, and at the point in time she was changing it. Creativity spores. Chimamanda, in one of our collection of short stories, in Thing Around Your Neck, he used you. The thing around your neck. So it's all about we being creative. And this is what you can explore. There are what we call diversity of stories these days. You can do it in any way. Africa is gone. Sleepwise. Okay, you can do it in any way. Now, apart from this, we have the language and style. What is style? Style is what differentiates one person from another person. No two persons have the same style. Style is what differentiates one person from another person. No two persons have the same style. Even in terms of our speaking challenge, nobody has ever spoken in the same style. What marks us out as speakers is that everybody has their own unique style. You will talk about maybe probably this one's voice, we'll talk about maybe probably this one's delivery, this one's content, this one's resilient. There is something that marks us out. Even in terms of our dressing sense, our fashion, even though we could sometimes wear the same thing, we will style ourselves different way. The clothes will not even fit into us the same way. That is style. So in writing too, you must create your own style. Are you somebody who writes in a fashionable way? Are you more local in terms of are you more refined? Are you raw? You must identify your own style. Anywhere I see a book written by Olushoyinka, I can identify it because I'm used to his style. He has crafted a style for himself. When I see a book written by Ngubua Thiongo, I could tell that this is Ngubua Thiongo's book. Same way with Achebe. Achebe's style is a simple style, but you will see elements of African orality there. The Igbo names sometimes even put there the way they are, unedited, unfiltered. Same thing applies to other. Even Chimamanda style, you begin to see, the feminine, character coming up, and then you will see the mixture between the Nigerian society and then abroad. Because she shares her time between the two countries. So usually her story is always cross borders. So you can see a Nigerian person traveling out of the country and they're coming back or something, or making a phone call. Brilliant writer style. So you must be able to craft out your own style. It is something very important. Are you following? So creative writing is this thing that you are getting here. People pay 20K. We have a class we call master class. My friend Jose, you can hear it. Kudos to you. We do the class for students of Unilag, during the holiday, during this period, but this is a bigger thing, so it has to be relinquished. So they pay sometimes 10, 15 to 20K to take it. Last time we did it, I'm telling you guys categorically that I made 350K from that class just in 2 weeks. It's a 2-week class. This is me being honest. We made like 700 or 800K. We're only to that third class. We are getting it for free here. This is what Guinness record does, and I've also gotten things for free from others too. Things that they would have even given out. They do not have given out. So we share things that we have, with each other. So there are different aspects of creative writing we want to explore. The genre. Do you want to write novel? Is it novel that you're interested in? And if you even talk about novel, we have different kinds. Do you want to be exploring love novel? Romance? Is it an adventure novel like Daniel Defoe's what's it called? Robinson Crusoe or Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travel? There are different kind of. You can be adventurous. It could be rogue. It could be an autobiographic novel. It could even be Biden's Roman, whereby you'll be talking about the growth. It could be gothic novel. Like The Wuthering Heights, The Grange, and then the what? The Grange and then the Heights. So you choose a niche, and you could explore sometimes. Or do you want to write play, drama? Are you interested in writing plays? People that are, most of these films that we see being acted at now, they are always writers. You see that for every play, you always see script writer or the writer. Even if you have the story in your head as the director, they will see somebody that will put it down, that will give it structure. So writing play is not child's play. It's very important. So you write play. And what kind of play? Is it city play? Is it historic play? Some of us read this book, Harvest of Corruption. A very nice story, and we enjoy it. Chief Aladu Adeamaka. And then you see the name, Chief Aladu Adeamaka, a combination of both Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa, to show it's the microcosm to represent that, okay, every sect in Nigeria is corrupt. The writer purposely did that. Or you read Blood of a Stranger. Or you read this very interesting play, very popular play like She Stood to Conquer 2 is there. Oliver Goldsmith, She Stood to Conquer is there. Or William Wycherley, The Country Wife. A lot of these interesting plays. So you can decide to explore drama. And let me tell you something interesting about drama. Before, drama used to be divided into art and scenes. Art is a day. Scene is part of a day. So you could have art 1, art 1 scene 1, art 1 scene 2, art 1 scene 3. We could shoot 5 scenes in a day. But these days, drama has been revolutionized. In fact, you cannot write a drama by saying you can say happening 1, beginning 1. Like you people have deviated from that norm. I read these things, it's my line of view. So even my play Harvest of Blood, the one I told you guys of, I didn't use at once in 1. It was happening 1, happening 2. So there's not diversity. They are not like moving away from the traditional way of writing plays. So even these days, let me tell you something. There is crossbreed in terms of writing. We now have we have poetry drama, isn't it? Poetry drama is entirely the likes of T.S. Eliot. There's this popular book, T.S. Eliot's book. This book that the bishop was killed. You should remember the book. T.S. Eliot. There's a particular book he wrote, Murder in the Cathedral. Who has read that book? Murder in the Cathedral, T.S. Eliot. It's a poetic drama. We even had dramatic poetry like that of Robert Browning. So there's now mixed genre. We have prosaic poems that read like prose these days, and we have poetic prose. Prose poems that read like poems. So there are a lot of diversity. You cannot know this if you are not into the creative writing. It's not just beyond just putting in books, just writing. You have to be intentional about it. So we also have poetry. Poetry is a very interesting aspect. What do you want to? Do you want to be an epic writer, writing a long poem, an ode, not ode, ode, a praise poetry, ballad, lyrical? Do you know that almost all the songs that you listen to could be subsumed into poetry? Song and poetry have relationship. Even songs that music is said to have emanated out of the poetry genre. This is what we call lyrics. That is why you always have lyrics to every song. Each of the lyrics that you read, can be translated into poetry. Say, sweet Fanta, Diallo, all of these things are, they have poetry grandeur in them, and this is what makes them redeemic. So you could decide to write poetry, different kind of poems. I've read poems that have held me spellbound. Read Niyo Shinari's poem. Niyo Shinari is a very beautiful. How many of us know Niyo Shinari here? A beautiful writer. It was one that wrote. One of his poems is even recommended in Jam these days, and I think Not My Business. Also, The Leader and the Lead. You do remember The Leader and the Lead? He wrote The Leader and the Lead that was recommended last year. Whereby it was describing that all the animals came out. They said they want to lead. Giraffe said he wants to lead, but his neck is too long. There's always going to be seeing people at the grassroots. Elephant said he wants to lead, but he's too big. He's going to trample on. Hyena said he wants to lead, but he has a ravenous appetite. He's using this animal to show that all of these animals, they are microcosmic representation of our political leaders. That federal government too far away. This one is too exploitative. So they now said, what we need. They call the wise man. I think Curtis was the wise man in that poem. And the wise man said, what we need is what? An eclectic leader. Somebody who is a bit of lion, a bit of dove, a bit of giraffe, a bit of commingling, interweaving. Because that is the only way we can have a holistic leadership. When we do not give it to some certain set of people. So that is it. So you can decide to go through poetry. Poetry is very interesting. And those days when poetry is written, just on a straight line, left side, isn't it, or this side. But these days, poetry, I've seen poems written in love form. I've seen poems written in triangular form. They are not like different. Don't you guys get what I'm trying to say? You read poems. So I'm just trying to say that there are not different modalities to poetry, and this is informed by its by its innovation. Also, you can do short stories like I've been giving us so far. You can start to write short stories. I would advise that if you want to start with creative writing, please, you might want to start with short story genre. Honestly speaking, you might want to start with short story genre. What happens when you start with short story genre is that short story genre will build you up for the novel genre. Because it is short, you can easily capture, your audience attention. So if you want to start writing story and you have not started, start with short stories first. Begin to write short stories from your walls, from your status to your pages, then now begin to publish. Start with collection of short stories. It's a better way to go. And then there is also what we call short stories. We have short stories, medium short stories, and then long short stories. Like Owen Ackman's Luxurious Earth is a long short story, over 100 pages, but it is still a short story. But a short story can just be maybe 1 or 2 pages. Can even be 1 page. A medium short story can be within, maybe 5 to 6 pages. So we could just do any of that. Now, to the last part, what are the qualities of a good creative writer? What are the qualities of a good creative writer? I could go as long, but I'm exhausted. Now, so what are the qualities of a good creative writer? Number 1 is originality. Originality. Be original. Don't write a story that is not. Some people are so good at plagiarism that they will take somebody else's story and they will write it as theirs. With how many ideas that we have in this world, and you cannot come up with a unique story. And you keep plagiarizing somebody else's story. It is bad for academics. Be original. Your own life story itself is enough. The story that I submitted for the Energy Prize this just last week, was somebody's story of Ogbanja. Because I don't want to give much details on it because if you win, so that you guys will be surprised. Like, we didn't know this was it. That you hear it now. But it was a real life story. Writers sometimes you have to be hardworking. We interviewed her and then we have to write the documentary because you also have to know that writing a documentary is different from the way you write a script. She told us the story of her life. Those days when you are an abiku, because our part, sometimes you could be sickle cell. But once you are acting as if you don't want to stay in life, to them you are either an ogbanje or an abiku, and broom will be used to deal with you. But they didn't have orientation that you could be sickle cell. So the story was very touching, and I'm like, this should be it. So be original. Write stories that will resonate more with people. Original stories resonate more with people, other than stories that are just fake. Stories that come from your heart, that you are the one that bettered them, they resonate more with people. So ensure that in everything you do, originality is not sacrificed on a platter of plagiarism. Always find your own story. What is that? Everybody has interesting things going on in their life. If you go through my page, I've written, you will see there is walking, not cho. You see that you will see over 50 stories there. And the majority are born out of my own experiences. So if I have 50 stories, you probably have 100. You just have to tap into you. Tap into your experiences. It could be your conversation with a security man that will bet a collection of a short story. It could be your conversation with maybe somebody served you food and you got inspiration from that food and you write a story. Anything at all, you can write story from anything. If we could write story, if I could personify 500 note to turn it into story, and somebody personify color red, and use that red to write a short story, I would have loved to play a game that my creative writer tutor used to play, and that game would have even energized us. But it seems that we are wrecked out already. What she would do, she said, okay, if you want to know that you guys are creative, should we try it here? So let's try it very quickly. Let's just see. That game will be interesting. I don't know how many people are. Some people have crashed out of the way. But this is it. I will start a story with a sentence. I'll start a story with a sentence. Then you take it up. From my sentence, you just say another sentence that will make sense. Another person to take it up. I will do that in unison. Nobody must take a break. So how many of us are involved? How many of us are involved? KSO, Imisi, Elizabeth, and Gabriel. I don't think Africa is not here. I don't think so. It's been broken. Okay. So 5 of us. Let's just do it very quickly. Eunice, are you with us? I just want to teach you guys one pattern of short story. I will start a. Okay. You guys want to get involved. So okay. Yes. They said. So this is what I will start a story, and then you are the next person. The moment I stop, you take it up, and there should be no break. There should be no break within it. So you just have to take it up. So anybody that takes a break is the person that draws the baton. So how many of us are involved? I, KSO, Imisi, Guiness, Okay, then Gabriel, Adrika. Okay, well, so let's take a number. Number one. No, you have to number one, number two. Okay, Elizabeth is there. Number one, number two, Elizabeth, number three, 4, Angel 5, Eunice 6, Gabriel 7, Adrika 8. Medina, how are you doing? Good. So you know your number, that is what you matter. So I'll start a story and then let's see who's going to fuck up. Let's see whose creativity is going to fail us here. So wait for your turn. You have just like 3 seconds to just take a breath. 3 seconds, 1, 2, 3 before you stop. Before after that 3 seconds, you know like just Now are we ready? Okay, good. 1, 2, ready, go. It was a beautiful Saturday. Let's take it again. No. Let's take it again. It's the first person. Okay, so let's take it again. Let's take it. Okay. Let's take it again. Joke said, "Why have you done this to me?" Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I won't make you think I can't say this to you right now.
All right.
Do you think authority is what you have left for you to decide that you do this?
Yes, I think so because it is just in my nature.
But that's unreasonable.
I rebuke you for that.
Okay.
What about others' perspective?
Okay.
You need to drop yourself.
Okay.
I think you need to stop telling me what to do.
Okay.
I cannot not tell you what to do.
Okay.
That's what you have.
Okay, that was how their message started on the elite ground.
It's a straight up. Well, it's not a business.
Okay.
You can't be ready to you, of course.
All right.
Okay.
So we are stuck. Listen. So that's just to tell us that you can use that to. All right. Yeah. Pressure. Usually, this is at the first level stage, but it is stage 1 to stage 5. The stage 2, you have to make sure that your statement goes beyond just one. You know the way I just saying faster. That is why you guys are just thinking. So you can see at the point that everybody is just making a dialogue. So it will get stage 5. You get to say that you'll be speaking for like 30 seconds, and then just okay, and then they started and everything. So it just goes long. It's just to test creativity. So apart from originality, I don't want to waste our time because that will drag us to. Okay. A good creative writer must also have a strong observation skill. Must have a strong observation skill. The ability to observe your environment, the ability to observe people is very key when it comes to creative writing. Because your creative writing ability it makes you being able to look beyond the surface and then write even something deep from something ordinary. Creative writing enables you to create something extraordinary from something ordinary. I would like you guys to go through my stories when I'm done if you want to. I can't do that. Okay, so then mastery of language. A good creative writer has mastered language. They are very good writer. Even when they are, it will get to see that when they are speaking, it will seem as if that they are telling stories. Even on their wall, when they are writing on their wall, you think that this person writing again. Everything they write begins to look beautiful. Even when they are not doing creative writing. So languages also entail paying attention to the use of metaphor, even symbolism, imagery, allusion, different things, parallelisms in language use, mood and atmosphere. All these things are very important when you're writing. Also, a good creative writer is consistent. If there's one thing, I'm not where I want to be, but I have been consistent in doing my creative writing job. I don't know, but I just had this vision that probably writing is just meant for me. So I write almost on a daily basis. If it is not academic, it is creative. Writing is what puts food on my table. It is what got me to my company where I'm writing now. I write review for my company. So I've been consistent. I've been in this game, for some time now, and it is something I can be proud of, So you have to be consistent. It's just like somebody who goes to shop whereby maybe you sell your gadgets, maybe iPhone and the likes. The consistency at which you post. This one is this or that. So you also have to maintain that consistency when it comes to writing. Also, you have to be open to criticism. Criticism is part of life. Thank God that I've spoken about this topic before at length, so we can learn from it. You are open up to criticism. You realize that no matter how good you are, you can still fall short of some skills when it comes to creative writing. You can miss some descriptions. You can get things not properly done. It is okay to make mistakes. Even the best. Adbreaker was saying when he was giving his speech that sometimes even somebody that you cannot say you know everything, and that's just the truth about life, because even professors sometimes even falter. Best writers sometimes even best speakers sometimes find words. Honestly, even at the same time you get writer's block. So why would you think that you can always get it on the smooth surface? No. There's a particular success writer that told me one time ago that, okay, I can't lie to you, writing is pain. When I'm writing, it is torture for me. But she's a successful writer. These are the things that people do not see. She said, writing is torture for me. That when I'm writing, I feel tortured. That I do not find writing recreational, I do not find it interesting, but I just have to do it. So last, before I pass the mic to the next speaker, adaptability and versatility. You must be versatile as a creative writer. A good creative writer can move from one place in terms of mobility in writing to another. They could be describing this character at the same time, but what this means is that they are not still disorganized. Even when they are trying to combine different things, they know when they should shoot this or that shot. They are not scattered anywhere. For instance now, one problem I had when I started writing was that I will always have a lot of ideas. So I want to be writing like 10 or 15 things at the same time, which was not very okay. So what did I do? I just got myself with the mindset that I'll be versatile. That okay, let me finish one project before starting another one. Because if you want to put everything together in fire at one time, you will get it burnt. So you have to be versatile and adaptable. Adaptability means that whatever you can say you want to move from the environment of writing play to drama, in as much as you are a creative writer, everything should be able to go smoothly. So ladies and gentlemen, on these great notes, I'm sure that we have learned one or two things from the topic creative writing, and we've looked at the elements from characterization to imagination to plot to emotions and then to language. And I would now like to pass this golden mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for that very great speech about creative writing. I'm sure all of us need creative writing in our lives. So on that note, I'll be introducing myself. My name is Emisioluwa Ikine. So for today, I'll be talking about another controversial topic, which is sex education. Sex education. So now, who is familiar with sex education, or like in our Nigerian context, who is familiar with sex education? You want to learn more? Why do you want to learn more? We are ignorant to sex education. Now the reason for this is because in Nigeria, we believe that sex education is something that should be whispered, is something that should be talked about hushly. It's not something that should be talked about openly. Now if you're not paying attention to my class, I'm going to come and teach us about sex education. What are you doing? What can you tell us about sex education? What do you know about it? Tell me. You don't really know anything. That's very shocking.
No, I don't know anything. Like, my head is just blank.
Why is your head blank? But the title itself should give you some ideas now. Adbreaker, any options?
Education about sex.
Education about sex. Our previous speaker.
No, like, what would you do about
So what we're talking about?
Describe it.
What to describe it? Gabriel, you.
Sex education is the comprehensive.
Shut this down, please.
Sex education is the comprehensive
I need my pen here.
of knowledge on sexually active individuals. It connotes safe practices. For some people, monogamy and polygamy.
Okay.
Just educating people on how they should not only
I'm with you.
but also like be careful while they are
I like that perspective. So you are taking a more active approach that you are assuming that these individuals have had sex or are having sex, right? That is your approach.
Sex education should start from even
gender role.
Even from children, there's
From children.
there's some age you don't open everything easily.
it's a process.
The process.
Yeah.
Goodness, enlighten us. I like
You're
yours.
supposed to know the big things. Don't touch my identity. There are those ones, things like
I love all our perspective.
So sex education is about sex.
Now I'm saying that it's two ways. Okay, one room. You know why this topic is so controversial and why we're having different reasons? It's because nobody has sat any of us down. I told you that this is sex education. Has anybody done that? And the one sat down, I told you about the birds and the bees. Do we have the birds and the bees talks in Nigeria? We don't. So that's why it's such a controversial topic, and that's why I picked it, because it's one that I feel like, I like coming here to sensitize you, to change your ideas about it. So now, sex education is not just learning about how to have sex, about why you should have sex, about when you should have sex. It goes beyond that. So sex education it talks about maybe your relationships, it talks about consent, it talks about your anatomy, it talks about reproduction. And if you notice in our Nigerian society, for context, we don't really talk about this compared to the states where you would see a child of 13 years being sexually active because they have more developed bodies. But in Nigeria, you're very slim, you don't have much body self. They don't think you should know these things, and that's why it's such a controversial topic. So today, tonight I don't want to talk about it in a very factual manner. I want us to have a very engaging discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
So now, there's a lot of confusion over knowledge in regards to sexual education. How many girls here have heard that talk that, don't let the guy hold your hand. If he holds your hand, you're going to get pregnant? I know I've heard that if you go and sit with a guy in the dark, you've not heard of it.
You're not very with Lagos now.
Oh! No, not that. That was like a sign to signal other things. That was not it. This was like when your parents will tell you, maybe, or they see you following Shegun, they say, Shegun that likes woman. Anybody that's following Shegun is going to get pregnant. Then you just start thinking that how, and they will not even give you much knowledge. They'll just assume that you should know. They will assume that you should be aware. Oh my goodness. And I'm very curious. When I first heard that thing from one of my aunts, that you like to, because I grew up with a lot of elder siblings and most of them were guys. I have 6 brothers. So among those 6 brothers, I have an elder sister. That elder sister, I didn't really spend time with her till like 2-3 years when she moved down to Lagos. So imagine that. So my senior brothers, because of that relationship, I find it very easy to have relationships with other guys compared to ladies, which I have to consciously now build a bridge of friendship. So now I spend a lot of time with guys. I play a lot of sports. I did running. I played volleyball. I think I did high jump one time or that before I lost interest. So now all these sports now, most of the times in schools, you meet guys playing these sports, and you have to encourage ladies that come and join us and play volleyball, come and join us and run, come and join us and do track. So because of this, I spend a lot of my time with male friends. Then you now hear people like family members or neighbors. They will not be telling you that you see, you spend too much time with guys. You should pay only that loan you buy. Are you sure you don't let her get pregnant? They would assume that you were promiscuous because of the relationships with these people. And now we need to understand that biology too plays a long role here. In many African homes, we see girls from maybe the East becoming more physically mature than their other counterparts or their other peers. For example, a girl of 13 to 14 may already be biologically developed compared to a 21-year-old person that has small stature. And in our society, like I said, they have these fallacies surrounding sex and sexual relations. That because you are a flirty type of person, they assume that you are sexually active. We remember this movie that came out some years ago. This Sole. And anybody watch Sole here? Yeah. That they did the movie, they were traveling. Yes. Can you remember the so many complexities that were in that film? So many conspiracies. The virgin that was selling masturbation toys. Can you remember that character? Yes. Can you remember the actual sister that was not actually a virgin? So these this is to show you the kind of social structure we have towards sexual education in Nigeria. The kind of the prejudice and bias people have towards those that they see as sexually active, sexually promiscuous, that they expect these people, because they look or dress a certain way, they expect these people to be the way they are. So even in that film, that Solemn, I remember when I was watching it, everybody, you can't even tell me that you expected that plot twist. Everybody was expecting the sister to be the virgin. So when they got to the point that they needed the sacrifice, the blood of the virgin, the what's it called, the like she was not a sexual worker, she just dressed a certain way. So she sells toys though, she sells sexual toys, and she was even advertising it on the bus. I remember those pastors and the older ladies, they were judging her all through the bus. Now imagine that it was her blood that later liberated them. So now what do we need to understand, and why does what does sexual education mean? Like I said, is the education, and it's both passive and active. Passive is that for those people that have not had sex, so we're talking about children, teenagers, adolescents, youths, then even people that are grown up, that's adults. Then we have the active ones. These are sexual education for those that have started having sex, and this is in some cases to prevent STDs, to prevent teen pregnancy, because what you don't know, you're going to make mistakes. Growth strives in knowledge. Anything that thrives in shame and silence is not a path for growth. And now, consent. How many people here did we ever discuss consent with our parents? Like, and the mommy told you that, oh, this person said, if you tell this person that you don't want to have sex, because when I was studying this in the Netherlands and the United States, they have a more proactive let's call it style of educating their teens. They believe, they assume already that these people should be aware of these things, so they proactively take that step to go with that knowledge based on the fact that they expect them to know these things, that oh, consent, just like your charger now. How many of us don't like sharing chargers? How many people don't like sharing chargers? And power banks. If you tell somebody, if you have a group of friends or a clique of friends, and you tell them, I don't like sharing my power bank, you tell them on Monday, Tuesday, for over 2 years, your friends already know that you don't like sharing your chargers, you don't like sharing your power banks. If there's a new friend among your circle, and that person is trying to go through your device, they will be the one telling that friend that, don't touch this girl charger or her power bank, or she doesn't like it. That is how consent works. Now you apply that same consent to our bodies. Sometimes to our friends, we can be very casual with our friends, we can hold them around the arms, or sometimes on the other parts of their body. But there are some people that will tell you, I don't like you touching me this way. And some people fail to understand that she is setting a boundary for what? For consent, that she doesn't want you to touch her this way. And before you touch her, you have to ask for her consent, that, oh, can I hold your hand? Can I touch you this way? Is this okay? So the same way we react if somebody uses our charger, if somebody uses our power bank without telling us, it's the same way we should react when people are telling that, oh, I actually demand consent before you do anything to my body. And this will even divert us to cases where in some marriages they are telling you that they do does rape happen in marriage, because they believe that because since you married the man and the man married the woman, it's a kind of duty they are expected to perform. But there will be some cases where the woman tell you that I do not want to perform this act of duty or pleasure. And the man would insist. And in many movies I've watched, especially West African, Indian movies, you see these cases turning up every time, that the man would insist on his way, eventually raping his wife. And by the time they bring it to a court of law, it becomes difficult to what? Determine, was this rape? What are the determinants if this was rape? So now, another thing is respect. Sexual relations is not just about you having pleasure, it's about respect. There are many cases where people do not even understand when people tell them no. They believe that you are insulting them by denying them your body. So this is why we need to have constant sexual education for people that for our children who are liable to what's it called, peer pressure. I remember many times in secondary school, because I had a very tomboyish stature. It's just like I started using lip gloss, where I didn't even wear makeup to now because of the way I grew up. I had 6 brothers. So what did you expect from me to be acting girly? It was really tough for me to flip that my identity, to start acting and dressing a certain kind of way. So I remember in secondary school where my friends were having boyfriends and they were having girlfriends, they were in relationships, they were doing kissing. I could not understand their reality because it was so far from me. Which in reality, at that point, is when a lot of children become curious. They began to experiment, right? I can remember plenty cases when in our university, and I was one of those people that I didn't quickly have my menstrual cycle. So by the time I started menstruating, I was publicizing it. If I go to any family person, I did bad. mad. I was still in my circle. I felt like I had to announce it. Because why? And like I said, there's not a lot of education around these topics. There's a lot of silence and shame. When I see some people, ladies, that they suddenly get their menstrual cycles and they start feeling shy. I need to, sister, it's not your God-given ability that God gave to you as a woman. Without it, you can't give birth. I will see some ladies being shy to go and buy pads. I was like, it's just like you're going to buy bread. If you're going to buy bread, you'll be acting like a thief. You wouldn't. So this is why we need sexual education. This is why we need to talk about these topics. So when I was in secondary school, a lot of my friends are ready to become sexually curious, and I was not even having that. Me, I'm still dealing with my menses that came late. You start talking about sexual education. That was so far out of my reality. And it kind of affected the way I grew up. That is my relationship with guys in school. I could not see them in that way because I had not become that sexually curious to see them. But a lot of my friends had become sexually curious. And many of them, by the time we were done with secondary school, some of them are giving birth. Some of them had babies. And for this type of people, why do you think that happens? For a lack of sexual education. In many Nigerian and African homes, sexual education is spoken about in silence and shame. They don't teach you, but they expect you to know. Then when you know, they will not blame you for even knowing. I remember the story of Tito the writer. When she got married, then she discovered that she could not have sex with her husband. Why do you think? What do you think could be the issue that she could not have sex? Anybody? She was not educated about sex. What about you? All valid reasons. Now let me give you a more scientific reason and answer to why she could not have sex. There is something called vaginismus. Have we heard about it? This vaginismus actually starts from a mental fear. Do you know? It's not as if something actually was. No, there are different types of vaginismus. Something might actually be wrong down there. That's the vagina, and there might be mental blocks up here. Now, in many Christian homes, they don't tell you about sex. They believe that good girls should not even be discussing sex, right? In many Nigerian homes, they believe that good girls should not be discussing sex. They don't even expect you to know what sex is. But suddenly, in that same family, after 25 years, expect you that, oh, where is your husband? Yinka? Where is it? Ask how now? Where do you want me to produce the husband from? You have finally married the husband. They say, they have not given birth a year. Why have you not given birth? Bro, and some people will still expect that girl to be sexually experienced with no experience on what is like. How? Now back to Tito the writer. Back to Tito the writer. So our type of vaginismus was actually mental and physical. Because in our church, nobody will sit down and tell them, oh, this is how you do it. Basically didn't even know what they were going into. They were so they didn't even know what they were going to do. They didn't know how they were going to do. And I even heard one of our stories that they had to go and actually research about it, like watch videos, learn about it. What are they going to do? Because they're both virgins. And imagine both guy was a virgin, both the lady was a virgin. Unlike some cases where the guy might be more exposed than the lady and know what to do about getting it on. So now, a year into her marriage, she had not had sex. They now started looking for, because whenever the guy tries to penetrate her, she has sharp pain. She can't even imagine it at a point that she could not imagine that people get pleasure from having sex. It became a conundrum for her. What do you mean people are enjoying it? So she now began to think, is this what people do when they are having sex? Then again, she now began to build her mental blocks unconsciously. Eventually, she had to get surgery. She was widening the passage of her vagina just to enjoy sex. So now, for this type of person, what will you say caused the majority of our problems in that marriage? Speak. Is any yet? So if you leave me here, I will just lecture. I will not enjoy this topic. What do you think caused the issue?
She was not aware, like nobody talked to her, nobody prepared her. What was
So basically, nobody prepared her to know what was going to go down. Even her husband was not prepared because they assumed that they would know. And if you knew, they would still blame you for knowing. Yeah. You can't imagine that. Another thing is human anatomy. Like I said, I began my menstrual cycle pretty late. So when I had it, I'm a very curious human being. And if I'm very curious about something, I love to research about it. If I see something that piques my interest, I will research till I actually get what I'm looking for. So for human anatomy, I mentioned in my topic, female gender mutilation a while back, that some ladies who have been caught don't even know they've been caught. Because they don't know their own human anatomy. They see it as strange. Yes. Yes, we missed that topic. So female gender mutilation. Female gender mutilation, FGM for short, is actually when heartbreaker is actually when the genital of the woman is cut. Sometimes they can be overcutting, they can be undercutting, sometimes they can cut the gland, that is the nerves. And I gave this analogy that this part is the clitoris, then the down, this is where we have the, okay, here is the urethra, then down is the labia minora, labia majora and stuff. So sometimes when they are cutting, they cut the, what's it called, the clitoris, sometimes they cut the hood, sometimes they cut it's like lack of exposure, cultural expectations. Some people see it as a passage of rights. Some people see it in some South African some South African people have actually come out to say that if their females have not been cut, they don't see her fit for marriage. And just know that it's more damaging than what you actually imagine. No matter what you're imagining now, it's far more painful. Because it's a kind of trauma shock. People have even died from overbleeding. So why is this necessary to our topic? Understanding the human anatomy. For we ladies, some of us don't even take a mirror. Look at yourself. Understand what's going on with your body. Check your body for lumps. Check your smell, the way you emit your odor. Is this odor smelling okay? Is it supposed to smell this way? Many people don't do that, and they depend on others to educate them. And most times, these other people will not still educate them on what they are supposed to educate them on. So you see that it's a bit complex, but at the same time, it's still simple. Now, puberty. Majority of our sexual curiosity begins after puberty. Majority of the guys who started having sex began after puberty. This is when they started growing hair, they started losing testosterone, they started changing physically, they started losing their baby fat, and they became what? Sexually curious. I remember going for the experience 2020, is it 4 or 5? No, 4. Experience 2024. And when we were going in the morning at TBS, when we were going in the morning, come and see lots of used condom littered all over the place. Which are the experience? Honestly, I was flabbergasted. I was like, what is the world turning into? And I'm sure that these people that are having sex in this community, they are not taught. They don't understand. Yes, they are not taught. It's a classless behavior. And it's nothing is wrong with being sexually curious. I can mention I'm a big advocate for understanding how your body works. Like I said, I'm a very curious human being. If I feel curious about something, I'm on Google. Hey Google.
Experience it.
Oh, research it. Research it. Oh, I didn't experience it. Research it. So by the time I research it, I understand more about my body. I understand more about other people's body. And again, having correct, helpful parents. I remember, like I said, I started my menstrual cycle pretty late. So when I started, my mom had already given me like a rundown of what to expect, how to expect, what to do when I see. So when I even saw it, I was one of the most happiest human beings on the planet for just for seeing her menstrual cycle. So without my mom's advice, I was able to do all these things and understand what to do. But there are many people today that once they see their menstrual cycle, they don't even know what to do. Talk more of, and I've heard of cases of some children that after they get pregnant, they will prefer to go to a doctor to abort that child than go to their parents to tell the parent that, mommy, I'm pregnant. I made a mistake. Because what? They fear the parents' judgment. They fear society's judgment. They prefer going under the blade, under the knife, to be caught and aborted, and that child should be aborted, than going to their parents and facing that scrutiny. So what does this mean? It shows that this sexual education in our society is needed. It is needed. And again, reproductive health. A few days ago, I talked about birth control and vasectomy as a form of birth control. And I could see in the audience that there were a lot of mixed reactions. Some people were actually taking it as an enlightening moment. Some people could not really understand from the point of view of where I was coming from. However, in cases where reproductive health is being threatened, like Tito the writer who could not have sex because of vaginismus, and she was not just simply aware. And to other women that their husbands will tell them, oh, this issue is from you. You are the owner of this issue. It's because of you we are having this issue. It's because of a lack of sex education. And like I said, sex education is not just talking about having sex or how to have sex. It goes beyond that. It talks about issues like I mentioned, personal boundaries. It talks about consent. It talks about reproductive health. It talks about puberty. It talks about the human anatomy and understanding why it happens. Now, sexual safety. many people in Nigeria today that are having sex prefer to do it in a form which we call, is it going it, they are doing raw. That is, they are going without condom. Now for people like that, they don't even see the using a contraceptive as a condom as a safety measure, forgetting that the contraceptive is protecting the lady and themselves from STDs. I've seen many cases where they've been leaked and they've had teenage pregnancy, they've had STDs, such as chlamydia and so many type of STDs. Witnesses. Now, I've seen many cases where they've had STDs and sometimes unexpected pregnancies. That the woman has to think, how did it happen? Because some of these people, they believe that their pull-out game is very strong, which is a lack. It is showing you the lack of education that they lack. This is showing the lack of education which they lack. That is why sex education is very, very important. Many people today, they've gotten STDs that they're not. I don't know how it happened. What do you mean you don't know how it happened? What do you don't know how it happened? If you had used a contraceptive that protected you, it would not have happened. So it's yes, now it could.
There's no, but it's still on test.
For what?
Contraceptive when they feel. But it hasn't been fully pushed out yet.
I didn't even know about that.
That's the second phase.
I used to kill mosquito. Anyways, yes, there's female contraceptives and there are male contraceptives. However, people believe that the male contraceptive is still far more effective toward protecting both partners during sexual engagements. And now, sexual education should not be a thing of shame. Like I said earlier, that these people expect us to know it without them even teaching us, and they still blame us and judge us for knowing it. If you compare many of our peers today, by 21 they've had over 16 partners sexually, and abroad and in the States. Compared to Nigeria, where we have a more conservative, even though you are going to be doing it, they don't expect you to open your mouth and talk about it. So now, why sexual education matters? It prevents misinformation. There are so many misinformation that is going on around in the society, online, and many times when we are exposed, there are many times that when we are exposed to sexual information, it does not come from a trusted source, or like a parent, or like your siblings, or like your family. They don't tell you from these places. Sometimes you see it online, on TikTok. I was using the phone of one of my my nephews, one of my family members. When I went to his TikTok page, you need to see the kind of content that is this was generated for a 16-year-old boy on TikTok, which ought not to be. That's one of the reasons why I love China so much. I love them so much. There is strict regulation. There are strict policies on their TikTok. You will not find sexually explicit content on their TikTok. You will not find non-educational things that are not useful on their TikTok. They have a certain time frame that you cannot be online. It will automatically log you out of the app. But compared to Nigeria, where there is no restriction. I remember some of my guy friends when they were telling me about when they first got exposed to pornography. Majority of them got exposed to pornography through ways that their parents don't even know. And the parents will now wonder that how come this child got exposed to this thing? Because the society we live in now is one that will sexually educate your child if you don't take that job and do it yourself. And if you leave this information to be spread to your child by social media, you are going to have a sexually moral decadent child in the society. That child is going to do whatever goes because the child doesn't even know any better. Also, it prevents abuse. There are many children today that they are nymphomaniacs, they are sexual addicts. Some of them can't even perform and relate very well. I remember in the university one time where some of my friend groups, we were in a discussion that day, and somebody mentioned that, oh, don't you know, sex is the way to keep a man. And this person was just in university, and she was saying that, don't you know, sex is the way to keep a man. So now what does this mean? It means this person, in her mentality and her mindset, she believes that the only way she can keep a man is to have sex with him. Funny enough, she's not still with the same partner she was with in university. So please, did the sex keep the man? Obviously you didn't. So this just goes to show the amount of information and abuse of sex that goes on without proper sexual education. Many of our females today, like I said, they are not even aware of their own anatomy. You see some of them getting pregnant and they don't even know they are pregnant. You will see some of them that can't count their cycle. They don't know their ovulation dates. They don't know their on dates. They don't know their flow dates and etc. So it prevents abuse. And like I said, there is abuse of sex in the society right now. Some people believe that sex is life. They believe that without sex, something is going to happen to them. I remember reading in the book Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, where he spoke about sex. He said it's a very powerful tool. Like when you are thinking of creativity, there's something called the post-nut clarity. I'm not afraid to talk about awkward topics. If you like, have a pass like that, I'm going to speak it. So in his book, he spoke about post-nut clarity, but he didn't say it in the exact term. But he paraphrased that there's a certain kind of expression, a certain level of creativity you get once you engage in sexual acts. However, he decided that those people that don't remain loyal to one partner and simply engage in too much sex, like their sex drive is so much higher, and though it's good in the beginning, but at the point it begins to harm the very purpose of what they're trying to achieve. So there's a kind of sexual drive that motivates men to achieve great things. He made mention of yes. He made mention. If you notice people in sales that they usually applaud them for having a lot of sales engagement or what I call it. And these people, if you notice them, they are people that they are highly sexual in nature. There are some movies that you'll be watching. You see some people that they exude this sexual aura effortlessly, and these people you find them that they are more successful than their other peers who are more sexually conservative. Yes, yes, but there is also an abuse of it. Once it is abused, you see many young children today from 16 years, some even 14 years, to even men of 32 years or men of 40 years who cannot control themselves sexually, must have everything they see in a skirt. At what point does it begin to harm them instead of help them to achieve those dreams? So these are questions that sexual education help us to enlighten us about. Then also it reduces teenage pregnancies. If there is a reduction of sexual education or if there is an increase of sexual education, we will see a decrease in teenage pregnancy. Majority of these ladies that get pregnant is because they don't even know. Some of them are having sex unprotected. Some of them have been coerced by peer pressure. Some of them is influenced by their partner that if you don't do it, you don't love me. And I started from my secondary school experience where many of my friends were sexually curious, and by the time we finished secondary school, many of them had pregnancies. About 2 or 3 of them, I can remember, they were pregnant before we finished university. And I'm sure that the husband, it's not even husband, the partners that they were with them were people that were either in our classes or people from other schools who were in our classes or a bit older than them. A bit older than them. What kind of life and foundation can that person leave for a child when a baby is still trying to baby another baby? So now, it prevents STDs. I mentioned before, many sexually active people do not even believe in using contraceptives. They don't believe because they believe it reduces the pleasure they would get during sexual acts. However, it's sort of a fallacy because you are harming yourself in the long run. In South Africa today, there are many cases of HIV, both in their classes, both in their homes, even culturally and societally. They see it as a norm for you to be having sex. But if you not check it, the rise of HIV is at an all-time high. Why? There is no sexual education. Even if they are doing sexual education, it is just in theory but not in practice. So either the sexual theories they are giving are not even effective. So now, another one, it helps build healthier relationships. If you are in a relationship that you can't communicate with your partner that, oh, this is what I believe, this is what I want to do. Okay, like I said about vasectomy, that it is not a woman issue, it is a family issue. If you are in a family that you can't sit with your husband and say, darling, I would like us that after child 3, we should have a vasectomy. Yes, because for you that many of these issues are expected of the woman rather than the man. They are expected that it should be the woman's responsibility rather than the man. And there are many women who will have CS, there are cesarean sections. Some women will have very high risk pregnancies. Some women will lose their lives. Some women won't be told by the doctor that if you have this pregnancy, there's a high risk of you losing your life. But because of pressure from the society, she will still go through it, and sometimes she will lose her life. At what cost? So now it promotes and builds healthier relationship. Now Nigeria as a cultural context. Like I said, in Nigeria, one of the prevailing causes of lack of sexual education is because of shame and silence. There are many teenage girls today that if they get pregnant, they will choose not to go to their parents. They will choose to go to a quack doctor. They will choose to go and sit in a hospital and abort their child, even at risk to their own life. And you see many of these young children before 25, they've lost their womb in several pregnancies. And there's some type of abortions that you would do that you are harming yourself long term. You see issues of when you say, oh, your wombs cannot carry a baby to full term. This is why sexual education matters, especially in Nigeria as a society where people are being shamed just for having sex. Many people are going to make that mistakes. Many people don't even believe in the Western world. They don't even believe that they believe that you having sex is a way for you to liberally express yourself. That's why in cases of like the Netherlands and the United States, they have a more proactive action towards sexual education. Another thing is religion. In Nigeria today, how many of us have heard cases where a lady will be told that, oh, sex is evil, sex is bad, you should not be talking about sex, you should not watch certain movies, you should not read certain books, you should not do certain things. You have hammered this thing into the psyche of that person. She now gets married. You're not expecting, her husband is not expecting one Tiwa Savage and Mommy Oyedepo mix. It's not possible. It's not possible because you have, what I would like to call it, hammered it into her mentally that this is wrong. And I've seen a lot of podcasts where I'll be listening and the men will complain that when they married their wife, they were very disappointed. Because we're going to that marriage, this is a man that is sexual. Before you get to that point, these are men who are sexually explorative. They've done a lot of things. They've seen a lot of things. That you with your naive, innocent mind, you cannot even comprehend the depravities that this man has seen. And you know something about sexual pleasure is that the more extremities you go to, the more depraved things you go to, the more your mind is going to crave those things. That normal sex is not going to entice you anymore. And you see people that are overexposed to pornography, that after watching it for a long time, they are not satisfied with the current realities in their world. And I also see this in gaming circles, where the characters in games, they are very overly sexualized. They have big boobs, they have body shape, tiny waist. These are things that you would not expect normal to see in a world, in a realistic world. You will not see these things. But because these, especially children, they've been exposed to these things from age 16 to 32. You see men and they desire what they've seen on these games. And even when their wives don't have this thing physically, they begin to resent her, even if there's nothing intrinsically wrong with this woman. Now back to sex. There are people that once they now marry these ladies, because these ladies, they've been told all along that sex is bad, sex is good. Even when they are trying to have sex with their husband, as their married partners, they begin to find a kind of withdrawal, a unconscious withdrawal, because they've been taught to believe that this is wrong. They've been taught to believe that this is wrong in society. And because of religion, many Islamic girls are told to be sexually disciplined. You hear cases of when people are being raped. You say, why was she there? Why did she know? Why did she not know not to follow him? Why was she dressed this certain way? Instead of addressing the root issue, which is the person who did the raping. So now this is why you see a need for sexual education. Religion is an extreme pusher of lack of sexual education. Pastor, Mrs. do not even talk about it in churches. They don't mention it in churches. You not get married. Or some people now come and tell you that, oh, don't have a boyfriend when you're in secondary school. Don't have a boyfriend when you're in university. If your parents see you with boys, they will do family meeting. I remember a very funny memory I had when I posted a picture of mine on my Facebook. As of that time, maybe about 2019, before 2020 or 2020 thereabouts. It was just an innocent picture of me wearing a singlet and a bomb shot. And one of my uncles screenshotted it, sent it to the family chat. They started talking about me. Immediately I saw that the discussion was about, I just wanted to block all of them. Blocked all of them because I've not even done anything. I really panic. What about people that have gone to the other extreme area that are wearing waist beats, shaking online? You have not done anything to those ones though. Because I now have bomb shot, you want to end the world. I blocked him. And this is because of this family expectation. They believe that this child that they've kept morally, this child that is morally pure, you now ask her that, where is your husband? Why will you be bringing your husband? Where do you expect her to manufacture it from? From thin air. And these are parents that once you are even dating, you see some people who beat their children, they will abuse their children just because the child was talking to a man. Just because the child went out with a man. You will see cases where elder brothers they begin to oppress their younger sisters because they believe that they are protecting the girl, and what they are doing to other people's children is far worse than what anybody can ever do to their sisters under their own watch. I like that discussion. This is the discussion. No breaks. All right. Another funny story I remember is that sometimes around 2024. So I own a shoemaking business. So sometimes I do deliveries. If I made your shoes for over like 2 weeks and you tell me, oh, I'm not in Lagos right now, I travel. So I'll be like, when will you be in Lagos? You tell me the time. Whenever you're around, I might use a dispatch rider. Or sometimes if I feel like going another day, I'll just pick up your goods, then I'll deliver it to you, then go out to have some time to myself. So there was a particular day I left home. My dad had already left before me with his car, but I didn't know that he didn't go far. He was just parked around our neighborhood. So it was just someone with his friends sitting down playing drafts. So I just called bike from our gate, took bike, I was going to Agege. And I got back home that day around 10 p.m. Because after I did my delivery, I actually went out with my friends and we enjoyed ourselves. We watched a movie, we cut ice cream, we did a lot of things. But I don't know that my dad had seen me. So one of my brothers had messaged me that, oh, there's fire on the mountain, you're bad on the range. I was so shocked that what's going on. I had to bike from Agege down to our place. When I got home, that's why I had to call family meeting. My dad was sitting down, one of our big ones was sitting down, all my senior brothers were at home when I was going out, all of them were on seats. And I came and they said, kneel down, why did you do this? Why did you do that? And I told them that I believe in gender equality because I have a lot of elder brothers. And there's a kind of respect they will give your elder brothers compared to you. There's a kind of respect they will have for their voice compared to you. Whenever my dad wants to come up with this African father, oh, you're a girl child, I don't stand for that too. I do not. So when they were just telling me, I'm just quiet, I just apologize, just let the matter die down. In such a scenario, let's say for the child I was very liberal, and maybe I went to do naughty things, I went to have sex, I went to do a lot of things, and he comes and he does that. Do you think next time I will let him be aware of my movements? I'm going to go behind his back and I'm going to later harm myself. I will do what? And I will harm myself in the process of trying to prove a point. So this is why cultural context matters too, and how we have to debunk them and break them apart. Now, framing sex as moral danger. In many Nigerian and religious societies, you see them saying that, oh, sex is wrong, sex is dirty. You don't expect that after you've hammered this mentality into these people, you expect them to now have a kind of open-minded view to it later. It's not possible to simply flip the switch. So now, the marriage switch. I mentioned before that many young people, once they get married, everybody now expects them to be sexually adventurous, sexually curious, sexually explorative. It doesn't work that way. It's not simply a switch you can on and off at your own convenient time. So now, sex is now being tagged as shameful. There are many parents that once they find out their children are having sex, they don't even know how to bridge that conversation between them and their children. They don't know how to initiate that conversation. They don't know how to tell her, oh, okay, I know you are currently doing this, but are you being safe? Are you doing this or that? Are you protecting yourself? Why did you start doing it? When did you start doing it? They don't bridge these conversations with their children. They can't even bridge these conversations. To the extent that they will tell you that good girls don't think about sex, which is wrong in itself and is a fallacy. Society expects sexually confident women. They expect you to know what to do in the bedroom without any education about it prior. They expect you to know what to do. They expect you to know the different positions. They expect you to be aware of it, aware of your husband's needs. Or your husband that you not even have for the past 25 years of your life. They expect you to know how to please him and take care of him in so many sexual ways. How do we bridge that gap? Also, this lack of sexual education causes anxiety. It causes confusion, sexual dysfunction, difficulties. Like I mentioned, Tito the writer that had vaginismus early on in her marriage, do you think that kind of person would have been able to see sex from a pleasure point or sex from a pleasure perspective? She would have seen that the horrible thing now. What is happening? Why is this going on? And it causes a lot of anxiety. Many young people today, they know they're not supposed to be having sex so young, but once they have it, there's a lot of anxiety and fear, and this leaves them exposed to sexual predators. It leaves them exposed to groomers. It leaves them exposed to a lot of unsavory people in the society. Now, difficulty communicating about intimacy. Heartbreaker. You mentioned before that if the wife is not aware of these sexual pleasures that her husband likes, that he should be able to teach her. But you know, there's some Christian couples that they will not discuss sex till they enter into marriage.
I think that's even a problem, sir.
That's why we have difficulty in communication. Because even when you are married, some people can't sit down and say, this is what I enjoy.
Discuss my sexual pleasure with my wife, and even she won't tell me it's my sexual.
But there's a kind of
Before marriage, you know your wife, hope you are married.
She should discuss those things with me before marriage.
What are they discussing?
I mentioned the difficulty in communication.
If you have Bible covers, then this thing marriage you like.
All this should come under the umbrella of no. Let's backtrack for a little bit. It should come under the umbrella of counseling. Like you said, before marriage, she's not your wife. Depends on the kind of foundation people are building. It comes under the guise of counseling. There are some things that you can't just discuss two of you alone. That's why I said there's a need for sexual education. Let's hear her, please. I'm listening to her. It should be discussed. Like there are two perspectives to this. There are two school of thoughts to this. There are two school of thoughts to this difficulty in communication. Before marriage, what should be discussed? When should it be discussed? With who should it be discussed? There are some people that they are sexual predators. There are some people that they are groomers. That they are only in that marriage for the sex. Some people cannot even consider their wife as something other than their sexual partner, as something other than their wife. So in those cases, that's why you need counseling. Now you need to go and say, oh, this is the problem I have. And I've seen many cases on Twitter lately that the lady will be saying that, oh, if he has this, how will I know he has this thing? How will I know he does not have this thing? That's why I don't believe in sex before marriage. I really say it should be after marriage. If you don't have sex before marriage, you're just opening yourself to a lot of problems and issues.
That's the point. Is there any way to tell truly what's...
Thank God for technological advancements. Majority of the fertility issues have been traced to men's sperm. Majority of the cancer issue, heart conditions have been traced to the quality of the man's sperm. So all these are things that, like I said, you know in marriage or you know before marriage. If it's in marriage, you should be free with your husband to tell him, I don't like this. I don't like when you do this. I saw a video of a public health educator that she was telling men how to suck their partner's breast. So she was using a orange as a study. It's funny, but I love talking about this awkward conversation. Because if I don't talk about it today, many of us will go all our years without even talking about sexual education. So she used the orange as an example of how you should do, the kind of pressure you should apply, what you shouldn't do. That is also flesh, because some people, they are animals. They are animals. So these are things that you should be able to communicate to your partner when you are married. That, oh, I prefer this, I don't like this, I see this as... And there are some men that they want you to do a lot of sexually explorative things with them, but they are dirty. And these are things that turn off your woman off. And if you have forced her to try and overcome that hate and dislike of those things, you will be technically what? Raping her will or something like that. I don't want to go so extreme. So now another one is, historically, funny enough, sexual education existed in our African societies. Do you believe that? Historically, sexual education existed in our African societies. No? Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Why? Give me your reasons.
Yes, it's like you said.
I'm listening. Speak, Tony. I'm listening. Okay. 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 Gabriel, your turn. Silence. Icebreaker. Silence. Gabriel.
You need to specify what you mean by sex education. So education can be profound. So I
like that perspective. I like that perspective. one after the other.
Which one is two plus two plus four? Did she really teach you math?
That's rote learning.
It's still an education. And still, she has opened your mind to something. What is this?
Okay, let's go back to the meat of the. Let's go. Let's go back to the meat of the matter. Let's go back to the meat of the matter. The truth is that we are being sexually educated informally. In many before this modern world that we live in now, before this modern world that we icebreaker, listen, before this modern world, in Igbo societies, in Hausa northern societies, there is a kind of education that is given to these people. In Igbo societies, there is a kind of ceremonies that they give for you to prepare you to enter into your husband's house. There is a kind of cleansing, and I'm sure during those cleansing there might be talks about sexual expectations by the husband. And I love reading a lot of Arewa stories. These Arewa stories are stories that are set in the northern space, northern locations. So in these stories, there's something called I can't remember the specific term because it's written in Arabic. But this term basically means that there is a cleansing. This is perfuming you for your husband. So this perfume is given by an older woman. She's going to wax your body. She's going to give you a lot of scents that will make you sexually attractive and potent to your husband. So when they are giving you this, obviously they will be talking about sexual expectations in that marriage and how to please your husband. And that is even another table on its own. Why should it be the woman should be working actively towards pleasing the man when the woman does not even know anything? Why when the woman does not even know anything sexually? Because in most cases they will expect these women to be virgins, but that's another topic on its own. So now back to is that in our society they actually give us formal education informally, but the way they do it is just that it's good on theory, it doesn't work. You using fear to teach your child to fear sex is not the right way to sexually educate her. Do you flow? You using sex to teach your child, using fear to teach your child about sex is not the right way. Like I said, before my menstrual cycle, my mom had told me everything I needed to know. I had done my own research. Like by the time I first saw it, I knew what to do. I went to take my pad, but I bought pad like a year ago before I ever saw the menstrual cycle because I was expecting it. Because of what mommy had educated me about this stuff. And my mom is one of the smart humans out there. I will keep on saying, I always shout out to my mom on this stage. Shout out to my mom. Because she mom will be asleep 10 p.m. So one thing is that mommy always took time to educate. She didn't just tell me that, oh, don't follow this person, don't do this. Because I said I grew up with a lot of brothers. So even if you not educate me more, my eyes will educate me by itself. But however, she did this in a way that I was in a safe environment to learn. She taught me safely. Not that you now leave your sexual education to TikTok to teach your child. You see some children, 16 years, they will sneak out of private universities. They will go out, and because of peer pressure, the partner will tell them, if you don't have sex with me, you don't love me. And these ladies, they will begin to be manipulated, and they will eventually have sex, and they will not even be safe. So then the partner will later walk away from them. So these are issues that we need to talk about. And as I said, historically, sexual education existed informally in our societies. So this includes our puberty rights. I remember in India, when a girl, I know in India, some of them marry very early. Sometimes 16, 18, 21, they've gotten married. So there are rights that prepare them. But even in Igbos, there are rights that prepare you for your husband's house. There are some certain cleansing they give you as a woman to prepare your body for a man. And I'm sure, like I said, informally there will be sexual education. It's just that there's a aura of shame, there's an umbrella of shame and fear over it. And people don't talk about it, which ought not to be so. And another thing is that community mentorship. Many of us, like I said, many young men, when they first got exposed to pornography, they saw it in classrooms, they saw it in family members' homes, they saw it on phones and the likes. Some stumbled onto them mistakenly or not so mistakenly. However, if we take time, because now the point is that this current society that we live in, this current modern world, we are not going to say, my child cannot become exposed to pornography, my child cannot be exposed to this thing. It's a real risk. It's a real risk. It's a real risk that we face. So this means that proactively, we need to now begin to take active choice that how can I educate this child before the world educates that child for you. So now, another one is gossip. Like I said, in secondary school, a lot of my female friends were already talking about sex, menstrual cycles. They were already talking about a lot of things that I had no interest in because first of all, I was not menstruating. So Even if you are telling me like talking to a piece of wood, I could not understand it. So I was disconnected from them. And this type of children, the kind of conversation they were having is something that an adult should be in that place, teaching them about these things. My mom took a very proactive step. She told me about, like, you cannot come and give me one lie, and I'll just swallow it like that. Because before you told me, my mom would have told me. And if I don't understand, I'll call her that, oh, hello, someone just said this, so she'll be like, ah, no, this is how it is, this is how it is. She never feared telling me about it. And I have a lot of brothers, and they were very sexually active from a very young age. And majority of these people, they expect it of the male counterpart. Yes, now, you are short. 14-year-old children now are having sex. 13-year-old children now are having sex. Yes, it's a real reality. It is a real reality. Now imagine, for the society, they believe that even men, when they are becoming sexually active, they see it as a thing of power race. They applaud them. They expect it of them. And they are the same men that will also want virgins when they want to get married. So make it make sense. Now, global perspective regarding sex education. So in the Netherlands, they believe that sexual education starts early, from when your child is a adolescent to when your child becomes a teen, to when your child becomes an adult. They believe that sexual education should teach about respect, to teach about your relationships. So they start it very early, and it's very effective. You not see them having so many moral issues or moral decline. You not see that because they are educated about this. Now contrast this with the United States, where they practice abstinence only, because they know that majority of these children are having sex. Like, it's a normal thing for them. I was researching about this topic, and I came across books like The Guide to Getting It On, Sex is a Funny Word, It's Perfectly Normal, The Sex Trap, etc. Now, one thing all these books had in common was that they aimed to educate the people they were talking to about sexual education, about sex education. So now, another thing that the United States practices is comprehensive sex education. But however, this only works in policies. They only work in theory. They don't work practically, because some of these sexual policies, sex education policies, are not really effective at affecting the main issue or the main topic. In Africa, ours is a bit reversed. Why? Because we have cultural resistance. In a family that they don't even talk about sex, and compared to another liberal family where they talk about sex, there's a lot of cultural resistance we have in regards to sex education. We have religious concerns, where some imams will tell you that, oh, as a woman, you need to be sexually disciplined. Some Christians will tell you, no sex before marriage. If you have sex before marriage, you are dirty, you are castigated. Some people in some churches say, if they find a lady that gets pregnant before marriage and does not go have a husband inside, some people ostracize that woman. How do you not preach love into that woman? How do you bring her back to the fold? She has made a mistake, but the church was made for sinners. Hospital was made for sick people. So we should begin to change this cultural resistance and begin to reform it. If a woman makes a mistake and she has sex before marriage and she gets pregnant, the church shouldn't push her out. The church should bring her in. They should set up visitation. Oh, what do you need? How can we help you? Where is the man? How do we bring him to be responsible for what is on ground? Because it takes two to tango. So another one is no consent. In sexual education, you see some people that they don't even understand boundaries and consent. It is so alarming that you don't understand what I tell you. No. I was watching a video of what is this girl? This thing is, let's get straight into the video. Let's get straight into the video. Can anybody remember her? Vajimi. I think that's the pronunciation of her name. So she was asking some guys, even other guys were asking other guys that, oh, what does it mean when a woman tells you no? You say, I don't hear no. Once I'm in, I'm in. So they believe that the idea of no or the concept of no is so foreign to them. They don't even believe it exists. They believe that because she has consented to no to yes at the beginning, she should still be a yes, even when she's having mixed feelings. And like I said, a lot of sexual education, sexual exploration comes from sexual curiosity. Many young children, they begin to explore their bodies at a very young age. You see before, you were allowing your child to play mommy and daddy when we were younger. But now in this Nigeria, you cannot even try that. You cannot expect your child to try that, because the person your child is playing mommy and daddy with is far more sexually exposed than your child. These are you see cases where your children are exposed to groomers who begin to groom your children. See cases where your children are exposed to sexual predators. So these are issues we need to talk about in Africa in its regards to sexual education. Another one is puberty comedy. Like I said, many people begin to become sexually active mostly after puberty hits. They begin to explore sexually mostly after puberty. So we need to put a sexual education game plan in place before this happens. A game plan that works, not one that you just write it on paper and expect it to work because you've written about it. Any theory that does not work is not beneficial to the people and should be scrapped. Now, what are the biggest mistakes adults make when trying to discuss sexual education? They wait too late. Like I said, many people don't even educate their children. Why still expecting these children to know? That is very, very wrong. Because once you wait too late, other things is going to educate your child about sex. TikTok is going to educate your child. Peer groups are going to educate your child. Gossips is going to educate your child. Your child might become exposed to pornography, to stalkers, to sexual groomers. I remember the case of a friend telling me one of our 14-year-old, they are from a Muslim family, that one of our 14-year-old family members has started chatting with a man that is over 24. Now, what do you want to tell me that man of over 24 is talking with a child of 14 years? Obviously, he's a groomer, he's a sexual predator. He'll be sending her airtime, and I think that around that time, she falsified an age on TikTok. I say on TikTok, on OPay, to be able to open her account. So he sends her some money from time to time, and she withdraws this money she uses. Yes, my child. 24 to 14, 24 years to 14. Eventually, when her parents knew, they now started seizing her phone and doing a lot of medicine after death. Because one thing I will tell you today is that you cannot unexpose a child that has already been exposed. You can only limit the amount of exposure that child should have gotten in the first place. Because maybe that child is exposed, but she's already used to receiving money from this man, and she has even begun to crave his attention. This is why you now hear cases of she will not come and meet her parents that, oh, at 18 I'm ready to get married. She's not ready, but she has been groomed to think she's ready for marriage to a 24 or 26-year-old man. So now, teaching them only through fear. In many religious contexts, you hear them saying sex is bad. And you now see cases of people that had sex and they had pregnancies when they are being ostracized. You definitely not want to be in that boat. You definitely want to make yourself set aside. Even if you are even genuinely sexually curious, you will never voice that because of shame. So another one is shaming curiosity. Like I said, my mom, she always welcomed my question, no matter how ingenious or how tiresome those questions could be. She was always ready to listen to me and explain that this is why this is. Not just giving me a reason like, you're not supposed to have sex. Sex is bad. Sex is evil. Sex is dangerous. She didn't hammer this, but she taught me, and I was able to learn in a safe environment. Another one is avoiding the conversation totally. In many Nigerian homes, you will see cases where they will not even discuss sexual education. They will not even talk to their girl child. And another thing is that sexual education is not just for your girl child, though. It's for your male child too. Because your male child should not be practicing on safe sex. Your male child should not be having sex before when he's supposed to have sex. Your male child should be protecting him and his partner when they are having sex. And in the majority of the cases, it's the men who are more sexually liberal than the women. So now, practical steps to sexual education. Practical steps to sexual education. So this is what that actually was. The first thing we need to do is to educate the parents. Because the child does not know sexual education. It's the parents themselves who need sex education. I remember reading some books that are set in the 1990s, 1980s, 1940s, 1960s. That they will be hearing talks of the birds and the bees. The birds and the bees. This was the basic of how reproduction works. How does the anatomy works? And these birds and bees stuff help parents to break the ice to this kind of this difficult and awkward situation. So at this point, practical steps to sex education involves educating our parents. When should you start telling them? Do not avoid the conversation. Start early. Educate your children. But if you refuse to do so, other people will educate your child for you. And you might not like what they will tell that child. Another one is teacher training. Majority of sexual exploration and sexual curiosity happens in schools. You hear cases of, they went to the back of school, they call them doing this. Even in NYC camp, grown adults, cause having sex in bush and on sanitary environments. So it shows a lack of moral decline it shows a lack of sexual education, sex education. So we should begin to teach the teachers too about sex education. Once you catch these children having some illicit behaviours, what should you tell them? What should be the right approach to you telling them? And it works for different contexts. What works in USA might not work in Nigeria. What works in Nigeria might not work in South Africa. And if it's the case that those children are already sexually active, you need to also rethink the framework you'll be taking towards addressing that. Another one is religious engagement. People in churches should actually talk about sex. Sex should not be a shame topic. Sex should not be a topic that you keep for the come on now. She's supposed to know when you did not teach her. If nobody taught us ABCD, we will never know ABCD. We will never know how to link our words, how to write our stories. This shows us the importance of sex education. Another one is that we should protect knowledge. We should protect with knowledge, guidance, and honesty. Conclusively, the tip to sexual education is what? Protecting with knowledge, protecting with guidance, protecting with honesty. We should not use fear to instill knowledge of sexual education. Sexual education is not just knowing how to have sex. It's knowing how to practice safe sex. It's knowing how to educate each other in the society about safe sexual practices. It's knowing when to say no. It's knowing that this person's no should be accepted. It's knowing when to place boundaries. If you know you're a person that you find it hard to control yourself after you've had alcohol, tell your friends, oh, from 9 p.m. I won't be able to step out with you because you are trying to protect yourself. Because at the end of the day, if it happens, sometimes you will be blamed instead of them addressing the issue itself. So at this point, I also like to recommend some books recommendation to us. One of these books is The Guide to Getting It On. So this was actually written in the 1980s, which was talking about what people should know, and I would recommend it for teenagers and adults. Another book is Sex is a Funny Word. This one is actually for the teenagers. Sex is a funny word. This Sex is a Funny Word talks about sex in a very relatable way. It talks about sex as not order. It talks about sex as not something that should be shamed, but something that is a genuine part of our human society, and we should not ignore it. Then another book is called It's Perfectly Normal. So this book basically, as its title states that sex is perfectly normal. It is expected. You are not going to go through your life with your parents. For people that when they get married, then within a year, some people start telling them, when we're going to have a baby, they'll start watching you, they'll start checking your womb as she be taken in. This people, they need to be educated. They need knowledge. So another one is The Sex Trap. This is a very short read. If you're someone that don't like to read a lot of books or you find it very boring, you can pick up The Sex Trap by Mike Murdoch. Yes. This Sex Trap basically is a religious book, but it's a very short read and it's related. It's telling you why should you wait? Why should you not be pressured? There are many ladies that because of sexual pressure from their peers, they will get married. They will not find that they feel dirty. And that fulfillment doesn't last as long as it promises. They feel like after they've indulged in it, that after they've indulged in sex, they begin to feel overwhelming shame. They begin to feel that why did I even do this in the first place? And they cannot go back to that state of purity that they once had. So they are now broken inside. They begin to have a lot of questions. So The Sex Trap is one of the books that addresses these concerns, and it does it in a beautiful way. It does it with the arc of redemption. Another book is The Sex Education, The Basics. If you pick up any book on sex education, which talk about the basics of sex education, why it matters, why it is needed, and why we should even educate our parents and adults around us. Another one is Our Bodies, Ourselves. This is actually an African book about sexual education. So it talks about how Africans perceive sexual purity, sexual brokenness, sexual promiscuousness. It talks about a whole lot of topics, and it's set in our African context, so you can understand better. It's not like you reading a book that was written for the Americans who are very sexually liberal. No, it talks about our society, the kind of shame, stigmatization, ostracization that comes with sex in the African and Nigerian society. Lastly, another book I would implore you to read is African Sexualities. This is another wonderful, wonderful book. Why I really love it is because it talks about sex in our own reality. You're not reading it from another perspective or from another time zone. It talks about modern world and modern sex. So now at this junction, I hope, as always, that I will be able to sensitize you about sex education, why it matters, why it is necessary, and why we need it. So at this junction, I will be passing the mic to the
next speaker.
Thank you.
Very strong topic.
Thank you very much, Missy. That was a very wonderful topic. And then, sincerely, everybody should have the knowledge about sex education. Whether you're a parent to be, whether you are in it or not, we are all in it. And then you should get educated. You should be able to educate somebody, and then you should be able to be comfortable saying that, because there are so many people that are so shy to talk about sex education, and I don't know, in our society, playing only this kind of holiness and everything. And then, why are you in marriage when you don't want to talk about sex education? When you have your own children, you should pass the baton to them. So thank you very much. All right. My name is Fadi G. Temitope. I'll be talking about why planning is rare in Nigerian society. Why planning is very, very rare in Nigerian society. And somebody will be saying, why do you say Nigerian society? Doesn't it happen in another place? Okay, for the people in diaspora, they can say that they are 100% actually very accurate. They put things in order. They try to get everything in place even before they thought of executing the project. Okay? Alright. Why planning is rare in Nigerian society? Why? Why? You might be looking at it yourself, that why is planning? Let's start with, what is planning? What is planning? Planning is a process of thinking ahead. It's a way of organizing your action or steps to achieve a specific goal or objectives. And I say it again. Planning is a process of thinking ahead. What you want to do, how you want to put it in place, the process, how you plan to achieve it. That is the meaning of planning. A new wedded couple will be planning to have their own baby, whether baby or babies. After that, after getting the baby, they will be planning how to send the child to school. Now, the process of getting married is planning on its own. The process of coming together to produce a baby requires planning. The process of getting what the baby will use, even before the arrival of the baby, is planning. That was how somebody was like, I'm going to give us a scenario so that you will understand the meaning of planning. A woman is in the hospital to put to bed somebody's wife, and the husband quickly called one of his friends and say, hey guy, my wife is in the labor room and she wants to put to bed, and the doctor said we should go and make a certain deposit. And the friend is actually asking, and the friend is saying, this is a 9-month journey. So does that mean you did not put anything in place? You did not prepare, you did not plan that this baby is coming to the world? Did you hear the reply of the friend? He called the friend and said, hello my friend, my wife is in the labor room and the doctor said we should go and make a deposit of a certain amount of money. And the friend now said, my friend, this is a 9-month journey. So does that mean you did not put anything in place? Are you not expecting this baby? Your wife got pregnant 9 months ago. So does that mean there is no preparation? You did not plan that, oh, one day she'll be in the labor room. One day she's going to deliver of this baby. And the friend was like, you asked me to get something that the doctor said you should make a deposit. How much do you have from the money? The friend said no. As I'm talking to you, I don't have a penny. And the friend said, that means you didn't prepare for this. Your wife got pregnant 9 months ago, till the day of delivery, till this present moment you said you don't have anything in place. That is planning. Another aspect that we can have a look at it is the children. Some of our junior ones now, they are writing JAMB. Abi? Yes. For those in the diaspora, another examination when you want to get into an institution. So, if somebody said, I'm going to write JAMB in the month of April, then he or she must have started planning ahead from last year. Get some materials, read ahead of the subjects that you are going to sit for during your JAMB. Abi, you just need to prepare whether you're writing, everybody is writing English language, and then mathematics, maybe your own is mathematics, physics, chemistry. You start reading ahead of before April. Know that you are writing JAMB in the month of April and you started reading in the month of March. You didn't plan for anything. You didn't prepare. So do you get what I'm saying? You say planning is the process of thinking ahead, organizing your action or steps to achieve a specific goal or objectives. So what do you mean by that? You are setting a clear goal for yourself. And you will only achieve this through proper planning. You are planning to build a house. The first thing you need to go do is to get a land. Because you won't just wake up one morning and you said, hello world, I want to build a house. It shows how unserious you are. You plan ahead. I need to get a plot of land. I need to get an acre of land, depending on what you plan to build. You get an architect. You get the service of a survey. You do the land clearing. You look into it as in, which particular company am I going to employ that they will help me to do the building? So those are planning. It's not that you just wake up and say, today I want to start this project, I want to build a house. Won't you get the material? Won't you look at what do you want to build? Is it two-story building? Is it three-story building? Is it a duplex? Is it trim duplex? You just think about it. Not that you just said, oh, I'm planning to build a house. What exactly are you planning to build? If care is not taken, you are going to build an hut. Because you didn't plan. You didn't actually put anything in place that, okay, this is what I'm planning to do. Who are the engineers that are going to be on site? Your project manager. They will be the one to tell you, okay, for this duplex, this is the amount of block that we're going to use. How many bags of cement? That is planning. If a new bride is getting married, then she needs to plan as well. For instance, now, next year in Nigeria, we're going to have a presidential election. We are going to have one thing or the other. But lo and behold, they started planning right from this year. Looking at it that, okay, 2027 is still election, but you've started seeing different poster campaigning and then you're wondering, is it not so healthy? Thank you. But that is what they call planning. Because one way or the other, they need to do the plus and minus, put everything in place, look for your campaign manager or your campaign mistress, try to know who are the people that you are going to employ that will do one thing or the other. That is what we call planning. So in whatsoever that you want to do, you need proper planning. So why is planning so rare in Nigeria? We're getting there. In all your planning, you need to identify you need to set a clear goal. What are the things that you need? Identify resources needed and how to reach the goal. How are you going to get those resources? What are you going to search for? Where and when are you going to get them? Who is going to be of help? What are the requirements? What are the things that you actually want to put in place? All this is what you need to put in place for your planning before you go embark on that particular project. Maybe it's your personal development goal. You need planning. You want to establish a business. You need planning. You just need to plan ahead. You want to step into the corporate world. You need planning. You aspire to be this, to be that in future. You need planning. You just need to work towards that. Put A plus B minus C, you had D is equal to E. You just need planning. You want to start a project, you need planning. And then whether it is your daily activities, it also requires planning. As person, you look very well. You look into it that, oh, this is what I need, this is what I need, this is what I need. In fact, for our day-to-day activities, it requires a lot of planning. Somebody was saying it that most times when we get late for function, it's because we didn't plan properly. You know, you are going for a public speaking tomorrow morning. It is not tomorrow morning that you start looking for your clothes, your shoe. No! Okay, you are able to get the shirt that you want to iron, and then you are depending on the PHDL. And then as you plug your pressing iron, you took the light. While you are trying to search for another shirt, you are looking for your shoe. You are looking for your shoe, the pair of shoe. Which one should I? Which one should I? Which one should you? And then remember, you have public speaking, let's say 9 a.m. And you're still doing that around after 8. What time do you want to get to the venue? What time do you want to settle down? You're going to church service on a Sunday morning, and then you woke up late because it happened to be on a Sunday, and then you're not still searching inside your wardrobe. What should I wear? How should I appear in church today? Or you are going for Juma service, and then you are going for Juma service of 1 p.m. and you are looking for what to put on 1:45. How will you get to mosque? How will you do your ablution? How do you join the Juma service? And you carry your mat and you now be well running. That means you didn't have proper planning. If it is 1:30, if it is 2 p.m. It's not as if when it is till 2 or 2 o'clock, that's when you are running towards the place. That is what I said. In our day-to-day activities, we need proper planning. You want to cook a meal to eat for 12 noon, and you enter kitchen 11:45. What do you want to cook? That means you didn't have proper planning. You are expecting a visitor, and then you didn't plan ahead. Until when the visitor arrived, you're not saying, please hold on, let me quickly get something across the road. I was actually waiting for you. It's just like a road map. From where you are to the place of your achievement. That is what we call planning. So what are the things that your planning involves? 1, setting objectives. Clearly define what you want to achieve. Why do you think people always ask that question? They will say, in the next 5 years, okay, so in the next 5 years, where do you see yourself? They are trying to ask you that in the next 5 years, what are you planning for yourself? And then you hear some people they say, in the next 5 years, in the next 5 years. What are you planning? Where is your roadmap? Where is it? Somebody will say, okay, in the next 5 years, I'm planning to leave this country, to go and acquire more knowledge, then come back. Somebody will say, in the next 5 years, I want to work under multinational, organization, acquire something, then I leave. I want to be on my own. That's somebody planning for his or her life. Somebody will say, in the next 5 years, I'll make sure that I have my MSc, at least. If care is not taken, let me start my PhD. That is planning. You're already setting the objective, setting a clear goal for yourself. Please read it. So somebody will say, in the next 5 years, I'm planning to leave this country, then come back after 5 years. That is planning. Did you get that? You are setting a clear goal for yourself. So, number one, I said setting objective. You clearly define what do you want to achieve. Somebody will say, okay, in the next 5 years, I want to own a fashion industry. And the person will be working towards that. Saying, okay, I'm going to go and learn fashion, everything that has to do with fashion, 2 years. I'm going to do the setting. It's all there. The 4th year, I'm putting the stuff in place. Okay, you may be saying it's not as easy as the way you're saying it like that. But you already have a plan for it. So that is the goal you will be working towards. You know the way we always say that easier said by than done. But at least you already have something in place. Oh, in the next 5 years, I'm planning to have my own firm. You are setting a goal. So you not just be wondering, and you not just be. You remember? One of the speakers that came in the morning said that you are working in government organization for 35 years. He said you only work for a year. What you are doing is what? Repetition. And I've discovered that most people that work in government process, if care is not taken, after some of them, when they retire, they have nothing. Because one, they are living in free accommodation, government house. They are going to work, they are collecting salary, and they are buying clothes. They are doing a lot of ceremony. You will see them occasions, they are always there. So it's only few among them that before they could get to retirement stage, they already have their own house. So that is why once they get to the retirement stage, they always chase them out of the government house. They don't want to leave. Because they are used to that quarters. And somebody will say, so I've retired now. What are they still doing at the quarter? They don't want to leave. They don't have where they are going. So the next thing they will do is that they are depending on their children, because when they are in service, they don't really have proper planning. You are living in government quarter, free house. You are given a car. You are collecting your salary. You have some domestic staff that are working for you. And after the 35 years, yet you didn't have anything to show for it. There is no proper planning. What are we looking at? Number 2, assessing resources. I said it before. Let's say somebody said in the next 5 years, I'm planning to have my own firm. What are the things that you need to get there? What are the resources that you need to put together? What are the things that you need to source for? You will not just be saying that, oh, in the next 5 years, I want to have a fashion house. Even though you are saying in the next 5 years, I want to be in my husband's house, you still need to plan for that. I want to get married. Number 3, determine action. Step to take, know the task, then you tackle it. In the next 5 years, I want to travel out of this country to go and furthermore. Then what are the necessary steps that you need to take? You want to travel out to go and furthermore, you don't have a passport. Do you want to fly there? If your aim is to get there, not as in Japa, you want to get there to study, get your certificate, and come back, you can plan towards that. And if you are thinking that, okay, in the next 5 years, I want to stay there, work, before coming back, it's planning. You just need to know that you need to take a proper step. So most times when you ask them, where are you going, what do you want? I just want to Japa. It doesn't really have a proper planning. Japa for what? For people in the diaspora, Japa means the way, a route of escape, of leaving the country. So you are planning to Japa. Japa to go and do what? Is it not when you see the place where there is green that you will now know that you have pastor there? But you will discover that some people were just saying that this country, because some people are saying the country is not good, I need to leave this country. That is why somebody too is saying, I need to leave this country. Why are you leaving? Do you have a proper planning? Like the person that said, okay, I think I need to leave this country. You too, do you have a proper planning? Why you are saying, I think I need to? I remember like 3 years ago, the rate of leaving the country. But when you go to Murtala Mohammed Airport now, it has reduced. What happened? People are still going, but you need to have proper planning. What am I going to do there? Am I going on a work permit? Do I want to go there to work? Do I want to go there to school? Do I want to go there to go and what? Why are you going? You need to get that straight. The next one is allocating time. The time bomb. There should be a specific time. If you said, by the time I will be 20, 8, I want to get married. Then you should be planning towards that. Because you're already giving yourself a time. Yeah. By the time I'll be 35, I want to be a boss on my own. You've already allocated time. You've already given yourself time. So you need to start planning towards that. By the time I will be 40 years old, I want to have a house or a land. And if not, you say you've already given yourself time. So you just need to start planning towards that. How long is it going to take you to travel abroad to go and furthermore? You need time. Like the way people will say, I have plan A, I have plan B. Some people say they have plan C. Because in case plan A flop, they switch to plan B. So if you say, I want to travel out to go and furthermore, give yourself time. By the time I am 30, I want to start doing my PhD. Give yourself time. Plan towards it. That's just it. So why are planning so rare in Nigeria? The next one is recognizing obstacles. Yes. In the process of having your plan, there are some challenges that you will face. Are you planning those ones with your goal? Are you planning that? What if when you get over there, your expenses, the school, the accommodation, your school fees, you are unable to, are you ready to face all those challenges? They should be part of your planning. Because you don't want to fail. And you don't want to go, you don't want to come back without achieving your aim, your goal. Because you already set a goal for yourself. So when you face those challenges, are you ready to make sure that, oh, I'm going to deal with them? The next one is monitoring your progress. There should be a track. When you have a proper planning, there should be that. You should put a check to it. If there's need for you to adjust your planning, if it is not working, then you do the adjustment. That is when you say that you have a proper planning. And people will think, because you've already put some things in place. So there should be check and balance. Monitoring your progress. Okay? Am I, for instance, a 300 level medical student? When you finish the medical examination and you couldn't get it, that is not the end of the road. Plan for something else. Okay? Am I going to geology department? Am I going to microbiology department? Because the remaining 3 years that you're supposed to use in medical school, go to another department, go and finish it off. And if you want to take a receipt, you want to pass, then give yourself another planning. Not that because, such student failed the MBBS examination and the person said, this is the end of the road. I'm not going again. You should put check and balance. Okay? If this is not working, this should work. If this is not, this should work. Somebody said, I plan to have a poultry, but when the money for setting up a poultry is not coming for, he said, I open what? Do you know what she opened? She opened a cold room where she started selling frozen chicken. So did you not get what I'm saying now? That you need to have plan A, plan B, even plan C. The initial goal is to have a poultry, right? But when setting up a poultry is not coming forth, she got a cold room and started selling frozen foods. So whether you like it or not, if the person is still working towards his or her goal, she can still achieve setting up a poultry. Whereas she already have experience in the cold room and selling of frozen foods. So by the time she eventually have the poultry, then she already have the end user, know how to market, know when to sell. Nigeria is a country where you can say you have extraordinary human capital. So somebody will now be asking, why are we failing in our plans? Why? So saying that somebody that said, I want to have a poultry, and the plan of establishing, getting a poultry is not coming forward, and eventually the fellow decided to get a cold room and start selling frozen food. You know, one of the things that will make our plan to fail is what? Electricity. Because he or she will need electricity to make sure that the frozen foods are in good condition. So you are now asking, why is our plan going to fail? If it's not getting electricity to protect and to make sure that the frozen foods are in good condition, eventually his plan of selling frozen food can just be what? Can just go down the drain like that. Everything can flop. Do we get that? Nigerians, we are most educated. We call ourselves entrepreneur. In fact, we are spiritually driven. And then we can say that we are rich in culture as Africa in our continent. But at the same time, what are the factors that make our planning to be very rare? Number one is our environment. The environment makes your planning to be very rare. Why do we say that? We look at our culture these days. Somebody will say that by the time you get to so age, you must be in your husband's house. What do you think that the girl is even planning for herself? Why planning is very rare? Are you the one planning your life? And somebody was saying that you have maritable stage. What are you doing? Especially all our big auntie, all those big uncle that you would think that they don't carry your matter on their. They will even go to the extent of, when are you bringing him, when are you bringing her, and you'll be wondering. Because you already have your own plan. And if care is not taken, because I said our environment, culture, our history, your parents will even be going on mountain, praying on your behalf. And they will be calling you, what is wrong with you? Oh, there's no problem. Is anybody calling you? Do you have sweethearts? Do you have... And then you'll be wondering, why do you carry my matter on your head like this? Planning. And the only thing they are after is to plan your wedding. You just that one day to buy ashrebi and then try to eat and spray you money. Every other thing, they are not after it. They don't even want to know how the couple are going to. As in, are you even ready to enter into marriage? They are not even care. The moment what they are looking at, you have of a marriageable stage. By the way, somebody make a prank about it, and she said, when my phone, and they say, hello, báwo ni o, I won't call. Meaning, hello, how are you? How is your spouse? That they don't even bother to ask her, have you eaten? Are you fine? Are you okay? Don't you need anything? That the next question they will ask her is, how is your sweetheart? Has she ever shown them anything that anybody that this is the person I want to marry? That is planning. You are having your own planning. They are having another plan for you. And if care is not taken, I've seen somebody, a new wedded couple, they just and both husband and wife, they agree within themselves that in the next 2 years they're not going to have a baby. They said they want to enjoy themselves, both of them. And the mother-in-law kept on disturbing the wife. You are not yet pregnant. You are not yet pregnant. You are not yet pregnant. And the same thing with father-in-law, calling the husband, we hope you are fine. We hope there's nothing wrong with you. Tell us if there's anything so that we will know what to do. And deep down within the couple, they are the ones that have the agreement that in the next 2 years of our marriage, we don't want to produce any baby. We want to enjoy ourselves. That is their own plan. And then it got to a stage, people started saying this is the first year of their marriage. They are not pregnant. We didn't see any child. Second year. And then if care is not taken in this part of our world, in Africa, they will start looking at the wife. Maybe she is what? She's not fertile. Or maybe she has problem. That is planning. Their own plan is that for the next 2 years, we are just going to just be like newly wedded couple. We want to enjoy ourselves. Another thing that I said about the history is that what are the things that we put in place that make planning to be very rare for us in the Nigerian society? I'm going to give you a scenario. During my service year, I already got married before going for service. I was posted to Abia State. I did my orientation in Insualangua. Yes. So I deployed back to Lagos. So on getting back to Lagos, you know, when you get to camp during orientation, you get the first allowance. Okay? You first of all be given bicycle allowance, okay? So that was the only allowance given to all of us that did the deployment from Abia, some people from Sokoto, some back to Lagos. Yeah? So all of us that we did deployment back to Lagos, we did not get our allowance for 11 months. Yeah, we are not giving allowance for 11 months. When it is end of the second month, they said they are still doing processing of our finance and this thing. They open your go and open account in this. They gave us different bank. So the third month, we are actually waiting for allowance. We didn't see any money. Fourth month, waiting for allowance, we didn't see any money. Fifth till when we finish NYSC. And how much was the money then? 8,500. So everybody that did redeployment from other states back to Lagos, we are not giving allowance. We did. But when they paid it, they pay 10 months. They now said, if you know your allowance is not complete, write letter to Lagos State, and you complain how many months. For you, I'm telling you what we call planning. Now, somebody have planned on that 8,500 naira every month. This was, I'm talking about 2005, 2006. Somebody has actually planned on that money. But this is the money that is not coming forth. So, in fact, when we finished NYSC, it was like 2 months later, going to the third month after NYSC, that we just hear the 85,000 naira drop in everybody's account. And it was later, I don't know whether the story is true or not, that they said our money is intact, that somebody frees the money into their account. And I was not saying, but we are making complaints to ZI, making complaints to Lagos, making complaints to NYSC. Even when we went for this thing, before giving us certificate in Iyanokpada, they didn't say anything. They said, don't worry, you will see your money. Don't worry, you will see your money. You know, when they eventually pay 10 months, and I saw some people picking foolscap sheets to write for the remaining 1 month, I said that I'm not going to do this. And thank God I didn't do that, because nobody paid the last month. They were not given. So who are we going to query for the last month? Because they're supposed to pay 11 months, they pay 10 months. And somebody already have a plan over a monthly allowance. So what are you saying about our system? So Nigerian system will not allow you to plan. Cultural system will not allow you to plan. Your own history, maybe from your lineage, will not allow you to plan. Going to cultural system, you know, before, if you happen to be the first child of the family, you don't really have a solid plan for yourself. Because according to some people, they call you assistant parent. So you'll be the one to make sure that your younger siblings, they are in good condition. You've heard of cases of our grandparents, our forefathers, that they said that, oh, they needed to make sure that they abandoned their own career because they wanted to train their siblings, their younger ones. So eventually, you have your own plan. Each one that you actually wanted to carry out for your own life. But because of cultural system, you're unable to carry out your own plan. So is it a crime that you're the first child? And everybody will be relying on you. My brother, my sister. In fact, they will even give you a name. If you are a girl, they will say big mom, big mommy. And your parents will be telling you to make sure that you take care of your what? Your younger ones. So that is why some of your plan, you will not be able to actualize them. Another one, why planning is rare in Nigerian society. Another one is our infrastructure. Yes. For instance, we have epileptic power supply. So if you want to do anything, you need to consider electricity first before you could be able to put those things in place. If you don't have a backup now, if you're a mother in the house, there is a limit to what you can store in your freezer or your refrigerator, because you'll be consuming the electricity. Your financial system, if it is not working, you will not plan properly. Your plan will flop. If you have one thing or the other that you say you want to do, probably you might not be able to achieve it. Just like the story of my NYSC that I just told you. If I have a plan of saving something from the age 5 and doing something with it, do you think I will be able to do it? Because the money is not forthcoming at the right time. The financial system. You remember the time of Naira scarcity? That you have your money in your account, you are unable to get money. So many people wanted to use money then, and then they say that you can't make transfer. There's a limit to the cash that you can hold. Or in the name of you want to practice cashless policy, and everybody started coercing the name of the CBN governor then. It got to a stage I don't even know the proper pronunciation of the name again. And then you are using money to collect money. What do you want to plan for? You wanted to collect 100,000 naira. They said no, you can only get 20,000 naira. What plan do you have on 20,000 naira? What ratio is that? You needed 100,000 naira, and they said no, we can only give you 20,000 naira. What plan do you want to have on 20,000 naira? I remember then, when we want to buy food stuff in the house, the mama, all those mama will say, you go and bring cash. I say, if I have the cash, mama, I will not give you. Because I'm looking for it as well. We wanted to collect 10,000 naira. They will say that you are going to use how much to collect 10,000 naira? 3,000 naira. So what is the remaining 7,000 naira? Is this a part of your plan? Go to the hospital, you want to buy some drug, let me make transfer. They said no. Even the transfer, they will still be waiting for you. Let's make sure that we can get your money. So there's no proper planning. Another thing we look at is the transportation, the logistic aspect of it. Those are the reasons why planning is very, very rare in Nigerian society. Because you'll be looking at it that you want to move from one location to another. Many a times you get to the bus stop and the buses were not forthcoming. You'll be looking for how many minutes, how many hours are you going to wait? You get to the train station. In fact, now you get to the airport now, you say that your flight is at 8 p.m. and then you hear somebody will say, hello, ladies and gentlemen, the flight will not be moving until 10 p.m. Anytime you are traveling, you are hearing attention, and I said, this attention must probably be something good news. But when you say, attention, attention, the flight, the LFE, ADC, they're supposed to move now. They flop your plan. And then you wait for maybe in the next 3 hours, your flight is not moving. You can't go back home. Because you've already carried your luggages as you are traveling. You can't go back home. Abuja of an hour, how many minutes? If your flight is not moving at the exact time, you don't be surprised, you will stay at the airport. 2 hours, you are still there. And then they will just say, we're sorry, attention, and then the attention will be after 3 hours. So tell me the proper planning you want to have. You want to say, let me breeze in, let me quickly do what I want to do at the minute, so then come back to Lagos that same day. And then you go to the airport in the morning, you are unable to kick off. You don't have a proper planning. You already have a proper planning for yourself. But when you get to the transportation system, your plan actually what? Change. So you need to start doing some readjustment. Okay? Okay, by the time we get to, I'm supposed to be in Abuja by 9:30, but as it is now, maybe it's around 12. So this is what. You have to start making some adjustments. And then another thing is our cultural belief. You know our popular saying of African time. The plan of getting, the meeting is stated for 9 a.m. and then somebody is already there 8:45. And whereas some people are just coming 9:30 saying that I doubt it if they will start at 9. Somebody already planned to say once they start the meeting by 9, latest by 10:30, we should be done. Then I need to do this. But because you are waiting for others, the meeting stated for 9. In fact, you started around 9:45. So when are you going to be through with that? So when you are living by your own time of 10:30, you know you already have your own plan of saying latest by 10:30 we should start by 9, by 10:30 we should be done. So when we are living by 10:30, that is when they just started saying the crucial thing. And you don't have any choice than to stay. Stay. They need to delay you. Another thing why planning is very, very rare is this our God will provide or God will do it mentality. You know we have it very well. Like that case of a friend that I told us. Your wife is pregnant for 9 months. You didn't have anything in place till the day of delivery. What are you doing? You are saying on the day of delivery, God will do it. That is what you're saying. No proper planning. You did not put anything in place. You did not set any money aside. That, oh, when we get to the hospital, when they ask for this, ask for that, at least I should be able to make some deposits. Now, on the day of delivery, that's when you started making calls to friends, family, and said, my wife is about to put to bed. Doctor said, you don't have proper planning. What you have is, God will do it mentality. God will provide. Because if you have a planning, you should have set something aside. Like some people will say, should in case of incasity. If there is need for it, you will use it. And if there's no need, fine. Another thing why our planning is very, very rare in Nigerian society is extended family. Most times they disturb individual planning. Do you agree with that? Most times, because of our cultural, the way we've enclosed ourselves in our African culture, some people believe that my niece, my cousins, my this, my that, they must stay with us. And if your parents, if they don't do it, it will be as if they don't love the family. Because your father is running away from you so that they will not give him one name. So he will try to absorb things that he was unable to. So everybody's plan will be disturbed as a result of your niece that came to stay with you, your cousins, just name them. And another thing that actually stop Nigerian from planning is this our manage it mentality. Yeah. You want to cook a pot of soup. And then basically you know that this is what this will cost you. And then you're not searching around the house. Okay, let me see, we still have 1 cube of Maggi, and we still have, okay, this palm oil should still be enough. Okay, I'll manage this pepper, I'll manage. You don't have a proper planning because you want to manage every stuff. So our education, our economy, we need to have proper planning for everything. When you're looking at yourself and you're like, this is the goal that I'm setting for myself, do you plan towards that goal? Because that should be the utmost priority. So that the setting clear goal you will be able to achieve it. When you're looking ahead of you, the future, let your efforts, everything that you put in place, let it be something that's worth it. As in a thing that you want to do, let it be properly put in place. If you're going to do it very well. If you're not going to do it, drop it. Have a proper planning for it. Have a proper planning for it. The future worth the effort. Yeah. If you are planning that, okay, from January to December, I want to save 5 million. Have a proper planning towards that. What are the things that you want to do? The way you are going to discipline yourself. That, okay, this 5 million must be achievable. I must achieve it. So you are looking towards getting the 5 m, then you are planning towards getting it. At the same time, not that you will just be saying, okay, by December, I would like to at least have 5 million in my savings. Do you plan towards it? Is that something that you just be saying that, okay, by December I'm planning to have 5 m in my account? What are the planning? What are the things that you are putting in place? What are the objectives that you are setting towards that? Do you have resources to make sure that you gather the 5 m? Are you sure you really, that's your determination? You've already given yourself a time. You said by December. God's willingly. All things be equal. All things be equal. You already have a time. There's a time frame allocated to that particular thing. So you now need to put proper planning in place. Because if care is not taken, you said it, you set the goal of getting 5 m by December. But because you didn't have a proper planning of how to achieve it, then you might not get it. You might not get it. You are trying to say, okay, in the next 3 years, I must finish my postgraduate. Do you have any planning? Do you have anything in place? Did you put any planning in place? Know that by the end of the 3rd year, you're not saying, and I already said that by this year, I'm supposed to have my MLC. You just said it. You didn't plan towards it. Easier said than done. Yes. And the next, so, I want to do this. Then put everything in place. Start planning towards it. A pregnant woman, it is not on the day of the delivery that they will say, okay, where is this? Where is this? Where is methylated spirit? Where is Kotewu? Where is baby oil? I'm not saying, I'm here to buy this. You've been pregnant for how many months? You didn't plan to get a baby comb, a baby coat, a baby clothes, a baby. Why do you want to get it? It shows there's no adequate planning in what? In place. Even though you agree that everything is in process, there should be a process towards achieving that. But then at least you still need to plan towards that. We say planning is a process of thinking ahead. You are not there, but you are striving so hard. You are planning, you are working so hard to what? To be there. You're not there yet. When you have put all this why in place, your environment that we said it actually affects our culture and the history, our infrastructure, our transportation system, the logistic, the God we provide or God we do it mentality, extended family that they stop our individual plan, the manage it mentality that we have. All this, why? If we are able to put them in place, then I can assure you that we will have a proper planning system in Nigeria. It is not when you are about to carry out that project that you will know that you need money. No. It's just like you want to build a house. You want to sit there and look at the cost. What are the things that is going to cost you? What are the things that you are going to need? How are you going to carry it out? It's not like you just say, I want to build a house. No. You want to start a business, you need proper planning. Which location? What exactly do I want to involve myself? What exactly do I want to start doing? How do I want to carry it out? Do I need helping hands? What of funding? Not that you go say, I want to have XYZ a company. I want to be doing this there. You're just saying it, you're not working, you're not planning towards it. That's not so good. So in Nigeria, as a citizen of this great nation, everybody should have a proper planning for his or herself. As early as once the child is done with the primary stage of life, before moving to secondary school, there should be something adequate planning in place. What do you want to achieve? Planning. If you have some of our learners that are in senior secondary school now, that what do you want to become? Which higher institution do you want to go to? Some of them they don't even know yet because there's no planning. I'll be rounding up and I'll be leaving us with this. That the future actually worth all our efforts if we actually put them in place. Every required things that you need for the roadmap, you need to put them in place. Setting your objective, assessing your resources, determine your action, allocation of time, then recognizing obstacles. The last one I said is you just need to monitor your progress. Am I moving forward? Am I getting it? Am I still on the track? Am I still following my goal? These are the proper things that we need to put check and balance on. We need to check it and we need to make sure that everything is in place. Starting from our day-to-day activities. Let's remember to put planning to it. Getting up from bed, you say your morning prayer, okay? What do I have to do today? Okay, after this, I think I have this unfinished assignment. I think I need to do this. Okay, getting back. Okay, I think I need to get to husband. After leaving husband, am I staying over? Am I leaving that day? Okay, I think I need to get to Lekki. I'm coming back out, then I'm going to mainland. Those are planning. You already plan your day. I'm very sure from now, every one of us will have it at the back of our mind that planning should not be something that is very, very, very rare for us as a Nigerian. On this note, I would like to hand over the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, ma. From today onward, we learn to plan. We are going to learn how to structure our decision at the right time. Good morning, everybody. As you all know, my name is Oshoja Mojimet Omowumi, and today I would like to talk about OSA. How many of us know anything about OSA? Or maybe we've heard about it before. OSA, yes. How many of us know about it? Okay. So what can you say about it? Do you have any experience, or you have maybe somebody that it has happened to, or okay? Although that it is not always correct. Not everybody that don't eat usually have ulcer. Although mostly, but not all. There are some people that they can actually eat. If this room is filled up with food, they can eat it. And at the end of the day, they will still have ulcer. So it does not mean you eating or you not eating. Ulcer is it has a medical terms that we all know as peptic ulcer disease. Ulcer is in our stomach. It actually produces an acid that helps us to digest food, and this our stomach is protected by a strong lining. And you see this lining, once it is damaged, maybe you taking acidic food. That is why it is very important for us to know that taking too much of acidic food is not good. Carbonated drink, it is not okay for our body. Most especially, you will see somebody that has not eaten since morning, and at the end of the day, when he or she decides to take something, you see her taking orange, you see him taking soda drink, you will see him taking apple, and these foods contain very high content of acid, which can actually trigger the lining in our stomach, which can cause ulcer. So it is very, very important for us to know that you not eating, and at the end of the day, you actually decide that okay, I'm ready to take something. You don't have to take something that is acidic. Instead of you taking something that is acidic, you can take water. Instead of you taking apple, instead of you taking this soda drink, you can actually take watermelon. This watermelon is actually still better, it is still okay than you taking soda drink, or than you taking apple, or than you taking orange. These fruits actually contain high concentration of acid. So we actually have two main type of acid. We have the gastric acid and we have the duodenal acid. You see, this gastric acid is happen inside our stomach lining, which is caused by H. pylori. Why the other one, which is the duodenal acid, occur in the small intestine. Okay, what is the main causes of ulcer? I actually said it earlier, like if somebody that has not eaten since morning and you decide that you want to take something, plus the fact that it is not even okay for us. That is why they used to tell us that it is very important for us to make sure that we actually take our breakfast. It is very important, no matter what. If it is just you taking 2 slices of bread and tea, it might not be much, but at least take something inside of you. You don't have to eat a whole lot, but that little that you take, it actually means something. Some people will go to work early in the morning and they will not eat anything, and by the time that they will say, okay, I've decided, let me take something, you see them taking food that is very peppery. No, these things used to trigger our lining, lining in our stomach. It used to affect, and that is the reason why you be like some people, they are eating and they are having ulcer. It's not as if you are not eating. Fine, you are eating, but what you are eating, you are not eating it at the right time. What you are eating, it is affecting you. You are taking fruits, fine, it is okay, you can take fruits, but it is not a food that is going to affect you. Somebody that, okay, you actually went to the hospital and the doctor actually told you that, okay, you have ulcer, and you decide that your favorite food is apple, or your favorite food is orange. No, and it is not as if the fact, because most time the doctor will always advise you that this is what you should take, this is what you should not take. But no, because I don't understand, I don't know why we don't just listen. We choose that what they ask us not to take, that is what we are going to take. So, and again, painkillers, There are some painkillers that, you know, this concentration in these are painkillers also, it matters a lot. And that is the reason why most of the time, before a doctor can actually administer a drug for you, they will actually go through a lot of processes. You might be having the same symptoms as another patient, and they will end up giving you different drug, because the way your body works, it is not the same way the other person's body will work. It is different. There are some painkillers that we don't just take drugs. We should just be cautious of ourselves. We don't just have to take drugs, because this thing just affect. Because you have paracetamol, because you have headache, you now decide that, okay, let me just take paracetamol. You might actually have headache, and you having headache does not mean, maybe it might be because of stress. It might be because of something you've taken that actually triggers that headache. But instead, you decide that, let me take paracetamol, and which is, it might actually affect you. But because of that ignorance, but because you choose to ignore. Bacterial infection also is one of the causes, which is caused by Helicobacter pylori. Yes, it is one of the bacteria that actually causes ulcer in the stomach lining. We have to be watchful of what you take. Most especially, there are some antibiotics that, as an ulcer patient, even somebody that is not an ulcer patient, you should not take. I used to say that mostly there are some antibiotics that we should not take because our body is resistant to it. That is why it's very okay for us to just visit the doctor before taking any drug. But because this thing used to affect us negatively, so there are some antibiotics that you should not take that are harmful to your body. Fine, it has what it wants to do, it has its function, but regardless, you as an ulcer patient, you should not take it. Even if you are not an ulcer patient, don't just take antibiotics just because you want to take it. Or an unhealthy lifestyle. Unhealthy lifestyle in the sense that you are smoking, somebody that smokes, or somebody that takes alcohol. Because smoking reduces blood flow to the stomach lining. And when there is no blood flow in the stomach lining, once the lining of the stomach is damaged, definitely this is going to produce, the acid is going to start burning. And once the acid starts burning, it causes an open sore in our stomach, which will cause ulcer. Or somebody that is taking alcohol. And as we all know, alcohol is very, very harsh. So just imagine somebody that has not eaten since morning, and you decide to take something. You decide that, okay, it is alcohol that I want to take. You don't want to eat. You don't want to eat healthy. So it's also one of the causes of ulcer. Also, somebody that does not eat regularly. Maybe you decide that, okay, I want to go on a weight loss journey. And you decide, okay, it is just fruit I want to take today. I'm not going to eat anything. And at the end of the day, the fruit you want to eat, I said it earlier, it is orange. Or the fruit I want to eat, it is apple. Or the food I want to eat is beans. These things can actually trigger our stomach lining, which can cause ulcer. You see some people going hours without taking anything. You ask them that, are you not feeling hungry? They will tell you that I'm fine, I'm okay. You are not fine, you are not okay. Because it's affecting you directly or indirectly. You might not know. And this also of a thing, it actually used to lead some people to hospital bed, whereby they will not even be able to move, they will not be able to do anything. There is chronic ulcer, whereby the person will not be able to do anything. The person will just stay on bed. It is not as if you don't know. You know that you have this thing. So why can't you just prevent it? Why can't you just follow the normal protocol? Why can't you just do what the doctor asks you to do? Why can't you just eat healthy? So what are the symptoms of ulcer patients? People with ulcer patients, mostly they will feel that burning sensation in their stomach. most especially in their the upper place of your stomach like this, you feel that sharp pain, you to be burning or indigestion. You've eaten, you know you've eaten. It might be like hours, you still be feeling that indigestion. You be like, my stomach is still not, it's still the same. It's not, it has not produced, has not released any gas. Or somebody that actually has taken little or no food, feeling filled, like I'm okay, I don't feel like eating anything. These are symptoms of ulcer. Or loss of appetite. They'll be like, I don't feel like taking anything, I'm okay. These are symptoms of appetite. You see some people in the middle of the night like this, they will tell you that I'm very, very hungry. It is not as if they did not eat last night, they actually ate their dinner. But at the middle of the night, they will just be feeling this pain, like, no, I'm not comfortable, I just want to take something and all. So these are the symptoms of ulcer. And in most cases, weight loss, because you are not eating. When there is loss of appetite, you are not eating, or the food you are eating it is of less or no food at all. So definitely lost weight. These are symptoms of ulcer. So how do we treat ulcer? We have H2 blockers. These are medicine that are used to reduce acid in the body. They are medicine that we use that for those that have ulcer. They are medicine that they use to reduce acid in the stomach lining. Also, we have antibiotics caused by bacteria, that is, I said it earlier, H. pylori. So what are the diagnoses of ulcer? We have different type of diagnosis. We have the blood diagnosis, blood test. That is a case whereby you visit a doctor or you visit your hospital and they collected your blood sample, went to the lab and they actually did some tests on it, which is used to detect antibodies in H. pylori. Also, we have the breath test. This is used also to detect H. pylori for ulcer also. We also have stool test. That is a process whereby your stool sample is being collected to know if there is presence of H. pylori in it. It will be checked under the microscope. Also, we have endoscopic, that is gastroscopic test. This is it is done whereby a camera is inserted through the throat to check the duodenum. So these are the diagnoses of ulcer. I said we have the stool test, we have the blood test, we have the gastroscopic test. So it is very, very important for us to know these things. Tell your friend you don't like eating. If it is little, eat little but make it healthy. If it's early in the, make sure you eat early in the morning. It is very important regardless of anything. If it is bread and tea, take something. If it is bread and egg, take something. Take something in the morning. Don't be ignorant. Don't tell me, no, I'm full, I don't feel like eating, I'm okay. Or you decide that no, as an ulcer patient, I don't like taking fruits. It is soda drink that I love to take. These things are not healthy. How can we prevent it? How can we prevent this ulcer? I said it that eat regularly. Make sure you eat. Even if you don't feel like eating, force yourself and eat something. Force yourself and eat something. Okay, you don't want to take food. Eat fruit. But don't take apple. Don't take orange. Eat fruits that are okay, that there is absence of acid in it. Take your breakfast because it is very important. Avoid smoking. avoid drinking, avoid taking alcohol. These things does not help, most especially alcohol and smoking. It does not help. It affects in different areas of our health. Avoid overuse of painkiller. Some people, your doctor will actually tell you that, okay, you are having headache in the morning, okay, you are having headache, you are having constant headache, okay, take one of these medication once in a day. But because you are having this constant headache, instead of you to go back to your doctor and tell your doctor that, sir, I'm not relieved, you feel, let me take 2 in the morning, 2 at night, whereas your doctor has you to take just 1 in a day. But if you know, let me take 2 in the morning, 2 at night, it's going to relieve me of the pain. It is not done like that. Follow your doctor's prescription regardless. And if there is any complaint, go back to your doctor. Let them know how you feel. They are the best person to tell you what to do at the right time, what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. You don't just impose. You don't just say, let me just do it like this. You don't do that, because it is very, very harmful to yourself, to your health. Also, manage stress properly. Yes. Manage stress properly. Program yourself. Our last speaker actually told us that we should program ourselves. Plan yourself ahead. You don't have to be overwhelmed with work. No, you don't do that. Program yourself with work. Okay, 9 to 10, I'll get to my working place by 10. I'll eat my breakfast. Eat your breakfast before leaving the house in the morning. Okay, when I get to work, I'll do some certain things. Eat my lunch, work, go back home, go to the kitchen. You just plan yourself to reduce stress. Rest, it is important. Rest, it does a lot of things to ourselves. It even releases our hormones. You don't have to overwork yourself with work. No, you don't do that. Take your time. Be strategic. Okay, once it's 2 to 4, I want to just take a nap. I want to meditate. And once I woke up, I'll do something else. Do that. Don't stress yourself. Don't be overwhelming with work. The most important, I used to tell us that regardless of anything, let's take enough water. Water plays a very important role in our body system. Let's take enough water. Enough water. Even when you don't feel like taking water, take water, because it is good for us. Even when you are having headache, you are having any symptoms, take water. At least it will still relieve you. Eat balanced diet. You don't have to take carbohydrates all the time. You don't have to eat carbohydrates all the time. You take rice in the morning, you decide that, okay, in the afternoon you are taking beans, and at night you are taking eba. No, now, as how? And the eba you are taking, it is not as maybe you are taking it like 6 in the evening. You are taking eba at 9 in the evening. And after eating, most of us, we have that bad habit. After eating like this, we went straight to bed. You will not even allow your food to digest. That is why it is very important for us to take light food. You want to take your dinner, take light food, because you are going to bed. You don't have to take heavy food. Okay, in the morning you want to eat, you can take rice and vegetable and egg. Okay, in the afternoon you want to take something. Okay, you can take just semo and ogbono. And at night you want to take something, you can just take cereal. You don't have to take heavy food. No. You taking heavy food, and at the end of the day, you will not even rest yourself before you go to bed. These things are very dangerous to our health. It is very, very important for us to know. Some people, they will decide that, no, I'm a lover of garri. They will take garri in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. No. These things are not okay for our health. It is not okay. You just have to be cautious of all these things. Some people will decide I'm not eating today, and they'll be like, okay, let me just take alcohol. It's not okay. It's going to affect the stomach lining, which will cause acid to start burning, and at the end of the day, ulcer. Please, I want us to make sure, I want us to take care of ourselves. I want us to make our health a priority. I want us to make our health a priority. Let's take good care of ourselves. So, how can we prevent ulcer? I said it not quite long.
You prevent also by eating on time.
Okay.
Plan your work.
Okay. Okay.
So you can
All right.
and don't take acidic substance.
Thank you very much. Oranges, apple, carbonated drink. Thank you very much. Opeyemi, how can we prevent ulcer? I said it not quite long. You should avoid carbonated drinks. Yeah, exactly. Okay. I said we should eat healthy. Make sure we eat healthy. It is very important. So I would like to conclude by ulcer is a painful but manageable condition. Yes, you can manage ulcer. And I used to say something like, I used to say, if you have any issue with your health, if you decide that there is something wrong with me, let us make sure to visit the doctor. Don't ignore your health. Don't ignore any sign. That is why I'm telling us that ulcer, it is manageable. It is curable. That is if you decide that, okay, I will not be ignorant. But it can be very painful. Yes, it can be very, very painful. That is why I said earlier that some people will actually have this ulcer. Once it becomes chronic, they will not even be able to move from bed. They will stay on bed till it subsides. How do you talk about? Subsidize. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's not something to ignore or treat with self-medication. Yes, don't say because your friend has actually treated it before. Okay, your friend told you that I have ulcer, I'm taking this particular drug. I said it earlier, like, you sharing drug with your friend, it is not advisable. Because what your friend is using might not be okay for you. Fine, you might have the same symptoms, but at the end of the day, you might be having different condition. She might be having chronic ulcer and your own is just peptic ulcer. You know there is difference because hers is chronic, but yours is not. So it is not advisable for you to share drugs with your friend. Instead of go and visit your doctor will prescribe the drugs that will be okay for you, that is going to cure you. Early detection, proper medical care and healthy lifestyle can prevent it from becoming severe. Yes. If you decide that, okay, I've seen this sign, I'm having this burning sensation in me, I've not eaten but I feel like I've taken something. Okay, I've taken something but I'm not feeling comfortable, I'm having this discomfort in me. Go and visit your doctor. Go and visit your doctor. Don't do self-medication. It is very, very important. Like I always say, health is wealth, and let's make sure to take care of ourselves. And right now, I would like to pass on the mic to next speaker.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Oluwatoyin Odejide, and it's a privilege to be here again to speak after so many times, but of course not as much as our so-called powerhouses in the house. And today I've titled my speech, Waiting Without Promise, the Cost of Loving in Uncertainty. I'm sure the topic looks like, okay, does she want to preach? Just like somebody said, maybe she wants to preach. But I would like to, in this speech, I'm going to break it down to us. What it means by waiting without promise, and what it also means by loving in uncertainty. And just in one word, what does this topic mean? It means what we mostly call situationship. I'm sure some of us, one way or the other, must have been in a situationship. I I just hope that the global audience will be able to, maybe they are familiar with the word situationship. Situationship just means that you are in a relationship, quote and unquote, that is not a committed one. Somebody is not committed in the relationship, but you guys are enjoying the benefits that comes with relationship, the consistent calling, the romantic messages, the romantic gestures, those sweet things. You enjoy them in this so-called relationship, but you are not committed. Like, it is not defined. It is not defined. And I'd like to ask a question by saying that, have you ever been in a situation when you loved someone, you love this person, but you don't know where you stand in that relationship? Have you ever been in a situation where you love that person? You can tell, you know for sure that yes, this person, I love this person. Probably you guys are even close, but you cannot, you don't know where you stand, so to say, in that scenario. Has anyone ever been in that situation before? Yeah, thank you for the sincerity. Okay, you want me to ask again? Do you want me to ask again? Oh God, alright. I said, have you ever been in a situation when you loved someone, but you don't know where you stand? You love the person, but you don't know where you stand. Yes, you've been in that scenario. And that's why I'll be talking about when you love in uncertainty. You are not sure what that relationship is going to hold for you, but you choose to wait. You choose to wait. You don't know where you stand. You are in this relationship. Maybe I should not call it relationship. I should call it situationship, because really you are not committed. It's not like the one partner asks you, "Will you be my man? Will you be my girlfriend? Will you be my boyfriend?" Something like that. But you choose to wait. You are not single. You are not taken. You are not secured. You are just existing in between. There's a situation where even people, it will be hard for other people that are looking at you to tell that you guys are not really, like, you guys are not a thing. Like, you guys are not serious with what you're doing. Like, if you even say that we are not dating, they'll be like, I don't understand. You people are always see you together. You guys talk for hours. You talk for 3 hours, but it is not defined. So you are not single. You are neither here nor there. Like, you are just existing in between being taken and being single. And that's what I'll be talking about. Why you should not wait. When there is no promise, when there is no commitment, you should not wait in that type of situation. You are there hoping for clarity, but all you get is missed signals. You are waiting, okay, can it like one day will this relationship be defined? Are we going to tell ourselves, what we are really doing? So you are waiting to get clarity, but in the midst of you waiting, all you get is missed signals. Missed signals in the sense of, okay, does this person loves me? Why is it that this person is not asking me the proper question? Okay, am I overthinking it? Is it that he's just busy? There's just these mixed signals everywhere. Instead of you to, you're staying in that situationship, so to say, because I already defined situationship. It is a relationship that is not defined. I'm talking about the romantic relationship now between boyfriend, girlfriends, and the likes. So you stay in that so-called situationship because of memories, all the very beautiful times you've spent together, the amazing calls, the amazing words, the gift, just memories. That's why you choose to stay. And when every other person is asking you, why are you waiting, so to say. You're waiting for, okay, maybe one day, this person will come to their senses and maybe they will just wake up one day and just say, will you be my girlfriend? You're just waiting. And in the process of you waiting, people will ask you, why are you waiting? You will say, if you'll not be able to, give a tangible reason. And I feel one of the reasons why people wait in those type of scenarios is because of memories. They choose to stay because of memories. One other things that make people wait, because it won't make sense to any other person. Okay, you are single. You are saying you are single, but it's looking like you are not single, right? You are not taking. So you are just existing between being single and being taken. So why are you waiting? Like, why are you really waiting for this person? I feel people wait because they choose to stay because of potential. Because of potential, they are seeing in that person that, yes, this person has the potential to be my man. This person is what I'm looking for. This person is answers to prayer, so to say. Probably you're that type of person that likes, probably a short person, chubby and the likes, dark in complexion, fair in complexion, and you just see this person giving you attention. This person is calling you back to back. Oh, hi, I just said to check on you. Have you eaten this morning? Oh, hello, how are you doing? And the person is just coming like maybe 5 minute intervals, and you are enjoying it. You're choosing to stay. Okay, 1 month passed. You people say you're doing talking stage, right? 1 month passed. You're already starting to build affection for this person, but this person is not saying anything. You people are it's now beyond friendship. You're starting to get attacked, and then people will ask you, why do you still choose to stay? Like, this person is not really showing that they want to ask you, why are you looking like that? Oh my goodness. And you just to stay because you feel like this person is that potential partner, so to say, because you've imagined, we all have specs, you all have what we look out for in our partner. So when this person just shows up and is just there acting, in a very, very nice way, you just feel like, yes, this person is a potential partner. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for this person. And another reason is that you choose to stay because of what could be. You choose to stay because of what could be, and without realizing, you begin to wait. Even for you, you might not realize that you're actually waiting for that person to come ask you the proper question. You don't realize it. You're just hoping that one day, just maybe one day, I will wake up and see, message of, oh, can you be my, or the person will just, oh, can we go for a date, What do you say? You're just there hoping that one day, this person is going to ask you. And without realizing it, you're already waiting. Because 1 month of your time is gone, 3 months. And some people actually wait as long as years. They wait for years just because they keep hoping that maybe one day this person would define this relationship. And you choose to wait not because, so to say, this partner tells you to wait. Most times people wait in these situationships not because one of the partners say, oh, I'm not ready, can you please wait for me? It's not because they direct the questions to you that, can you wait? You are just waiting there and hoping that just one day, and you're waiting without promise. This person did not promise you that, oh, don't worry, just give me some time. I'm trying to figure out my life. I'm trying to put some things together. Don't worry, in a month, I'm going to officially ask you to be my partner. They did not tell you that. You are just waiting based on, I don't know, you are clouded with the old mushy, the emotion and everything. And honestly, when we speak about hope, yeah, I was talking about you hoping that probably one day it will become something meaningful. It will be a defined relationship. And the truth is, hope is not wrong. You hoping for something good is not wrong. It's actually a beautiful thing. But when it is misplaced, it becomes one of the painful things that can happen to someone. Because at the end of the day, you are attached emotionally to this person. You've already, sometimes you go as far as imagine what your children will look like. You know, you already know we're going to have two boys and one girl. Finished man and finished woman. Mind you, this person in question, you guys have not defined what you are doing. But because of the emotion, the emotion is growing day after day. Because honestly, there's a way that communication builds emotion. Oh, probably you just see the person for the first time. You guys just, okay, we just met. Of course, you like the appearance. But if this person keeps talking to you every day, before you know, you start building emotion. And in your head, you already say, oh, you're already imagining your wedding ceremony, just like our creative writer explained to us how story starts with our imagination. You're already imagining how you're going to be in that white long dress in a very flowing gown, how you guys are going to move to your apartment, where you guys are going to. And this person you're having all this imagination towards does not see you as somebody they want to settle down with. But you just choose to wait because you are hoping that one day, someday, it will be a defined relationship. And I'd like to cite an instance of a lady and a guy. So they met. Stop looking at me that way because it's looking like I'll say what is going on currently, right? Okay, so this guy and this lady, they met somewhere, and this girl looked at the guy and she's like, oh my god, this is literally my spec. Thank you, the man of my dreams. And somehow they got talking. Somehow along the line they got talking, and this guy will always send early morning messages. There's a way that we ladies, we like all these emotional stuff. You just wake up and you're checking your WhatsApp, and the first thing you're seeing is a very, very sweet and romantic message. I'm sure that your head will first, And this guy will always wake up to send this lady good morning messages. And I don't mean just anyhow good morning, like a very, very sweet one. This guy will call, oh, how far have you gotten to work now? Hope you're not stuck in traffic. All those kind and very sweet gestures. This guy keeps doing it for as long as, 1 month, 2 months, and they're still doing it. Of course, this girl is already building emotions like, okay, let me just, like, she's anticipating that very faithful day and that very beautiful day that this guy will just say, oh, I want to tell you something. And then she'll be like, okay, go ahead. So she was patiently waiting. Just so you know, after 6 months, nothing yet. And this guy keeps calling, keeps sending messages. So one day, this girl was actually tired. She was really, really tired. And then she asked the guy, okay, excuse me, we've been talking for 6 months. What are we doing? Like, where is this going to? And the guy was like, oh, don't worry. We're just, doing this to see where it ends. Let's just keep going with the flow and let's see where it ends. This girl said, okay, somebody that is in love is so hard to convince that person to back out of whatever it is, because she's already gone. When they say finished lady, she's finished. It's obvious that this guy does not want something defined, something tangible, something real with you. She stayed, and this girl waited for 3 years. Of course, not like another guy did not come to approach her, but because she's already in love and she's chasing somebody that does not even chase her. she stayed for 3 years until this guy now finally broke to her that, oh no, I don't want to be in a relationship with you. I'm so sorry. Of course, I love you. You know, when you hear, a sentence that begins with, I love you, but just know that breakfast is loading. And of course, you say that breakfast, they are not in a relationship. But there's a way that they are already in what I call situationship. She is already loving in uncertainty. This relationship was not certain, it wasn't defined, but she chose to stay because she hoped that one day this guy will say something. And then she already see that this is a potential partner. Of course, answers to prayer, my spec is already here. So she chose to wait. And the honest truth is that some people are not actually waiting for love. They are waiting for clarity. That's why they choose to stay. They are waiting that one day this will be a clarified world. We'll know where we are doing. And now, here's the question. How long do you wait for something that was never promised? I'm directing that question to Eunice. How long do you think you should wait for something that is never promised?
Well, a situationship.
Yes. Of course, situationship is not like future is promised, so to say. So how long? Okay.
Because I have experienced something like that recently.
Wow.
And based on my experience and the children that I have seen,
Okay.
it was very easy for me to know that something is wrong. This is a story with my head.
With your head, based on the experiences you've seen, right?
I brought up the issue, like, what are we doing?
Right.
Like, oh, no, the relationship stress.
Okay.
We are not going to have this conversation anymore. I'm not.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you see, let's note in that conversation, she said based on the experiences she has had, she was able to tell that this situationship is actually not going anywhere, and she blocked the guy. Now let's come back to the case of somebody that does not have the experience at all, or somebody that has probably never even been in a relationship. Assumption, of course, assumption. That's one of the major things. You're assuming that because this guy is overly nice, this guy is sending you very, very sweet messages, and you're just waiting there that this guy, this guy will come back to you and ask you out. Okay. Okay. I don't want to say that. I'm not going to accept that being a wicked person.
Women cannot take injection. Once there is disparity as to how a man feels when he
Feels.
women should then also know that the man can just be talking to you like that.
No, there should be boundaries. There should be boundaries. You don't just expect to build up people's emotions just to let them be. Like, there's no way. There should be boundaries. That's just it. Because there should be limit to how much you call. If you know that this person, you don't see future with the person, you're not ready to probably, being in a very, very defined relationship with them, there should be limit to how much you people talk. Because to be honest, communication builds emotion. If you really want to be true to ourselves, communication builds emotion. You can't expect that you call somebody in the morning, you call the person, probably it's even your call that woke them up. Oh, hi, how are you? I just said to check on you. You call again in the afternoon. I called to check. Oh, hope work is not stressing you out. Hope you're doing well. Then you called in the night. Now, night, as per both of you are not working in the night. You tend to speak for like 5 hours on WhatsApp. Are you telling me that if you consistently do this thing, your emotions will not build up? No. So that's why there should be boundaries, because you are saying that why is it that women do not? Of course, we ladies too, we should, what I'll call, shine your eyes. You already see that this person is not going to be serious with you. There's no point waiting. Just like my beautiful sister say, block. If you know that you cannot cope with probably seeing the person's number, just there, block the person and move on. And guys too, please do not lead people on. If you know you're not ready to be serious with them, don't lead them on. I'm not saying saying you should not be friends. I'm not saying you should not call. I'm not saying you should not do some things. I'm not even saying you should not probably give to your friends. But there should be boundaries. There should be limits. Because people take different things to mean different things, rather. They take things differently. That's what I want to say. People take things differently. The way you act to Lady A, if you act the same way to Lady B, one of them will catch feeling. The other one will just be like, okay, it's normal. So back to my topic, waiting without a promise, and I asked how long is considered too long, or how long should you wait for something that is not promised. The answer is don't even bother waiting. Don't wait, because in the process of you waiting, you put your life on hold, because there are other people that will be coming to you, probably people that are now even real with you, people that want to do something real with you, but because you are there waiting for that person, you tend to lose out on the real person in the process of waiting. And today I would like to break down my topic. We'll talk about what it means to love in uncertainty. Of course, I think I've already tried to break that down. And why people stay in unclear relationship. Why is it that people choose to stay when they know that this relationship is not defined, but then their stubborn head or probably their emotions will still make them stay, and at the end of the day they will not say that their heart's broken. But of course, I'm not trying to say that anybody that has gone through that is foolish. No, I'm not saying that. They will say that experience is the best teacher. Once you experience, I'm sure that the next time you're able to navigate. And I'll also be talking about the emotional cost of waiting. What will it cost you emotionally? Like, what will it cost you when you choose to wait for that person that is not even ready to be committed? And how do you find your strength to choose yourself again? So these are the things that I'll be talking about. And the first thing I'll be talking about is what is loving in uncertainty. And I also like to direct that question to us. What do you think it means to love in uncertainty? In uncertainty. What do you think it means? When they say that you're loving in uncertainty, what do you think it means? Delusional. Okay, what of you, Mr. Okwe? Yo, loving in uncertainty means that you're wasting your time. Wow, that is. Certainty, but honestly, there is actually love in uncertainty. There is. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's difficult. Yes. Mm-hmm. You're still uncertain. Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. All beautiful responses. Thank you so much. And what I think is, of course, they are all amazing response and they are true. It is when there is emotional connection, but no definition. You people connect. There's chemistry, there's biology going on, but there is this science, there is this connection somewhere that you self cannot explain. So now, what is now the love in uncertainty there? When you are emotionally connected, but there is no definition. You people are just there. Oh, you are just taking things slow. And I feel like some people tend to wait when somebody just tells them that, oh, let's see how this ends. That is not definition. Let's just see let's go with the flow. That is not definition. So when you're emotionally connected to somebody, but that's what you people are doing does not have definition, that is love in uncertainty. Now, what other thing can we call love in uncertainty? It is when there is effort but no consistency. Because of course, if you are not committed to something, there's a way that there won't be consistency in what you do. But you are always trying. Always trying. When there is effort but no consistency. It can also mean when there is presence but no commitment. This person is always there. See, there is a different feeling to when you are in a relationship that you know that yes, this relationship is defined. You already know that okay, this is what we are doing, this is where we are going to. You cannot compare it with somebody that you guys just talk every day. Of course, you guys connect emotionally, but there is no commitment. There will be difference. There will be difference. It will just be presence, no commitment. It is also a situation where you feel like you are in a relationship. Of course, there's a way situationship can also look like relationship, really, really. So it's a situation where you feel like you're in a relationship, but you cannot confidently say that you are in one. People see you guys together, people hear you pick calls, and people see you talk to this person for as long as 3 hours. They see you people gift each other, they see you people do all manner of things. And when they now ask you, are you guys in a relationship? Of course, if it is love in uncertainty, I'm sure you'll not be able to even say that yes, you're in a relationship. You won't be confident about it because it is not defined. It is not defined. Emotional intimacy without commitment is dangerous. And why do you think it's dangerous? The lady in black. Why did I forget her name? Angela. Yes. Why do you think emotional intimacy is dangerous without commitment? When there is no commitment, why do you think it's dangerous? Because emotional intimacy in itself is not considered dangerous. But once there is no commitment, it is dangerous. Why do you think so? Emotional intimacy is dangerous without commitment. Yes. Okay, why are you laughing? What do you say? Is it's like this Angela is has not experienced something like that. That's why she's saying you know. Honestly, it is easier said. You will not even know. That's the honest truth. You will not know that it is happening to you. It will take I don't even know what it will take now for you to now you just call yourself back, excuse you. What are you doing here, sis? See, that's the honest truth. You will not know. So that's why I said earlier that people that are going through these things, we cannot call them foolish. Really, they are not foolish. They are just convinced that probably one day this person will ask. Just probably one day. So they are really not foolish. But of course, I brought this topic so that we can learn and we can choose to see that loving in uncertainty is actually dangerous. And you waiting for a promise. Like there's no promise here, but you are just waiting and hoping that one day it will be defined. So I'm not speaking about this topic to shade people that are going through it. It's just for them to come back into reality, call back to themselves that really this is not what I'm meant to be doing. Hopefully it's going to help someone. So emotional intimacy without commitment is dangerous. That's the honest truth. Because you cannot tell me that somebody you've loved up on, like, is literally written all over you that you are basking in the love. Like you just see this person and you're already, your body is already going to another. So you cannot tell me that you loving up on this person and for months there's no clarity, there's no definition. Let's not say the person that walks up to you and now tells you that I found let's even say, do you know that I met a lady today and I just love the person. I think I'll be going into a relationship with the person. What do you think will happen to you? Like what do you think will happen? Everywhere will first blur, right? It's like oh no, now it has not got into that. Oh, you didn't hear what I said. I'm not saying that you've loved up on somebody and you are expecting that one day this person is going to walk up to you and ask you to be their partner. And let's say reverse is the case. The person now comes to you and I say, oh, I've seen somebody that I would love to spend the rest of my life with, what do you think will happen to you? But of course, a lot will go on. Even if you are trying to prove that strong person, like I mean, you know, hard girl, hard boy, you don't want to break down in front of the person. Trust me, once you leave that person's presence, you will break down because you will only not break down. Of course, there is different degree to you breaking down. But a lot of things will go wrong. That's just the honest truth. You'll be heartbroken because you're already expecting that one day this person will walk up to me and say, oh, you already even painted a very good and very nice relationship. You already painted how your children will look like. And they're now coming to meet you that, Alaye, there's nothing there. It's just friendship. Like, everywhere will be blood. That's just the honest truth. It will be blood. And that is why I said, you know, emotional intimacy without commitment is dangerous. Undefined relationships create false security. Undefined relationship creates false security because you feel like, okay, we guys are talking, we talk a lot, we are always there for each other. You are expecting this person to secure you in a type of way. But it is not defined. There is limit to what somebody that is not committed to you can do. And also going with the flow. This statement is really common for people who are not really ready to define the relationship. They will say, let's go with the flow, let's see how it ends. Enjoy it while it lasts. But seriously, and you know, going with the flow just means that it's only one person that will be benefiting from it. Of course, it might look like both of them, they are benefiting at the moments where they are doing the whole shenanigans, the lovey-dovey and the likes. But you people are not committed. Of course, one of you knows that I already know that this thing is not going to end well. So the person is not so invested in the so-called situation. But you on the other end that you are waiting, you are also going with the flow. At the end of the day, you see that it's just only one person that benefited from it. It's only one person that actually enjoyed it while it lasted, not both of you. And that's why we should avoid waiting without a promise. And that will bring me to my second point. You know, I already talked about what loving in uncertainty means. Now, it will move me to my next point that says, why do people wait without promise? Why do we think that people wait without promise? As I said earlier, some people don't stay in this uncertainty because they are foolish, but they stay because of some reasons. And I'll be running us through the reasons. As I said earlier, because there's a way that if you've not experienced that type of thing before, you think like, like, is this person that stupid and dumb that you don't know that this person is not ready to do life with you and you're waiting? So honestly, it might be that they've not experienced it before. It might be that anybody has not even mentioned that type of thing to their hearing before. And these are the reasons. I would like to mention the reasons why people actually stay in uncertainty. And the first one is hope. Hope. They believe that this person is going to change. They believe that this person is just taking their time. You know, they might not even ask the person. They just assume that this other partner needs, because of course in our culture we believe that it is the man that is going to do the asking out, the proposing and the likes. We see it as, I don't want to say a taboo, but for lack of better words, we see it as a taboo for a lady to walk up to a man to say, Alpha, I like you, can we be in a relationship? So in our culture, yeah, we believe that it is the man that asks the girl if they will be their partner. So in this case, the lady will just be there hoping that, oh, maybe this guy is trying to figure out his life, you know, he's trying to put one and two together, he's trying to, you know, make the best out of himself. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to be in a relationship. So the lady tends to wait and keep hoping that just one day they will be ready to be committed. And the second point, why do people stay in uncertainty? Fear of losing them. And who is the them that I'm talking about? Fear of losing the so-called partner. Fear of losing that person that you loved so much, because to them they feel like they are losing something special. There's a way that you be in a situationship, and even if people are telling you that block this guy does not want to do anything with you, like you feel like, okay, if I block this person now, like this that person already mean the world to you. Like there's a way that you're already in love, like emotions have blind you. You're already saying, ah, this person is so special to me. So they have that fear of losing the so-called partner, because they think that this person is special, or they think that if they lose this person they might not be able to get a better person. So fear of losing them. The third point is emotional investment. Emotional investments. Most people tend to stay in uncertainty because they feel like they've invested a lot emotionally. So they feel like, if I leave now, where will I start from? That's the word. They feel like if they leave that situationship, where will they start from? So they choose to stay because they've already given so much. They say, oh, after all I've done, what do you mean I should just leave like that? And in the first place, this relationship was not defined. So, excuse me, people tend to wait in uncertainty because they are just afraid, they are afraid that they've invested a lot, so they will be at the losing end, so they decide to stay. Another point is low self-worth. Low self-worth. There's a way that, so in this context I'm already saying that in Nigeria is a guy that will do the asking, asking if you be the partner. So in this case, the lady is already feeling like maybe that's the best I can get. Oh, there's this slang of there's no men out there, so stick to this one that you have. So there's a way but that is false, by the way. There are a lot of guys out there, very good ones at that. So just take your time and to carefully select where or everywhere now. In fact, in this all, they're very beautiful and amazing partners that you can be. Why did you say that? Oh my goodness. So as I was saying, low self-worth. There is this way that the lady just begins to feel like, oh, if this person did not end up asking me out, if I choose to leave, what if maybe they are taking their time. And in this case, what I mean by low self-worth is that they feel like that is the best they can get for themselves. They feel like there is no better person out there, so they choose to stay. And that's why I'll say ladies should build their confidence. You deserve more, you deserve better. Always tell yourself you deserve more, you deserve better. Sincerely, if this person leaves now, trust me, a better person will come. Don't think that the world lack better people. There are actually better and amazing people out there. So do not choose to stay in uncertainty, because it will do you more harm. It will do you more harm. Sometimes people don't wait for time, they wait for the right people. What do I mean by people wait for time? People don't wait for time, they wait for the right people. So now let's paint a scenario in the case of a lady and a man. Of course, they are not in a relationship. I'm talking about uncertainty. They are emotionally connected. They connect so much and they do a lot of things together. So in the case of this girl asking the man, okay, what are we doing? Are we ready? This guy keeps saying, give me time. Let's be patient. There's no need to rush. There's no need to rush. I'm talking about why people do not really wait. They are not waiting for time, they are waiting for the right people. So in this case, this girl on her own end is thinking that I just need to give this guy time. But in the old essence, this guy is just using her to while away time, so to say. The guy is using her to while away time because, of course, there are very, very sweet benefits. Because if you are waking up to call somebody every day, this person is calling you, the emotional interaction and all. So of course it's a sweet one. So this guy is using that to while away time. And at the end of the day, this guy will now walk up to the girl, oh, I'm sorry, they will not even come to you that, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be talking to you because I'm in a relationship now and my girl does not want me to, all those type of things. And it will just dawn on you that this person is actually using you to while away time till they get the right person. And that's why we should not choose to stay in uncertainty. The honest truth is that if somebody wants you, if someone sees the future with you, clarity won't be confusing. Like, it will not be confusing. I was listening to a man of God, preach. Like, I was just scrolling through TikTok and this person said something. The person said that the truth is that men are not so indecisive like that. Once they see a lady that they love, they know that this lady I'm going to end up with. Like, it doesn't take long for them to decide that this is the person that I want to go for. So if a man is now coming to meet you and they are trying to show that, oh, I love you, but give me time, I'm trying to figure out my life, trust me, you don't have to wait in that type of situationship. Or else, go move on with your life if they are ready, and if you are still available, they can always come back. But not you trying to wait for them to be that person that you want. So if somebody really wants you, if this person likes you, this person loves you, this person wants to do the future with you, this person wants to do forever with you, clarity would not be confusing. Clarity won't be confusing. Delay is not always preparation. This is one of the mistakes most people, or let me say most ladies make. Delay is not always a preparation. Sometimes it is rejection, like pure rejection. This person is not trying to say, you already know that this person is just delaying you, but for your own sake, you feel like this person is trying to, take time, to figure things out in your head. You are still hoping that one day. But really, this delay is just to tell you that this person has rejected you. This person is already clear that this person does not want anything more than this friendship or situationship, so to say. So it's left for you to be able to discern the moment, to know that yes, you need to be invested in something more real and something more defined. And that will take me to my next point. The cost of waiting in uncertainty. If you are waiting in uncertainty, what do you think will cost you? What do you think will happen when you wait in uncertainty? And the first one is time. Because really, in the process of you waiting, before you realize, time has gone. And the honest truth is that we cannot buy back time. You can't buy back time. So time is very important because there are years you can never get back. I'm sure that some of us, you look back and be like, oh, I wish I had done this thing this time. But really, you cannot go back to that day to fix it back. So do not wait in uncertainty because it will cost you your time. The other thing it will cost you is your emotional energy because you've invested your emotions into it. And this is you loving in uncertainty. So when you choose to wait in uncertainty, it will cost you your emotional energy. The motionless, the what do you call it? Is it dopamine now? You people call it everything. It will cost you. It will cost you your emotional energy. It will also cost you your self-worth. You begin to question yourself. Oh, is it that I'm not beautiful enough? Is it that I don't know how to walk very well? Is it that you begin to question yourself, and that will lead to low self-esteem. You start to question yourself, low self-worth. Because if this person is not coming to meet you and they are saying, let's define this relationship, you feel like, okay, is this guy likes me, this lady likes me, so what is it that I'm not doing right? Why is this that this person is holding back? And trust me, you are not the cause for them not loving you the way you want them to. So just let them be and move on to the person that loves you the way you want to be loved. So it will cost you your self-worth, and it will also cost you opportunities, because in this time of you waiting, you tend to ignore people who truly love you. That's the truth. You are there chasing the person that you love. People that love you are chasing you, but because you're already in that realm, you are that in that uncertainty realm, you tend to not see people that truly love you. So you ignore people, and by the time you now come to your senses, you now realize that this person that I'm chasing does not really love you. You will see that those people have now moved on with their life. Then you'll be stuck. So it will really cost you opportunities, it will cost you time, it will cost you emotional energy, it will cost you self-worth. The truth is that you cannot receive love properly if you are emotionally occupied. You are emotionally occupied in the sense that you are loving somebody that does not love you. That means you cannot receive love, because there is somebody out there that really wants to give you that love that you deserve. But because you are emotionally occupied, you will not be able to receive the love. You reject it. And the longer you wait, the longer you stay, the harder it becomes to live. So, if you are listening to me right now, I'm talking to Okpe, I'm talking to Alaja, I'm talking to Eunice, I'm talking to everyone and even my global audience. If you are currently in a situationship and you know that you can already see that this thing is not going to a very, it won't just be defined at the end of the day. The longer you stay, the longer you wait in that uncertainty, the harder it is for you to live. So, if it's still early, try as much as possible to pull yourself out of the uncertainty. Because if you say you wait till tomorrow, because day by day, your emotions will keep building up. And the higher the emotions, the harder it is for you to leave the uncertainty. So now, what are the signs? What are the things you see before you can say that this person is waiting without a promise? What are the signs to see that you are waiting without a promise? If you know that you are always confused, what are the signs you see? You are always confused. If you are always confused, just know that yes, this is waiting without a promise. Because you are confused, you are thinking, okay, today you are already feeling like, you will come and ask me. Tomorrow, you are feeling like, does this guy truly love me? You are always confused. That is a sign that you are waiting without a promise. You keep making excuses for them who send you message. Do not make excuses for them. If they really want you, they will come for you. So stop making excuses for them in the sense that, maybe he wants to his work, he's trying to be financially stable before he has me. He did not tell you that one. It's you that you are making excuses for him. Please do not. But if you find yourself in this situation that you're always making excuses for that person, that is a sign that you are waiting without a promise. You are afraid to ask direct questions. You are afraid to ask them, what are we doing? Where is this heading to? Do you see both of us together in the future? Like, are we really ready to be committed and do forever together? When you see that you are afraid to ask these questions, just know that you are loving in uncertainty and you're waiting without a promise. You feel anxious more than you are happy. The honest truth is that if you are in a relationship, a defined relationship, you'll be happy because love is sweet, love is beautiful. So you'll be happy. But in this situation, if you experience more anxiety than happiness, just know that you are already loving in uncertainty. Carry your slippers, carry your bag, and run. When you say that you are loyal, you're already becoming loyal to somebody that is not committed. That's also a sign. We already know what this means. You are loyal. You don't want to talk to another person. You guys are not committed. It's not like you people have a very defined relationship. But you tend to shun other people that are coming to you. You tend to not give other people that are coming to you attention. You're already staying loyal. You're already staying committed. Just know that you are loving in uncertainty and you're waiting without a promise. Now, how do you break free? I hope the next speaker is ready. How do you break free? Accept the reality. It's not everything that feels good to you that is meant for you. There are things that feels good, but really they are not meant for you. So accept the reality. That person you are currently in a situationship with is not meant for you. Carry your bag and run. Because of course, I already brought us through the journey of loving in uncertainty. We already know what it means. So I'm sure by now you already know what it means. So how do you break free from loving in uncertainty? Accept the reality. You don't need anybody to come and tell you that this person is not ready for you. You know. Only if you choose to be blinded by your emotion. So accept the reality. Another way to break free, ask for clarity. Walk up to that person. Ask them, what are we doing? Where is this going to? Not, and don't accept responses like, oh, let's go with the flow. Let's see how it ends. No. Ask for clarity and be ready for the answer. Trust me, the answer can hit you hard. It can be a very strong heartbreak answer. So be ready, be prepared that if it's the good side, it's fine. If it's also the bad side, I'm ready. So be ready for the response. Stop romanticizing potential. Okay? Stop romanticizing potential. Fall in love with reality, not possibilities. Don't fall in love with somebody that is, well, okay, with time. So you are falling in love with possibility, not reality. That's why I said there's limits to it. It's not the, I don't know, talking stage, right? To say, okay, let me ask you, how long should talking stage last? Thank you so much. So are you now saying that, because you said you should not just jump into relationship, so are you now considering you being in talking stage for 6 months still a sane thing to do? It depends. No. If you people cannot define what you people are doing, then just, you people should go your separate ways. Go your separate ways. Don't fall in love. Do not fall in love with potential. Don't just start romanticizing potential. Fall in love with reality. And my last point on how to break free will be choose yourself. If you have to choose yourself 1 million times, please go ahead. Choose yourself over anyone. Choose yourself over anyone. And I would like to conclude by saying, before I even conclude, I hope you've enjoyed the topic so far and you've been able to learn some things from what I said. No response from the audience. No response. I'm going to be asking every one of us what we've learned so far. So yes, I will start. Permission, ma. Please, ma, what is the one thing that stood out in everything that I've said? Yes, ma, I'm waiting for your response. In everything that I said, just one thing that stood out. Yes, thank you so much. I'll go to you, over to you, Angela. What is that one thing that stood out for you in this speech? Stop assuming. Thank you so much. Stop assuming. Ask questions and be ready for the answer. Mr. John, what have you learned? He said he has been sleeping. Oh my goodness. All right. Thank you for the honesty. Eunice, what is that one thing that stood out for you? What is that one thing? Communication. Thank you. Communicate. And that is where asking for clarity is also. Ask questions. What are we doing? Not like, oh, let's go with the flow. There's nothing like that, please. If you're a lady and probably somebody has told you that, let's go with the flow, take your phone right now, send message to the person that I am not ready, or thank you. I am not flowing. I am not flowing. And if you have to go to the extent of blocking the person, please go ahead. Alaja, what is that one thing that stood out for you? Commitment, yes. Do not love in uncertainty. Be committed to the relationship. And if you are not ready to be committed, do not lead your partner on. Thank you. Mr. Okayemi, what have you learned so far? that we are doing. Thank you. We should always define whatever it is we are doing. Thank you. Mr. Gabriel. Mr. Mr. Gabriel, please, what stood out for you in the speech? Situ- Situationship is good sometimes. Please expound. Okay. You feel like in a situationship, why? Relationship. Hmm. So don't you think heartbreak from relationship, then don't just bother going into it at all. Yes, please. Relationship. Oh God, no, I'm not. Clear, of course. That's where clarity comes in. That's where communication comes in. So, of course. Not like you are just assuming. Okay. Alright, please go ahead. Okay. Not like so. What Mr. Gabriel said, not don't just assume. That's where communication comes in. Communicate. Are you ready to be committed? And if you people are fine with it, of course, you people are adults. You have the right to make your decision. But I am just here because there are a lot of people that are suffering from heartbreak that comes with situationship because they assume that this person someday, one day, will define this relationship, and at the end of the day, they are heartbroken. So that's why I'm talking about this, of course. So thank you, Mr. Okpa. You wanted to say something. Genuinely, okay. Okay. Okay, so you are asking if a lady likes a man genuinely, can the lady walk up to the man to have? So for me, I don't know for another person because we all have the right to choose what we want to do. Like we are grown adults. But for me, I'm against it really. Walking up to a guy, I'm just against it really. I might not be able to go into the old details, but I am against it. But if you think it's something that has worked for you over the years, you're comfortable with it, please go ahead. I'm not going to tell you this is right, this is wrong. Because of course, if you are 18, you should already know. Even a 10-year-old child knows what is right from what is wrong. So yes. Yes, please go ahead. Okay, when you're ready together. First, no, transparency should be from both partners. Because if you are ready to be, who should initiate it? Transparency. Transparency. Why not? You people are already in a relationship, and I feel like for both of you to agree that you want to be committed, you know that you are prepared to be transparent in that relationship because of course you people don't want to keep secrets because it won't last. That's the honest truth. The relationship will not last. So it could be from the lady, it could be from the guy. So far as both of you are ready to be committed. So yes, I think I've done. Alright, thank you so much. And I would like to conclude by saying that love should not feel like confusion. Love should not feel like anxiety. Love should not feel like like you waiting endlessly. You deserve clarity. You deserve consciousness, consistency, and you deserve commitment. If someone truly wants you, you won't have to guess. You won't have to choose. You won't have to chase rather. You won't have to wait for. You have to wait without promises because honestly, if somebody wants you, there will just be a consistency and a clarity that comes with it. You won't have to guess. You won't have to chase, and you won't have to wait without promise. So stop waiting for someone that is unsure about you. I'll repeat that again. Stop waiting for someone that is unsure about you and start chasing someone who is certain. I remain Oluwatoyin Odejide, and now I'd like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oluwatoyin. You don't have to be in a situationship actually. Communicate and stop assuming. Although it's like we are not done with maybe the topic love this morning, because I'm also coming with another idea of love. Good morning to the world. Good morning, my wonderful audience and to School of Eloquence. My name remains Ame Angela, and this morning we'll be discussing okay, let me just say maybe like two topics or so, but together, love and integrity. Love, love and integrity. Love with integrity, the foundation of lasting relationship. That's the topic actually. We say love alone is powerful, but without integrity, it can become unstable. Love alone is powerful, but without integrity, it can become unstable and short-lived. Now, first of all, we'll look at integrity. They say integrity comes from the idea of wholeness and completeness. A person with integrity is whole and consistent. When we talk about integrity, we are talking about the genuineness of someone, the honesty, the trust that someone has in you, the consistency, like the unbreaking consistency. You're straightforward, you're being whole to the person in your ideas, your conversation. Now, we said in a simple terms, integrity means being honest and truthful, doing the right thing even under pressure, keeping your promises and commitments, standing by your value regardless of the consequences. I think I love this particular one, standing by your value regardless of the consequences. That is integrity. So even when integrity don't have to come when you're gaining, even when it is difficult, even when you're going through pain, even when you're tired, you just have to have that integrity, that honesty in you. Because without integrity, actually, I don't think love can work. That is my own perspective. Without integrity, love cannot work. Everything has to work together in agreement. So now, some of the key elements of integrity, one will be looking at honesty, telling the truth and avoiding deception. When we said honest, we mean like telling the truth. Say it out, even when it hurts. Just make sure you say it out. Most times it is very, very difficult to say the truth. They will say the truth and let the truth set you free. But most times the truth doesn't set people free anymore. And then they tend to like do away with the truth. Maybe they can go with the lies, the just what they will say to impress the other person. And that is why most people don't really genuinely value integrity anymore. But when it comes to love and integrity, you just have to value that honesty. Honesty is one of the key points. Honesty is one of the key points having integrity, because you just have to be truthful to yourself and to others. No cheating, no lie, no manipulation. A lot of people are so much good in manipulating people. When you have that integrity, there won't be any point for you to try to have manipulations and all of that. I'm sure we all know what manipulation is. Like you try to, you don't know. Please, okay, please, what is manipulation? Be manipulation. Eunice. Please, what is manipulation? Please.
Just being like exploitative.
Exploitative.
Take advantage of
taking advantage. I don't think I love that. That one is more explaining. Taking advantage of someone, being manipulative, trying to play with someone's brain. You know that okay, this particular thing you're doing is just all right. Please.
Manipulation is the act of purposely influencing or
Controlling a person. Okay.
an unfair advantage.
Okay. So now, like you're taking advantage of someone, trying to convince that person to follow your own way, where you know that definitely that thing is not going to actually favor that person, but just because of your own selfish interest, right? You try to like manipulate your ways into the person's life just to convince that person to agree with you, even when you know that this thing that this person is doing is not going to favor the person. So that is manipulation. So when you have that integrity, you won't even buy the idea of trying to manipulate someone. You won't buy the idea of cheating or telling lies against someone, or just for your own selfish interest. And then the second key point we'll be looking at is a consistency. Acting same in private and public. I would say consistency. Now you have to be consistent when you're loving. You don't. You said love is unconditional. So if you want to actually love the person, you have to be consistent. If you love this person, you have to be consistent. There is nothing like, okay, in public you are so person, and then in private you are another person. When you come to the public, you express to, like, when you meet your friend, like, this person, I don't like her, she's this, she's that, this person is this one, he's this one, is this one. And then when you go behind, you try to like sweet talk the person again, so that the person might actually believe you, not knowing that you are literally misleading the person's mindset. Do you get? So you have to be considered what you know you can do in public, what you know you can do in private. Be rest assured that definitely when it comes to public, you'll be very proud of it. That is why you have to be consistent. Consistent again in your place of work. We can use this as an example. In your place of work also, you don't go about like trying to hide for some certain thing, and then whenever you see your boss, you bring yourself out just to do what we call eye service, showing yourself, showing that you know too much or you know, and then behind that person you tend to become another total person, trying to like, okay, maybe talk about the person in a very negative way, when you know that this particular person did something to you that you are not convinced with. All you have to do is to walk to the person and then talk to the person, speak with the person. Communication, she spoke about communication earlier. You have to communicate with the person and tell, okay, this is what you did, I don't like it, and you see if the person will want to change or not, instead of you going behind to like talk about the person, and in the person's presence you say something and just to please that person. So if you love someone, you have to be consistent, you have to be very straightforward. That is another point. And then the other point we'll be looking at in integrity is accountability. Accountability, you have to be accountable for every of your action, right? Whether you have to just be accountable for every of your action, right? You have to be responsible for your mistake. When you make mistake, accept it. If you're on the wrong path, accept it. There is nothing, it won't take anything from you apologizing to someone that, okay, I am sorry, it was a mistake, or maybe it's an oversight, right? So you have to be accountable. Either maybe like if you make mistake, accept it. It is not bad saying I'm sorry. It's just like two letter sorry, how many words that you can easily say. It won't remove anything from your body. So please and please, we have to be accountable for every of our action. If you make mistake, right, there is no point of you pushing it to the other person, like, okay, it is because of you. That you don't want to take that responsibility. You don't really want people to see that, okay, you can actually make mistake. You can see that when you do something good and somebody will praise you, like, wow, this is good, thank you, and then you wave your hand, yes, that is me. That same way we should be able to also accept our mistake as well, because if you are this kind of person that don't accept mistake or correction, there is no way you can learn from it. there is no way you can learn from it. I remember, I think a few days back, I met some of my friends, said Tony, and I told her this is what I did. And honestly, they like corrected, like, Angel, don't do that again. And actually, like, okay, thank you. At first, I wasn't so comfortable, but then I just have to, I accepted mistakes. So learn how to accept mistake. Be accountable for every of your action. Be accountable for every of your action. Although sometimes it can be very painful. You'll be hurt, like, did I actually do this? That is self-awareness. At least you ought to, at least you know that, okay, I actually did this and it's not right. You'll be able to call yourself back and say, this is not good, right? It is my mistake, it is my fault. You don't have to blame it on anyone. So let's learn to be responsible and be accountable to every of our action. And also, the next key point in integrity is a moral courage. Having strength to do what is right even when it's unpopular, even when it's unpopular, risky or difficult. Having strength to do what is right, that is moral courage. When you integrity, we already said integrity and love has to work hand in hand. When we talk about courage, when you talk about courage, when you have courage and love for someone, definitely you will have that strength to dedicate your time in loving that person. You will have that courage no matter what it takes. You will still have to reach out to that person. Sometimes it is very difficult. Now we're going to come back to this aspect of discussing love, but you can see that sometimes you have to ask yourself, do I really have friends that love me for who I am, that can actually call at the middle of the night and tell them that I need so thing and they will come true for you? That is one thing. Do you really have that person in your life that you can call them at any time of the day or in the night and they will come to you, and you know that they will have to be honest, that if they tell you that, sorry, I can't come out now because I'm not feeling too well, and you'll be very sure that, okay, definitely this particular person is not well, because you know that even if they are not, they will still struggle, they will still try to come through for you. So having that courage, having that courage, having that strength to do what is right, even when it is risky or difficult, you still have to be dedicated to integrity, because we see it as honesty, and that is the most important thing. And then the next point we'll be discussing is trustworthiness. Trustworthiness. How reliable are you? How reliable am I? How reliable are you to the society, to your work, to your home, to your parent? How reliable are you? Be reliable so that all that can depend on you. If you have that integrity and you have that love in you, definitely you will be reliable. Because imagine if, let me use this relationship as example. You are in a relationship and you cannot rely on your partner, or you are in a marriage and you cannot rely on your partner. What do we call that actually? When you can't get, when you're not trustworthy. Imagine someone, maybe you're in a relationship, let's assume like, okay, you, even if you don't have, like, you try to like find way to sort things out for the person. Probably the second person is stranded and they really needs your help, and all you, after calling you or after sending message, you do like, she'll be fine, or he'll be fine, I cannot kill myself. Are you reliable? In that relationship, are you reliable? So you have to be reliable for your own integrity, for the love you have for the other person. You have to be trustworthy, you have to be reliable. People have to trust you, like, okay, this particular person, I can rely on this person. So now, if you're not reliable, a lot of people might actually doubt your ability. Imagine there is a project going on and then probably they want to give you that project to handle, and someone will say, this particular person, you cannot trust that person, or that this person is not reliable. You see, like, that misunderstanding is already coming in, and people will start doubting you, like, hope you are going to do my work, hope you are going to do this. That is why you have to be reliable in your skill. You have to be reliable in your workplace, in school, anywhere you find yourself. You have to just be reliable. And then the next point now, we have to talk about the importance of integrity. We have to talk about the importance of integrity. One of the importance of integrity is build trust or building trust. Now, when you build that trust, that is one important trust, right? When people trust you, they tend to trust you with everything that concerns them. Like imagine me trusting someone, like I know this person can do it for me, I know this person can do it for me. Now let me use our general Keso as an example. He's actually to that, like, okay, a lot of people here, right, might actually try to rely on him because they know that whether their audience here or not, KSO must definitely, he won't be comfortable staying back in that hotel. I'm sure even if he's sleeping, he'll still be dreaming about the school of Eloquence. He just wants to be present. That's because he doesn't want anything to go wrong. And you can see that when some people enter, and some people that already know, when they enter and they see KSO, like, at least he's here. He'll put things in order. Do you get that? Is being okay. No, wait, exactly. Yes. Okay, we also talk about people like Okwemi, people like Gabriel, people like Mr. Sam, people like Eunice, all of you, and everyone there. You see that our mommy, yes, our mommy in the house also. Now, exactly. Now, when the team walked in here and then see like all these people are here, there is this kind of trust. You'll be like, okay, definitely nothing is going to go wrong, right? Nothing is going to go wrong. I trust them. And also, when you see Miss Favor and her second judge, definitely you know that, okay, definitely they are going to handle this aspect very well. Definitely nothing is going to go wrong. So that's the integrity, that's the trust they've built over the years or over the months that they've actually stayed here. So that is one of the importance of integrity. People trying to trust you with their thing, with their important things. People trying to trust you with what they have. People trust you with their projects. That is the importance of integrity, because if you're a straightforward person, there is no way someone can wake up and start doubting, are you sure you can handle it? Because they already know your kind of person. They already know the kind of person, and they know what you're capable of doing. And then the second one, we said it creates strong relationship. Importance of integrity, it creates strong relationship. Now, when you look at when you stay with someone, you tend to like study the person, right? You study the person to know the kind of person the person is. You study the character, the way they speak, the way they walk, the way they carry themselves, and all those. So then you're already building this relationship with that person. If the person is your kind of person, you would like, can I actually work with this person? Can I do business with this person? Can I have a joint account with this person? Now, that relationship, you tend to build it over the years because of integrity. Especially when a lot of people try to test people with their maybe little project to see if they can actually handle a bigger one. So now, integrity build that relationship between you and people. Now, it also enhance reputation. Good name matters a lot. When people said, I don't care what people think about me, honestly, that statement, I feel like I think it's a scrap actually. Everyone cares about what people think about them. Everyone think about what people think about them. There was a time I used to always say, I don't care what people think about me. But now I will tell you that I really care about what people think about me. There was one of my auntie that sat me down one day and she was trying to explain to me, and I was like, I don't even care what people. She said it's a lie. You care what people think about you. And then she gave me an example. She said, imagine you having a friend, let's say a male friend. That was what she said. She said, imagine if you have a male friend and the male friend lived, maybe you are in a campus, the May friend live off campus, and maybe that environment is mostly like guys' environment, and then you leave your house every day to stay with the May friend, right? You always stay with the May friend. Now people will begin to think you're having something to do with that May friend because you're always staying in that environment. Now that is not the end. So in the nearest future, maybe someone that has interest in you, and then they'll be like, don't go close to this girl, she's in a relationship. Probably the person is just your friend, right? Probably the person is just your friend, and they're always seeing you together. It's not just that you're staying there. There's some certain play you guys play outside, like you just touch, you hug, you like try to like peg each other and all of that. In the public, what do you think people will think about you? So everyone cares about their own names. Everyone cares about the name you want to make for yourself. Everyone cares about what people will say about them. Imagine someone, if you say you don't care about what people will say about you, why then do you bother of someone spoiling your own image that you've built for years? So that is why we should care about what people say about us, because our image matters a lot. What people say about you matters a lot. The message people give to the audience matters a lot. What people translate matters a lot, and that is why I would say everyone should care about what the world would say about them. Not in every case though, not in every case when you say they will say, okay, maybe you're putting on you should have put on this color, I think this color suits you more, you should have made this kind of hair, you should have cut your hair like this. Not in that aspect I'm talking about. I am talking about your own image. What would people say about your image outside to the audience? There are some certain environments you're not supposed to be, and then you take yourself there. Just imagine you don't drink, right? But everywhere they are seeing you where they are selling green bottles. Like, what will people? I would definitely think you don't drink. So what are you always doing there? You don't smoke, but you're always in the midst of people smoking and selling this thing. Definitely I'll start suspecting, like, this person smoke, I think he smoke. So that your image matters a lot. What you put out to the audience matters a lot. So I feel like people should care about what some certain things that people will say about them. Me, I care about what would people say about me. I care about my image so well. So I feel like everyone should actually consider this statement of I don't care is a lie. We care. We all care about what people think and what people will say about us. And then the other one, we said promotes accountability, which I have explained earlier. It encourages you to take responsibility for your action. That is another important. Promotes accountability. And also improve decision making. When you have integrity, your decisions are guided, clear, valued, and principled, not fear. Improve decision making, integrity. You know, when you're a straightforward person, when you're straightforward, there's a way you make your decision and people will be like, yes, I trust this person. When you have that integrity, you don't try to like cover up the negative something that, okay, this thing is very open to everyone, but just because you want to please some certain people, or just because you want to please yourself, try to cover it, or just because you want maybe your boss to see you as a good person, maybe because of fear or something, try to like cover it up, right? So you have to be open. You have to have that improving your decision making should be straightforward. Don't be scared of anyone. Don't be scared of being good. Don't be scared of being honest. Say the truth. Say the truth. Be you. Be you. Don't be scared of being honest. Don't be scared of being truthful to yourself. Don't be scared of what if they come for me. At least if they come for you, you know that, okay, what you actually said or what you actually did was a good thing. And you know, there's a way you will go back and sleep very well, because you know that you, at least for once in your life, you did a good thing, like you were able to do good thing or positive or positive something. So that's how you have to be very open and improve in decision making. Learn how to make your own decision. Learn how to take a very good decision. Any decision you're making, make sure it is adding to you. Make sure it is adding to your knowledge, not just your knowledge, but to the world, to everyone around you. Make positive impact on people. Then we said the other one, we can build self-respect. honesty. When you're being honest, right, you're building self-respect. I don't know about you, but there's a way I feel like I used to always say it my mind out. I don't think I can actually, when I am not okay with some certain things, there's a way I talk. I will just tell you, I am sorry, but I can't do this. Now that self-respect is already there. You don't allow people to assume for you, or you don't assume yourself. You be like, I respect myself. You respect yourself. What of other people? So you have to be very, very. Your integrity has to be straightforward. You don't have to be biased in doing anything. You have to be very straightforward. So just to build that self-respect, self-confidence. Then we also have strengthening leadership. Strengthening leadership. Please let me ask someone. Let me ask the house, please. Okay, just like a friendly. Okay, just imagine if we want to appoint, like, okay, this is a school now, right? That will be like, this is a classroom, and then we want to appoint maybe like a class prefect or a head boy. Who do you think they will ever appoint? Thank you. Because he's always present. We are all always present, but he's always thank you. You understand, but so it's trying to be integrity. You already build this integrity. Or would you want to give me that love to sleep all the time, the class prefect? No, Okemi is always making noise, so you will not expect him to be the class leader. Both on the group, on the status, and in the class is always. Now, would you want to give Gabriel to be the head boy of the class? And what of the present? Like, you need someone that is always present, 24 hours. So Keso is on the high side, right? Thank you very much. So thank you very much. So being integrity build this and it strengthens leadership, right? It strengthens leadership. And also imagine if if you want to vote in your governor, your president, now you look for someone that has integrity. During their campaign they'll tell you, vote me because I have integrity, I will be honest, I will be truthful, I will be this, I will be that. So people are always looking out for the integrity. They're always looking out for someone who is trustworthy. They're always looking out for someone who can be very honest with them. That is another important. And also it encourage fairness. It encourage fairness and justice. It promotes with rights and create fairness, just encouragements in society. Now, integrity encourage fairness in judgments, in everything you find yourself. It has to encourage. Now there's some people that will make judgment and be like, yes, this person is right, because they've built this integrity. I'm sorry if I have to bring my siblings into this. There are some things I have my siblings, actually, among all my I don't know if they are listening to me right now, but then I have my 6 elder brothers. Actually, the one of them inside, there's someone that can say something, right? If he has a misunderstanding with someone today, everybody in the family can wake up and say that person is like, this person is right, because we already know him for that integrity. You already know him that this person is always honest, this person is always straightforward. If you ever have problem with anybody, just know that the person is the one at fault, right? That is one thing in my family. So we already the first my mother's first one already built this integrity. He already made us to believe that, okay, this is who he is. So if he can never have problem with someone, that I know. But if he should have problem with someone today, I will know that the person is at fault. The person actually this. Yes, I have to say that. No. I know what I'm talking about. I know what everybody, like, you can literally wake everybody up and they'll tell you same thing. That is the kind of life he has actually built for himself. Integrity. And then fairness in judgments, in everything, like being straightforward. And then we also have it prevents corruptions and dishonesty. When you're being honest, it prevents corruptions and dishonesty. Imagine if you're being given money maybe we're not there, like certain amount of money to share for everyone here, and you are the leader and you have integrity, definitely that money will get to everyone equally. But when that integrity is not there, when that integrity is not there, you try to start considering corruption will comes in. Okay, maybe you call someone, or you wouldn't, if someone was there, you can say, okay, I think this money we should not take part of it first before telling the people that okay, they gave us this and this is what we are sharing. So but you, if you have that integrity, if you're very like your focus and this is who you are, you tend to bring it out. Okay, we're giving this thing and this is the amount, how do we go about it? You relate with others so that you can work with other, right? That is integrity. You prevent that, it prevents corruptions and dishonesty, being honest with yourself and the people out there if you're a leader. And also it leads to long-term success. It leads to long-term success. Imagine if people believe so much in you, if people trust you so well that anything you say, they'll be like, yes, you're right. A lot of people might not just, there's sometimes you'll be on set and you call someone like, okay, I am thinking, they'll be like, please, anything you're thinking is right, just go ahead. That is the level of integrity you must have built over the years. That is the level of integrity you must have actually built. You've already captured the people's mind with your art, with the way you do, and now, so it leads to long-term success, and you see that you will keep succeeding because people will keep encouraging you. Well done. They will, when another post comes, be like on post, you're taking over again because they trust in your judgment, they trust in your leadership. So now we said how to develop integrity. Now define, I would say the number one is to define your core value. Practice honesty in small things. Define your core value. Define your core value. It is very, very important. Then practice honesty in small things. In everywhere you find anywhere you find yourself, in every little position. Always practice honesty, because it is from small thing that you'll be able to get to a bigger position. Let people trust you. Build that honesty, build that integrity, build that love in their mind or in their hearts. Portray yourself that okay, I can actually serve very well. They say if you want to become a very good leader, you must learn how to serve them in an honest way. Do you get? So another thing is take responsibility for every of your action. Choose ethical decision even when inconvenient. Surround yourself with people who value integrity. This one is very, very important to me. Surround yourself with people who value integrity. There will be a time you say something and somebody will be like, you do too much, I beg, go and rest, it's okay, are you the only one? Do you get? That means you are not with the right people. You are not surrounded with the right people. Because if you're definitely with the right people, they will encourage you to do better. They will encourage you to do more. And that is why you have to surround yourself with people who have same mindsets like you, or people even if they don't have your own mindset, people that you know that you can talk to, and you'll be able to convince them to walk in your own way. Then you don't have to be with people who always attack you like, are you the only Jesus, or are you the new Jesus on earth? Is it you that want to change the country? Are you the only man that has integrity? Please come, let's do this. Now, if you want to actually build your integrity, then you have to surround yourself with people that have same mindset as you. If you want to surround yourself with integrity. Now when it comes to this relationship part and the love that I started with, now if you actually want to build that integrity in your relationship or in your love life, then you have to have a partner that also believe in integrity. Not when you're doing this one and then your partner is doing this one. In a relationship, the two has to agree together. It wasn't be one is doing this one is doing, maybe you don't believe in cheating, another person believe in open relationship or in cheating. It can never work, right? Just like I gave a story about when I was talking about the Idoma culture and their tradition. I said the Idomas don't believe in cheating, or the spirit of their ally will come for them. A lot of people tend to question it, that what if you are not in the village, or what if, as far as you know that these are the rules and regulations guiding the that part of the word, you also have to behave, or you have to like agree with them. If you don't agree with them, don't marry an Idoma person. That is just the truth. If you not agree with it, then don't go for an Idoma person, because you know that if you actually cheat in your husband's house, as far as the person has paid your dowry, the Aleku spirit will definitely come for you. So yes, actually, so that is their own. You have to have same mindset. You have to agree together, even in relationship. That integrity has to be there. And then let's go to our love. We started with integrity and love. Now, what is love? Now, what is love? Gabriel, Mr. Gabriel, please, what is love? Yes, I can listen. Love. Yes, love. Love. Oh, like what? Okay. Mr. Sam, please.
For them, like
Your food.
yeah,
Do you say food?
Your snacks, particularly choco rings.
But I what?
Choco rings.
Hope is not. I told you please share your choco ring so that I can get what I want. Miss,
People tend to sacrifice for them because we love them.
will sacrifice for them because you love them. Okay, okay, Amy, please. What is love?
I don't have working definition of
Okay, you can explain, please.
love.
Love, please. We are in Nigeria. Okay, continue. Sorry, English teacher. Oh, so, I can hear you.
Love is just like you feel passionate, deeply, crazy, like you feel for somebody else, like you need to
Okay. Eunice, can you help us too? Eunice, what's love?
Love has many definitions.
Yes, yes, your own.
And according to what Mr. Ezekiah said, I think yesterday, he said love is when, he said love is
Okay.
when, this
Yes, yes.
can kill you.
Mm,
Okay, you give it to somebody that you love.
yes.
Because you believe that that person will not use that thing to destroy you.
Okay.
That is
Madina, please, can you help us? Madina, please, what's love? Love is love. Please, how many of us believe in love here?
I do.
Mr. Sam, do you believe it? Eh?
Beyond the feelings, beyond the emotions,
Yes.
can be kind, love can be patient.
Okay.
Love is enduring. So love
Okay.
is a lot of things.
You know that some people will tell you that they don't believe in love. You know, when we talk about love, a lot of people try to like channel it to the romantic kind of love. Now, love is not just about the romantic aspect. We have different types of love, and then people will tell you that they no longer believe in love. Maybe someone must have hurt them or hurt them before, and they will just give up like that. I don't believe in love. So if someone hurts you, maybe from your relationship or so, someone hurts you, and then you choose not to believe in love again, does that mean you no longer love your parents or your siblings? Please, audience, can you? I said no. That is why we don't have to generalize it. Now we are talking generally about the idea of love, and people will tell you that they don't believe in love anymore. If you ask like, what love has done to me, now if you no longer believe in love, are you going to generalize it? If you're generalizing, that means you no longer love your parents or your siblings. So you have to actually, I don't buy the idea that people who said I don't believe in love. Me, there's something that would, if you ask me why do I believe in love, I will tell you because believing in love attracts love. If you like love, you have to believe in love, right? If you love love, let me use that word. If you love love, then you have to believe in love. You don't have to give up easily because someone hurts your feeling. Maybe they hurt your feeling. Maybe it's because you were even expecting too much. That is why you were hurt, or that is why they were able to hurt you. So believing, you said what? It's still like I'm not certain about. I said maybe. Do you get? Yes. So you have to believe in love because believing in love attracts love. If you don't believe in love, you won't get love. That is it. if you don't believe in love, there is no way you can attract love. That is one thing I believe. Now, believing in love or love is not just about the romantic aspect, just like I said earlier. It is not just about the romantic aspect. Now we are going to go back to that, but now, what are the importance of love or believing in love? One, emotional well-being. Believe or love brings like your emotional well-being. It brings happiness. There's this kind of feelings you have in your mind, like, God, I really love this person. This happiness, comfort, and sense of belonging. Like you are aware that I love this person. It could be your father, your mother, your parents. Do you get, like, someone? Okay, if you ask me who I actually love most, I don't know. Let's not start from me first. Mr. Sam, please, who do you love most in your life? Your mom. That's interesting. Please, Mr. Gabriel, who do you love most in your life? Your mom. I think I like the idea of mom. Please, let's try to be loving daddy too. And who? I didn't get that actually. Your mom and Messi. Please, who is Messi? Okay. Okay. Okay, Emi. Do you believe in love? Okay. Okay, that's interesting. For me, I would say, okay. If you ask me, actually, me, I would say my dad, actually, and yeah, my dad and most especially my siblings, and I'm sure they actually love me back. It's not easy to be the gay among them. So that is, of course, we love our parents is always like, but do you really love your parents, or because they are just, you like them because they are just your parents? That is, yes, a lot of people don't love their parents. They are just doing things because it is their parent. They are just doing something because they're the one that give birth to them. There's a way you love.
She gave birth to me. He bought that thing, and I turned to her, and I turned to him. It's enough love for me.
So love brings happiness. It brings comfort, and also sense of belonging. Then we also have another important is like, it builds a strong relationship, build meaningful connections with other. When you love people, there's this kind of connection. There's this kind of strong connection you build with people. You kind of like try to care about them. They say love is patient, love is kind. Yeah, you love them, you care about unconditional love. You know, this kind of love that you're not expecting anything in return, right? You just genuinely care about the person. You just genuinely love that person. Now let's not misunderstand something. You know, there's a way let me use myself as an example, right? I'm this kind of person that I love to check up on people. Like, if I see you, if I see your expression, if I see like, maybe we've been together before and I see that you literally change, I might just walk up to you and said, are you okay? Are you sure you're fine? I'm just trying to look out for that person. It's not like I really want to. It's not like, let's not put it like, although some people might just misquote me or misquote anyone and say this person wants to flirt. No, the person is just checking about your well-being. Are you fine? Are you okay? Why are you looking stressed? Do you get? And then you try to check up on that person and they'll start misunderstanding you, like, okay, what does this person want? No, you're just looking out for that person because of the love you have for that person. Not exactly. It's not all the time like, oh, you see someone and are you fine? Just like, okay, let me give an example. I don't know, in my room in the hotel, we are just how many, and then you see all of us is like, once our face change, Medina will just like, Angel, are you fine? So you'll be like, Dina, are you fine? Joy will be like, are you guys, but this kind of question, we actually, so that love will actually build that relationship among ourselves, that when something is wrong with, with another person's emotion, you're trying to like look out for that person. That is not because you want to bother the person. I remember a few days back, I broke down, I was very sick, and all of them were just over me. It got to a point that I have to shout at them, like, leave me, this kind of, and then at the end of the day, Tony said people should leave her. When she get better, she will come and explain. Do you get? So they're actually looking out for you. They cares about you. That is love. It builds this relationship among yourself. It builds this relationship among your peers. It give you this mindset to care about people, to care about what people are going through. And also, the next one we said personal growth. It encourages people to become better, kinder, and more understanding. Love encourages people to become better, kinder, and more understanding. A lot of people, some people grew up in a home where there is no love. I am sorry to say, when you see like a father will wake up in the morning and then the father will not speak with mother with love. Like there's a way you speak to your wife and then your children will learn from it, right? Now let me use my mom as an example. I she gave birth to me. I literally have to, like, there's something she used to say. Sometimes she'll call her children and then they would like jokingly say, mama, you like this one too much. She say, when your father was alive, there's a way he used to treat me. Your father don't allow me to do this. So you already know that, okay, this is the particular way they've actually lived. I didn't grow up to know how their life was because they literally gave birth to me at their old age, and he actually died before I grew up. So like there's this kind of way you talk, when your father, he will not allow me to do this one. So there are some things that my mother don't know how to do now because he said my father will not just allow her to do it all, because, and that is love actually. And then you see that this particular way, my father had already built that part. Like my brothers, I feel like my brothers care more about my mothers than even will the female child, because if you see them, most times my elder brother can just like, you just pick up his khaki, I'm going. Where are you going? I'm traveling. I want to go and see my mother. Do you get? And then when someone asked me one day, like, because I didn't really grow up with them, I left when I was still very small. And he asked when I came here to serve, and my elder brother's friend met me, was like, well, is this not this your last boy? He said, yes. Don't you miss your mother? I don't like, I have my own life to live. It's not like I don't love her. It is because I already have this, I love her, I can love her from far, I can speak with her every day. But the male children, they cannot really do without them. And that is why they have to like keep going to her most times. Like, I want to go and check up with my mother, I want to call my mother, I want to do this, I want to do that, right? So, even like, I got angry. I God forgive me for saying this. I think she has been sick and over like more than 2 weeks now. One mindset, I was like, why would she be sick like this? Do you get? I tried to question so many things and then I cut communication. I stopped talking to her. I stopped calling her. So if I want to talk, I'll just call my elder brother and said, how is she? She is fine. Thank God. End my call. Like I don't even want to, because I don't want to like keep breaking down emotionally all the time again. But my male siblings cannot do that because they already have this love. There's a way my father already groomed them to be like, okay, you have to keep looking out for this person. You have to keep checking up on this person. That so it builds this strong relationship among people. It builds meaningful connection. There's a way you love your partner and you can never go a day without talking to them. In the morning when they don't call you, your body is like, this person I've loved. And just like that, you'll be angry, like, what's wrong with you? Somebody asks you, what's wrong with you? Nothing. And when the person will finally call, Shakara will not do it again. Be like, nothing, good morning. You get like, okay, what is wrong with you? Nothing. Until the person have to apologize, like, okay, sorry, this is why I haven't called. Say, hey, if you really care, you will call. That is love. It builds this strong relationship among people. And then we also have, we said, social harmony. Society become more peaceful when people show love, social harmony. In a society where there is love, you can see that people will live in peace. there's this kind of peace that people will actually have in that society. In a place where there is love, people have peace. I don't know if I can actually define these few days as we're already growing up to like care about each other, to love each other, and that's why we are able to cohabit in this hall. Imagine if everybody comes here and then sit one side and tighten their face, minding your own business. It will not be fun, right? So it builds this social connection between people, this social connection between society. Now, now let's go back to these types of love, which is very important that people usually like misunderstood for. Now, one of these type of love we said number one is this romantic love. Please, audience. One is this romantic love. That is one that people. Now, when we talk about this romantic love, we talk about this exists between partner in a relationship, attraction attraction, passion, and emotional closeness. People, partners in relationship. Now, partner in relationship, when you have a relationship, right? For example, if you're in a relationship, you have a girlfriend, you have your boyfriend. Now, we'll call that kind of love a romantic love. When you're married to your wife or to your husband, that is the kind of love we'll call romantic love. We have different kind of love, and when it comes to this partner, this relationship, we'll call it a romantic love, where you people have to share the same ideas and many others together. And also, we also have the family kind of love. Of course, I'm sure we all love our family. That's the love we have for our family. We love them because they are our family. You don't love them because they are your partner. You don't love them because you're gaining something from them. You literally love them because they are your partner. They used to say something that they say your mom like you for because you are her son. Your dad love you or because you are his son or his daughter. Your siblings literally like you because you are for them, you are their own sister or their brother. But only your partner chose you for who you are. That is love. Only your partner choose you. They look at your character, they look at your height, they look at the way you talk, the way you speak, and then they still went ahead to choose you. Not because they want to change you, but because they love you. Because they want you people to be partner, because they want you people to be together. So they choose you for who you are. Everyone love you for the kind of person you are. Just like I said, your family choose you because you are their own siblings, right? But your partner, it is only your partner that love you for who you are. Your partner love you. Your mother can never love you for who you are. I am sorry to say your dad never love you for who you are. Your siblings never love you for who you are because you are they just love you because you are for them. Only your partner love you for who you are. So we have family love built on care, protection, and lifelong. When we talk about this protection, you know, when it comes to family love, it comes with a lot of protection, a lot of protection. You know, so there was a time in my life I was thinking like I was just being choked up, right, because of my siblings. It has never been easy growing up among them. Like, okay, everybody looking up like you don't have to, even till date, I don't think I have the freedom to take some certain decisions. To take almost every decision for myself. Though I don't know. I think there was a time I was complaining to my boss, like I think they are actually choking me. Imagine I will go to somewhere, maybe where I'm learning my skill, and they'll tell me to, okay, log in your WhatsApp, send your location. Like you have to keep dropping your location. Once it's 4 p.m. they'll call you. Where are you? Are you not home yet? Call like, what have you eaten? They just want to monitor every. At some point I was thinking they were actually like choking me because I was getting tired. But someone has to explain to me that okay, this is actually love. Because if you come for anybody that is being loved at home, they will come. His or her family will definitely come for you. That is the family. That is family love. They wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Your safety is their responsibility. Your happiness is their responsibility, right? So they love you because you are their family. They build this relationship among yourself. They build this protection, they build this power, they have passion for every, like even when you're actually not doing something right, they still bring you close to correct you in a loving way, not like chastising you for your mistake. If they want to correct you, they can literally shout at you. At the end of the day, you see that all of this is coming out of love. And then we also have friendship love, affection shared between friends based on trust, loyalty, and shared experience. Friendship love. Now, friendship love has to do with you and your friend. Some you say this person is my bestie. The person is you tend to like you look at someone and be like, ah, you are a friend indeed. You already build this relationship with that person. This is your friend. You know who the person is. The person know you in details. The person knows everything about you, and they love you for who you are. They choose you to be their friend, even when you're doing something wrong, right? Even when you're doing something that is not in order. I would like to like, okay, let me I don't know if she's actually, because she's always watching, I would like to call someone's name. I actually met I met a friend, and she's actually wonderful. Hannah Daniel, sorry, Pastor Mrs. Hannah Daniel now. She will always like, I can always call her at any time and said, Hannah, go to my house. Despite I am not in Kaduna, so I can literally reach out to her and say, go to my house and do this for me. And she will go. We already built this relationship among ourselves to love each other and to dedicate our time to each other. Being honest. You are just being honest. You are just being truthful and very straightforward, right? So that is the kind of friendship love that we are talking about. You build this trust, you build this relationship among your friends. I'm sure we all have friends we can count on. All of us have friends who can count on. Like, okay, do you have this person? Can I count on you? But this particular friendship love we're talking about, you no longer have to question their relationship anymore. You no longer have to question their ability anymore, because you know that you already know. For you to call somebody your best friend, you should know the level of sacrifice the person must have actually done for you, like go through for you. You should know the level of sacrifice, and that is why I will always like call shout out to most of the friends I have, like people like Hannah, I have Chamakas and Ansha and all of them. There are people that you can actually call out. There are people that you can actually reach out to. Of course, you can also have a friend. You can also have maybe among inside this friendship love. I don't know if it's okay, but you can as well pick maybe one of your siblings. Like I have a niece that we literally grew up together. We are almost same age. Tabitha, she's a friend she's a sister actually. She's my niece and she's my friend. I can usually count on her at any time. If I am stranded, I will call her. If I'm in pain, I will call her. If I'm happy, I will call her. Any small gist, I will call her. Right? She have built this honesty and integrity that I know that she can always listen to me. Sometimes if I'm angry and I want to just speak out, I just want to talk to someone and be calm, I know that okay, my secret is definitely safe with her. I will call out to Tabitha because I know that she will always be there for me. She will always be there to give a listening ear. That is friendship love. Although she's a family, but then I still make her my own best friend, my own very good friend, that someone I can actually count on all the time. So we also have self-love. I think I love this one most. Self-love. That's why I said, do we believe in love? I used to always say, believing in love attracts love. Now, if you don't believe in love, there is no way you can attract love, because what you don't believe in can never work for you. And that is why I said another one we can say is self-love. How much do you love yourself? How much do you love yourself? That is one thing. A lot of people don't even love your baby, because if you love yourself, I am sorry, if someone say you are putting yourself first, yes, there are some situations whereby you will need to put yourself first. There are some situations where you have to consider yourself first, because if you are no longer existing, if you're no longer alive, how do you want to sacrifice for the other person? If you're not there, if you are not where to do, or if you are not strong enough, if you don't look out for yourself first, how do you want to look out for another person? And that is why self-love matters a lot. Love yourself, take care of yourself, care for yourself, admire yourself, tell yourself, yes, you are handsome, you are beautiful, you can do it. Believe in yourself. Have that confidence in yourself. Because if you don't love yourself, you won't be able to love another person genuinely. That is the honest truth. If you don't love yourself, you try to like pinpoint mistakes out of another person. It is only when I love myself as a girl that I'll be able to love another girl. If I don't love myself being a girl, I can't totally love another person. Do you get? So you have to love yourself. You have to care about yourself. Self-love matters a lot. That thing you've been admiring, that you know that okay, this particular thing is going to make you to look so good. Get it for yourself if you can afford it, right? You don't have to keep saving to keep solving family problems all the time, or keep looking out to save people, to go through for people all the time. At least come through for yourself first. Learn to put yourself first in most situations. Consider your own health, consider your own happiness, consider your own joy. You don't have to go too far in some certain things when you know that this thing is going to affect you emotionally. If this thing is going to affect you, is going to affect your mental health, do not risk it. Put your life first. Love yourself first. That is another one. Then I was another one is this universal love, unconditional love. Unconditional love. How do you love people? We say love is kind, love is patient, love is unconditional. Do you love people because of what you're setting to gain from them, or you love them for who they are, or you love them because God said you should love? They say love your neighbors as yourself, love one another. Are you actually loving them because of what you are looking out to gain from them? You know, a lot of people claim the love, but I will say that is not love, because they are looking at what do I stand to gain. You ask someone, please, I want you to do this. You tell someone, I love you, and they'll be like, what will I gain now? Do you get? I already imagine what would, if I actually love this person back, what will I gain? In a relationship, please, I want to say this out. In a relationship, you don't look at what if you know you love someone, you're not looking at what you're going to gain from that person. If you love someone, make sure you love genuinely, not when you're going. I was having a conversation with someone, and it was like, if I must be in a relationship, I must look for a girl that her father is well to do. I must look for a girl that will be bringing the father's money, giving me, like, you get. Now you don't love that person. It is more like a trade by barter. The person is loving, and then you're gaining, you're collecting from that person. You are partnering with that person because of what you stand to gain from that person. You're doing that. Is partnership. You stand to like, what do I gain from this person? And I think this guy looks rich. Since he's asking me out, maybe I should consider him. And in the next 1 month, I'll ask him to get me wig. In the next 2 months, I'll request for another thing. You're not loving that person. That love you're voicing out is not love. It is, I don't know what to call it, but that's not love actually. You're standing looking at what you're going to gain from that person, and that is very, very wrong. You don't hurt other person because of your own selfish interest. I'll call that a selfish interest. So you have to love unconditionally, care for people, just as you love yourself, you care for yourself. You have to keep loving people. You have to keep caring for people without condition. There should be no condition attached to it. Without expecting anything back, without expecting anything in return, without considering to like gain from them or extract from them. You have to be kind, you have to love unconditionally, you have to be compassionate. As a human being, we have to be compassionate towards one another, right? You don't love, you're not loving this person because of what you're gaining from this person. You're not loving this. You're just loving because you are human. You're just loving because God said we should love. You're loving because loving is humanity. That is one thing I know. If you're a human, then you have to have that love in you. You have to believe in love. You have to attract love. You have to proclaim love. Love is not like some people will be like, I don't know if I love you sounds so weird. You tell someone, if you see a guy, I love you, and be like, oh, and then there's some people will start thinking, well, why would she say she love me? What? Like the person is just loving you for loving sake, because you're a human, because it is human to love. So they're not loving you because they have like romantic feelings for you. They're not loving you because they want something. They are just loving you unconditionally. They are loving you because they are human. So please, let's get that right. And so just like I said earlier, oh, the next speaker is getting ready. So, so now, I will say love. Love alone is powerful, but without integrity, it can become unstable. Love alone is powerful, but without integrity. Please, let's learn how to love genuinely. Let's be honest in proclaiming the word love. Let's not just say it because the word are just proclaiming it. When you say something, you say to someone, I love you, make sure you actually love the person. Do not say it because of your own selfish interest. Do not say it because you just want to gain something from that person. Do not say it because you just want to like get the person attention. When you tell someone I love you, make sure you meant that word, because it's very, very important. That word I love you can actually save people's life. Imagine someone that wants to commit suicide and then you walked in that room and say, please don't do that, I love you, God love you, Jesus love you. Like the person will have a rethink of actually going on with that action. So please, let's learn how to love genuinely. Let's learn how to love unconditionally. And it's not all the I love you that it has to be a romantic love. Care for people unconditionally and always love. And please, let's always proclaim love. I believe in love because I know that believing in love attracts love. And at this point, I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Oh, thank you so much for that amazing teaching. Actually, you actually taught us a lot, and I'm sure all of us have learned one or two from Miss Angela. Good morning, everybody. So, I would like to throw a question to the audience. So, if, let's say, for example, you wake up one morning and you're feeling somehow, probably you're feeling hot, headache, you're not just getting yourself. Medically, what will you do? I said if you wake up one morning and you're feeling sick, probably you're having headache, or it could be stomach pain, or let's say you're just feeling, you're running temperature and you're having headache, you're feeling tired. Medically, what will you do?
Drink water. Take your bath, eat and sleep back.
What if you have to go to work?
Drink water.
If you have to go to work.
Yes.
Your health should come first.
Your health should come first. Okay.
You can actually take excuse from your work.
Okay. Anyways, that will bring me to my topic, self-medication. Yeah. So, self-medication. So what is self-medication? Self-medication is the use of medicine, herb, or substances to treat self-diagnosed symptoms or condition without professional medical advice. Oh, that is you saying, I'm not feeling well today. Let me use paracetamol, like she said. Let me quickly use paracetamol. I'm having headache. Let me use pain relief. It is you going to maybe after a nearby pharmacy to buy over-the-counter drugs because the way you feel, you are associating it with a certain illness or certain disease. So you just assume that a certain medication will cure you, and then you're going to run into the pharmacy to get drugs for it. And also, some people trust Google more than they trust their doctors. When people are not feeling fine, sometimes the first place they go is Google. I'm feeling this certain way. What is wrong with me? And I learned my lesson from that. If you go to Google and say you're feeling certain way, Google can tell you have tumor or you have cancer. And then you start thinking about your life. You start thinking about your life. Hey, you start getting scared. What is wrong with me? This and this, that and that. And that is instead of going through the right process of probably seeing a doctor or a professional, you go to Google or ask somebody, what do you think is wrong with me? I'm having headache. Oh, this one that my chest is paining me. What if I have heart issue? This and this. So I want to talk about why people self-medicate. One, we have money factor. Some people will say, if you go to hospital and they tell you to go and do tests. Do you know when they are doing one test now? 10,000 naira for one test. You start thinking about the money that you spend if you go to the hospital to see a doctor. And they say, let me just go to that chemist that is at the backyard. You mix medicine for me. Or just give me 1,000 naira. That's just the quickest way to go about it. Secondly, we have time factor. Some people want, when they are feeling sick, because they have to go to work or they have their businesses to go to, they want something quick that they can use. And I think going to the hospital would take so much time. And really, going to the hospital would take time. But honestly, it is what. Have anybody been to general hospital before? To see a doctor in general hospital? You know how long the process is before you see a doctor. But I think the process is actually very necessary from you getting your file. Though my family usually use this Alimosho General Hospital. So before they used to have file. When you go there, you buy file. If that's the first time you're going to the hospital, you get a file. You put your name, your age, your genotype, your blood group. They will just like collect your information through that form. But now they now use card. It is not digital. You register online. So when you want to see a doctor, you give the doctor. The doctor will just input your I think there's a serial number or a code on your card. So when the doctor just put it on your system, it will bring out all your past medical reports, so that it is now very fast now. But then before you get to see the doctor, probably you are getting your card, you are buying your file. There are some people that will check your blood level. They will check your BP rather. They will check your BP. They will ask you some question before you see the doctor. So I think the wait is actually worth it, unless it is a case of an emergency where they rush you to the emergency ward to see a doctor. So time factor is also one of the reasons why people self-medicate, because I think going to so time factor is also one of the reasons why people self-medicate, because they believe going to the hospital will take a longer time. Also, we have experience factor. So when you're feeling a certain way, you'll be like, this was the same symptoms I was having one time, and the doctor prescribed so medicine for me. So instead of going back to see the doctor, to tell the doctor that this is how you feel, you now like compare the symptoms that you have to the symptoms you have when the doctor prescribes certain medicine for you, and then you go back to get that same prescription to use for the new illness that is doing you, because they have the same or similar symptoms. Also, we have advice from people. Have you ever been in a situation where you are feeling sick and somebody is telling you, it's typhoid, go and buy augmentin. It has happened to my son before. Go and use this medicine. Oh, it is ulcer, use this one, use that one. Advice from people. And then you want to believe that since this person has experienced it before, you want to take their advice. They will be the one to prescribe medicine for you, and then you are going to the pharmacy to get that medicine. And also, we have fear of hospital results. Some people are so scared. The reason why they are so scared of going to the hospital is because they believe that if they go to the hospital to see the doctor will tell them something is wrong, something that is not wrong with them. That the doctor will tell them that thing is happening to them, and they say that if you go to the hospital, that they will definitely see something. So they are so scared of what the doctor will diagnose them with. They are scared of when they go out to run the test might show them something that is something big, something that will take all of their savings. So instead of doing that, they will just go to use pain relief or paracetamol or antibiotics to be managing it. I will give you an example. This one happened to my mom. So when my mom got to 50, I think she was around 50 then, she started having constant every menstruation. So when she started like complaining to the people that she know, they told her that since she's already close to age of menopause, that menopause usually comes with that symptoms, and it is menopause, it will go on its own, this and this. Some of them were saying use this one, use that one, but then it became very, very heavy. It was so abnormal. It was so abnormal. And somebody that she know that is a nurse told her to go to the hospital. And like I said earlier, fear of hospital results. She was scared of what they will find if she goes to the hospital to run tests. She was feeling reluctant to go. But at the same time, she was scared for her life. So eventually she went to the hospital anyway to see the doctor. And eventually she was diagnosed with, they told her to run some tests. They told her to run some tests, and later they found out that she had fibroid. So they actually booked an appointment for her to come back to the hospital for surgery. Yeah, they told her that she have to undergo surgery and stuff like that. When my mom heard surgery, she became very, very scared. And then she came home to tell her that this is what the doctor said, oh, this is what the doctor said. And then she started telling people that she knew, people that she complained to earlier about her symptoms. She went to tell them that I went to the doctor. This is what the doctor said. This one is not like, it's no need, Jare, that's surgery for fibroid. Some people don't come out alive. Some people die. This one, that one. There's a certain medicine that if you use it, it will shrink the fibroid. The fibroid will melt. And that is how they started prescribing agbo, pills, different things for my mom. Then she started buying them. And all those agbo, they were not cheap, oh. They were not cheap. 50K, 70K. The list was 15,000-20,000 naira. She was spending so much on agbo. There are some that it was like a chalk, and she was drinking it. Then, although when she started using those herbs, the bleeding reduced. At some point, I think it even stopped. The bleeding stopped. But then she realized that anytime she stopped using those herbs, the bleeding will come back again. So, and me and my cousin and I kept advising her to go to the hospital for this surgery. It's not even a hard procedure. Go for this surgery, they will just remove this thing. Within 1 week, you are okay, you are fine. But no, she was scared. Somebody even told her that it was a spiritual problem. That somebody sent it to her, that if she undergo the surgery, she was not going to survive. But then later, she started losing weight. She was looking skinny. She was looking pale. She was having high BP because she was thinking too much about the whole thing. Started losing weight. All those different concoctions that she was drinking was not affecting her health. It was not affecting her health. I think at some point she got ulcer. At some point because of so much agbo and nourish that they were telling her that don't worry, it will melt the fibroid. The fibroid will disappear. It will do this one. When she saw that her health, her life as a whole was at risk, she eventually agreed to go to the hospital for the surgery. And she did the surgery, and after a few days, she was getting better. The only thing left was just for the wound to heal up. And after like 2 months after the surgery, she came back to her normal self. She someone that was looking skinny before because she was drinking too much agbo. She started looking okay because some of the medicine that they prescribed to her in the hospital, they were antibiotics, vitamin. If you go to the hospital and after surgery, the kind of vitamin E, vitamin this, vitamin that they will give to you, because those vitamins will heal up your, it will fasten up your healing, yes. So she started getting herself, and also when she was using that agbo, her blood level reduced. She lost so much weight. In fact, before she did the surgery, they told her that she have to donate. If she have any of her children that can donate blood for her, they first of all told her that she should go and control her BP because her BP was very high. They told her to go back to control her BP. When the BP came down, they told her that she would need somebody to donate blood for her. It was my brother that donated blood for my mom. Then he donated two pints. For somebody that was even skinny, the doctors were even surprised because my brother is skinny, and he was able to donate two pints of blood. And they were even telling him that he can, yes, 2 pounds. Sorry, 2 pounds of blood. So yes, he did, and they were even advising him that he can come to donate blood because he had so much blood in his body. That's why I know that if somebody is skinny, does not mean that the person does not have blood. Does not mean that the person does not have blood. So my brother donated blood. They also bought blood. Although I can't remember if the later used the blood for her. The point is, because of people advising it has happened to my sister before, it has happened to somebody I know, she used this agbo, they were just prescribing different stuff, different agbo. It affected her health. A surgery that was just supposed to be simple, she had to now, her BP was now up, she had a shortage of blood and all of that. So that is what self-medication can can lead to. So going on, I would like to talk about, yeah. It is still self-medication. You mean the agbo that she was using? She was using herbs, agbo. No, that is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about now is that she was using the wrong medicine to treat something else. It was up to her. It was up to her to use them. She was supposed to go to the hospital to see a doctor, go through the normal procedure to see a doctor. Okay. Of a doctor. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's true.
The way things are good now,
Okay.
compared to the way it was before,
Back then, it is different. Now, I'm not saying that the agbo that she used was wrong, but those agbo did not cure what was wrong with her. It did not cure what was wrong with her. And because she continued using them, and she was not even using just one, she was using different type. This one will bring this one, she'll buy this one. She was just combining them, drinking it. So it affected her health. Do you understand? Thank you very much. So moving on, I would like to talk about the hidden danger of self-medication. One, we have wrong diagnosis. Wrong diagnosis. This is when you are using a medicine that is supposed to treat stomach pain. You are using it to treat headache. Wrong diagnosis. There was one time I was having issue with my tooth. I still do anyway. But when it initially started, and I was having pain, so I went to Google. Of course, I went to Google to complain about my symptoms, and it said that pain relief and antibiotics that it could be inflammation. That pain relief and antibiotics will do the trick. Blah, blah, blah. Although Google advised me to see a doctor, but I felt that was long process. So I went to buy pain relief and antibiotics. So I was using the pain relief and the antibiotics. I was using it 2 days, 3 days, like 5 days. There was no change. Nothing. At least the pain relief was, even if the antibiotics was not working, the pain relief was supposed to work, but nothing was working. So eventually I had to see a doctor when the pain became unbearable. I had to go see a doctor, and I went with the antibiotics that was with me. So when the person saw the antibiotics, the person said that, okay, that I'm actually supposed to use antibiotics, but the antibiotics I bought to use for it was not the antibiotics that I was supposed to use. That it is a different kind of antibiotics that I was supposed to use for the tooth pain. And that was why they gave me another drugs entirely. They gave me another antibiotic. I had to buy another one and trash the one that I was using before. So wrong diagnosis, when you are using medicine for headache, the medicine is supposed to treat headache for stomach pain. Secondly, we have drug misuse. So in case of wrong diagnosis, like I said earlier, I was using a wrong antibiotics for something else. That is also a drug misuse. because of your wrong diagnosis, self-diagnosis, you went to buy a medicine that was not supposed to cure that illness, you are using it. That is a drug misuse. And also we have antibiotic resistance. Now, antibiotic resistance is when a bacteria build resistance against an antibiotics. Now all these bacteria, they also learn. They learn and they evolve. So when you continue to use a particular antibiotics for a long period of time, those bacteria will begin to build resistance. When you start using them, they'll start doing odeshi to the resistance. Eventually, that particular antibiotics will stop working for you. Somebody posted on social media one time, I think that person is a pharmacist or a lab technician, I don't know. This person, the patient came to do tests. And after the test results, they found out that patient has built resistance against about 5 different antibiotics. 5 different antibiotics. Those antibiotics no longer work for that person. So they were trying to look for, they were thinking of a way to look for another antibiotic that the person can use because that person has built resistance against so many antibiotics. So that is what happens when you misuse or overuse an antibiotic. For some people, when they're having cough, they use antibiotics. When they're having headache, they use antibiotics. When they're having fever, antibiotics. When they're having malaria, antibiotics. They use antibiotics for everything. And over time, the body can build resistance against those antibiotics. Also, we have organ damage. When you are used to misusing drugs, mixing different drugs together, it can affect your liver, it can affect your kidney, it can even affect your heart, it can cause organ damage. We also have delayed treatments. Something that is happening to somebody, probably few pain relief or just few pills that is supposed to just clear it up, but because the person self-diagnosed themselves and started using the wrong medicine, now that particular illness or disease will stay so long in that person's body and it begins to eat into that person's immune system, and it could lead to something fatal. My mom told me a story of a man one time. So this person is a tall person, he's tall and he's huge. So you always feel lightheaded sometimes. But because he's a man and men, they have a way of doing odeshi to sickness. They would not want to fall sick. So because of these symptoms, they have been using pain relief and paracetamol. In fact, started using anti-malaria medicine at some point. But then realized that it was not making any difference. He always feel dizzy, feel tired. And so he decided to go to the hospital. When he got to the hospital and they ran some tests on him, that was when they realized that his blood level was so low. In fact, they told him that if he had not come to the hospital, if he had not come earlier than that he may just be walking one day and he will just slump and die. That his blood level was so low. Meanwhile, he was using paracetamol, an anti-malaria medicine, somebody that was lacking blood. But because he's big, he was not losing weight in any way, so he didn't think that it was blood that he lacked. Like I said earlier, but my brother donated blood for my mom when she wanted to do her surgery. Somebody that is very slim and skinny, and he has so much blood in his body. Sometimes it's not about body size. It is not about body size, it's how well your body system is functioning. So, and also, moving on, I would like to talk about what people should do instead of practicing self-medication. One, we have to visit a professional. When a person is feeling sick or having certain symptoms, instead of diagnosing themselves and collecting advice from people or going to Google to tell Google about their symptoms, they should go see a doctor. A doctor will tell you to run some tests. When they run tests, then they will know what is wrong with you. Once they know what is wrong with you, they will be able to treat you. for that particular illness instead of you self-diagnosing yourself. And also, don't reuse a prescription. I talked earlier about somebody using a prescription that the doctor give them before, but because they're having a symptom similar to the symptom that they have when the doctor gave them those prescription, they decided to go get the same prescription and say, I've experienced this before, this is what I'm supposed to use. Or when they some people, when the doctor prescribe medicine for them, they will not finish it, they'll keep it in their house. So next time when they are feeling sick, they'll go back to that medicine to use it. That is reusing a prescription, and it is very bad. Also, avoid mixing drugs blindly. Avoid mixing drugs blindly. When you are not feeling fine, if you want to use herbs, use herbs. If you want to see a doctor to get a prescription, you can go through that process. But some people will mix it. They will use the pills in the morning, drink herbs in the night, mixing it like that. And also, although I'm not a pharmacist, but I believe that there are some pills that you are not supposed to use together. Because there was a time I was not feeling fine and I was given some medicine. They'll tell you when you use this one, you wait for 2 hours before you use the next one. Because those pills, you are not supposed to use them together. But when you don't know, you just went to the pharmacy to get drugs that was not prescribed to you. You just be mixing drugs together and using them. And this can also lead to organ damage, like I said earlier. And also, read label carefully. Read label carefully. Me as a person, even if I get a prescription from a doctor to use medicine, after buying those medicines, I will still read the label. I will read what that medicine is used for, the age of the people that are supposed to use that medicine. Despite the fact that it was the doctor that prescribed it to me, I will still read it. Even if I buy, what are they calling it? Antifungal cream for acne, I will open it, bring out the label, and read it word for word. So before you use any medicine, always read the label. Read the label carefully. And also do regular checkup. It is very, very important. There's this saying that Christians usually say, they'll be like, from the beginning of this year to the end, I did not visit the hospital. Thank God. I don't know, that saying does not really sit well with me, because you going to the hospital to see a doctor does not mean that you are dying or mean that you are sick. You can go to the hospital to do a checkup to make sure that you are living in good health condition, to make sure that your body is functioning well. If you are lacking some vitamins, or if they need to do some certain like probably exercise or physical activities, going to the hospital does not mean that you are dying or something is wrong with you mentally. What if somebody do not have the money? And you can still go at least to know what is wrong with you. To know what is wrong. It is not every time you go to the hospital for a checkup that they will tell you that you need to buy this medicine, you need to do this one. There was one time a lady told me that her mom was not feeling okay, that she did not understand the way that she was feeling. So she went to the hospital to see a doctor, and after checking everything that was wrong with her, the doctor told her that nothing was wrong with her, that she was just stressed, that she was unhappy. She was unhappy. The doctor told her to get a stress ball. Do you know what a stress ball is? Those that was all. Yes, something to play with, something to keep her distracted. That was all. So you're going to you know what you're doing. So you going for a checkup does not mean that something is wrong with you, or going to the hospital and they'll tell you that something is wrong with your organ, or something wrong with your kidney, you have to do a surgery, you have to buy social medicine. Sometimes all you need might just be exercise. There was one time that I was doing self-medication. I was not feeling very well. I was usually having headache, and I went to buy anti-malaria drugs, and I was using it. But it wasn't making any difference. Eventually, I have to see a professional, and they told me that I was not having enough sleep, which was true. I was not having enough sleep. I was not sleeping well. All you have to do is sleep well, drink enough water, and sleep well. That was all. It does not really go far like that. You going for a checkup does not mean that you have to spend a lot of money. And this fear, like I said earlier, the fear of doctors' reports is also one of the things that make people scared of going for checkup. If I go for checkup, that is when the doctor will say something is wrong with my intestine. That is when the doctor will say that something is wrong with my heart, that something is wrong with this. So we need to do regular checkup. And also, above all, we need to. Yes. I don't think any drugs can make you fall sick. Yes. Okay. It's okay, it's hospital. Okay.
So after
Okay.
you know that was like
Yes.
I left next door.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's not because of the injection.
Don't know
So I actually don't have much knowledge about that, but wait, let me tell you what my own opinion about that. It is not the injection. So you said that you went to the hospital, your mom took you to the hospital you were feeling sick and they took you to the hospital and a nurse gave you an injection on one side of your bum and the leg of that side stopped working. You stopped feeling that leg, Abby. That was what you said. So sometimes I heard that I'm not a nurse, but they say when nurse give injection that they have there's a certain way they're supposed to give somebody an injection, and if that person has not been properly trained, if that person does not really if that person is not very good in giving injection, things like that can come up. I have a cousin. She has on her I think on her right bum she have a dimple there. A dimple, it's the thing going inside though. It was a spot where a nurse gave her injection when she was little, and that place is still it's still inside to today. It went inside because of an injection. So nurses usually go through the training of learning how to give injection, but when they are not properly trained, things like that can come up. Medina, what do you want to say? You wanted to say something?
What I wanted to say is like, number one, you going to an hospital.
Yes.
You can't just administer
Injection, okay.
You won't give injection
Just like that.
Number one.
Yes.
Then number two, maybe the nurse actually gave you injection. Did not give you the right to.
Yeah, so like I said in
maybe
reason.
that I know that this was his leg. That is going to affect his leg. According to my own knowledge, was a nurse.
You see, coming from a nurse.
That's why it is appropriate.
Coming from a nurse, see here.
That's why it is appropriate for the nurse to check very well before you give any patient.
Yes, injection. And also remember when we were little, if you want to. Yeah.
What she said was, what I said was, first, before you can administer injection, you don't just give. You don't just give.
Okay, you said that.
What you said.
Okay, what you said.
You don't just give injection to patient anyhow. You don't just, they can't just administer
injection. Okay. Yes.
Anyhow. No, they don't do that. Then number two, maybe the nurse will want to check the right before you actually give the injection.
So it's not as if they just shook anywhere.
They do that. So
They
don't shook anywhere.
You can hit a nerve inside. Yeah. To work. Yeah, I've seen cases like that.
Exactly.
Also, yes. I think you are right. I don't think doctors will just prescribe, say that they should give somebody injection. Drugs. Yes. Or when that person is in a critical condition. I hope that answers the question. Yes. Yeah, and it made me remember something. Yeah, I think I talked about this during one of my speeches when I was involved in an accident and it was very, very fatal. They told me to do CT scans because I had blood in my eyes, my face was swollen and all of that. In fact, I had like a crack in my skull there. And we went to the general hospital. They did not give me a single injection. They did not even give me a single drip. They only gave me vitamins and antibiotics. That was all. I only went on to use vitamin and they are short of words in a general hospital. The point is, what I'm trying to say is, doctors won't just say that they should give somebody injection just like that. A qualified doctor, actually. Despite the fact that I was in a critical condition, and it was something that affected most part of my body, my muscle, my eyes, and yet they did not even give me any injection. They gave me vitamins to speed up my healing process, and they gave me antibiotics. That was all. So, and above all, I would actually encourage people to prioritize their health by eating healthy, engaging in physical activities, getting enough sleep, because when you deprive yourself of these things, it can lead to health issues. Sometimes just according to experts, an adult is supposed to sleep for 7 to 9 hours. To the audience, when was the last time any of us slept for 9 hours? Exactly. Shey you see. And before you know it, you start complaining about, I'm having headache, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling tired, fatigue, and all of that. Sometimes adequate sleep can save you from a lot of health issues. Adequate sleep can save you from a lot of health issues. The body on its own has the power to heal itself. But because of the kind of food that we eat, the kind of lifestyle that we live, it affects our whole body function. Some people, they find it difficult to eat fruits. And it is very bad because instead of this soda and all of these things that we eat, fruit can supplement for them. Watermelon contains enough water. Pineapple, orange, these things contain vitamin, but when we replace them with soda, all these things can lead to obesity, can lead to a lot of health issues, hypertension and all of that. And so people are easy to go to the hospital to see a doctor after they've eaten so many things and been involved in different kind of activities. They'll start self-medicating. Let me use paracetamol, I'll feel better. Let me do this one will work, Some they will even start taking advices from people like I said earlier, or going to ChatGPT as if ChatGPT is a doctor. So above all, we need to prioritize our health. I hope the next speaker is ready. I hope the next speaker is ready. And
someone said something. She said foods that are not cooked better than foods that are not cooked.
food that are not cooked.
Yes.
In what way?
Like
Vegetable.
Eating raw vegetable.
Okay.
What's your opinion about
Eating raw vegetable.
Eating. Okay, wait. Let me take for you are right. But then it's not all vegetables that you can eat raw. It's not every food that you can eat raw. Let me take cassava for example now. If you eat cassava raw, it is most likely you will not survive it. Yes. Cassava. Raw cassava. Yes, it is most likely you will not survive it. I read about it recently. I've forgotten the chemical. This particular place that is inside cassava. Thank you. When you eat it raw, she said cyanide. When you eat it raw, this thing, it will affect your body. Your body will shut down, and you will probably not survive it unless they take it. Raw cassava. or when you eat cassava that has not been properly cooked, when you eat cassava that has not been properly cooked, it can shut down your immune system within minutes. So it is not every vegetable that you can eat raw. And also, I think this our modern lifestyle has really changed a lot of things. At least back in those days, people used to cook. People cook a lot there. That's why the fact that they used to use firewood. They will blow firewood in the morning, they will blow firewood in the afternoon, they will blow firewood in the night. They will cook and eat, and they were living fine. So I believe it is the food that we are eating, and based on our modern lifestyle and all that. We are talking about noodles, eating noodles, the seasoning that we eat. Too much of it can affect our organ. Actually, too much of it can affect our organ. Back in those days, there was nothing like seasoning cubes. They use iru, the one the Yoruba use iru. The Igbo people use ogiri. They don't used to use seasoning cubes, and these are natural. These are things that they grow from the ground. Herbs, they cook them. It doesn't have any effect on them. They eat it, but because of the things that we are eating now, the things that we cook to eat, even the vegetables that we are eating these days, some of them are grown with chemicals. So imagine eating a vegetable that has been grown with chemical. It is not going to work as effective as a vegetable that has been grown naturally. Recently in our hostel, we were talking about this same topic, about the food that we eat. That in those days, people lived longer because of the kind of food that they eat. But these days, it is not like that. So I talked about a vegetable, ugu that we grow in our compound. And I was saying that this particular ugu tastes different from the one that we buy in the markets. I used the ugu to cook one time. I cooked plantain porridge. And I was like, I wanted to eat the ugu. So I decided to cook a porridge. I cooked plantain porridge. And I cut enough ugu inside the porridge, and I almost could not eat it. I felt like throwing up because the smell of the ugu was so strong. It was so concentrated. Like the ugu, if you put it close to your nose like this, the smell was so it was so conk. Ugu that has been naturally grown, the leaves are so wide and thick, but the one that they usually sell in the market, they've grown them with chemicals. So that it will grow faster, so that they can sell. And that is the reason why one of our speakers spoke about farming and agriculture recently. I think it is something all of us should actually adopt. Even if it's just a small piece in your compound, grow something. It could be ugu, spinach, it could be tomatoes, it could be pepper. Back in those days, almost every compound will have ugu tree in their compound. Before, if you enter somebody's compound, if you are not seeing ugu tree, you will see vegetable. People used to grow things, but now everybody, when people build as now, they will tile the whole compound. There is no space to build anything. They are cutting down trees. People no longer have mango tree in their compound. People no longer have cocoa tree in their compound. When you want to eat fruit, you go to the market. You go to the market to buy those fruits, and fruits that you don't even know how they were grown. I bought one pineapple one time, and I was chewing. It was as if I was eating chew gum, and I just kept chewing. I was like, what is this? It was like stick. And I was like, only God can save us with the things that we are eating these days, because almost everything is now grown with chemical. And if you keep consuming things like this, it can affect our health. In our compound, we have ugu, we have banana tree, we have bitter leaf. If you see the bitter leaf that is in our compound, the leaves are so wide and big. But if you go to the market to buy bitter leaf, you see those with tiny leaves. Sometimes people cut bitter leaf that has not matured to sell in the market. So the food that we eat, our lifestyle, it affects our overall health. So a lot of things can be done to prevent sicknesses, to prevent diseases. And we won't even have to come to the stage of we self-medicating or self-diagnosing ourselves if we can prevent illnesses and diseases. We have, I believe some of us have grandparents that are so old but yet they go to the farm because of the kind of food they eat. Because of the kind of food they eat, they are still very strong and healthy. For people that are living in the city, most of them don't live long. Let's put aside man-made and physical factors like people involving in probably accidents and all of that. We're talking about health-wise now. The food that people eat, the kind of lifestyle, we're talking about eating unhealthy food, drinking alcohol and all of this. Before you know it, people start having kidney failure, liver failure, heart failure and all of that. So I would like to urge us to prioritize our health. Like we don't even have to get to the stage of self-medicating if we can prevent health issues. Like we don't even have to get to the stage of self-medicating if we can prevent health issues. And also we should learn to go for medical checkup regularly. Our body is very, 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 very important. Very, very important. Physically, you have to be fit. Mentally, in fact, our mental health is a whole.
Since we're talking about modern food.
Yes.
Indomie and like.
Yes.
Stop eating though.
People are.
It is not actually.
I think that's why I'm more fit because you know I don't eat those things.
Okay.
I don't eat macaroni.
Even with vegetable, it is a processed food.
Even shawarma.
A processed food. Shawarma. Even the shawarma is a processed food. The bread that they use to wrap it is processed. The ketchup is processed. The mayonnaise that they use inside, it is processed. Most of the ingredients are processed. So yeah, it is also not healthy. It's also not healthy. Yeah, so you were saying something. Eh? What are the ingredients that they use to produce it? Flour is processed. If you are buying a packaged flour, if you are buying a packaged flour from the supermarket, do you know the process it went through?
Of course, so much of everything is not.
Yeah, and that is the reason why we have to be careful, because you can never be too careful. Actually, you can never be too careful. You will crave shawarma no matter how you say you want to prioritize your health. You will crave it. You will crave this food. You will crave this food. So what are the things? That you can do? Because there is no how you can do it. You are still going to consume this processed food. I talked about eating fruits, adding vegetable to her meal. I have an aunt that she puts vegetable in almost everything. When she cook white rice and stew, she will cut cucumber, she will cut lettuce, she will put it on it. White rice and stew. She love all those things. The cucumber that, in fact, when she wants to buy cucumber, she does not buy all those tiny green cucumber. She buy those big green ones. And when you add these things to your meal, you find out that you won't even be falling sick like that. Sometimes when we fall sick, it is as a result of the things that we eat, as a result of our lifestyle, the kind of life that we live. There are people that smoke. There are people that drink. Sometimes this smoking of a thing, they justify it by saying, when you have money, you can be smoking and you can still be healthy. Like, so they will start calling so celebrity. At least he smokes, he do this. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, because you don't know. You can only see them physically. You don't know what is going on in their inside of their body. You don't know what is going on with them mentally. Because one of the things that drugs and alcohol can affect is your mental health. It starts from your mental health first before it becomes to show the body physically. So why not just avoid these things? There is nothing that can justify the use of drugs and alcohol, smoking. There is nothing you can say that can justify it. Some people say that marijuana, weed, that it is plants, it is grown naturally. What effects does it have on your brain? Even this pill, tramadol, people misuse tramadol. Tramadol is actually a pain relief. And when they prescribe tramadol to you in the hospital, they will tell you 1 pill, they will tell you to break it into 2. You use half once a day. For some people, we crush 3 and sniff it. You don't even see it. There are some drugs that when you go to the pharmacy, they won't sell it to you. When my mom was not feeling fine, the drug prescription that she got, when she went to the pharmacy to get those drugs, after selling those drugs, after the pharmacist sold those drugs to her, they collected the prescription that the doctor gave her. They collected it from her and they told her that we cannot allow you to live with this prescription because the drugs that the doctor wrote for her, they are drugs that can be very addictive. These are drugs that you can take and your brain can just shut down when you take it without doctor's advice or doctor's prescriptions. So there are some drugs that they are legal, but you need a doctor's prescription to use them because when you use them too much, it can affect your brain. There are many people that are in this mental hospital today because of the misuse of drugs that are supposed to take in 0.5 milligram. They're taking 200 milligram at a go because they want it to be effective. Before you know it begins to affect them in their head. And so with this, I hope I've been able to educate you guys about self-medication, and I hope that we all can desist from self-medicating because it is very, very dangerous to our overall health. And with this, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I would begin by congratulating every one of us on our success from the 0 second up to this moment. And I'm well aware that in less than 2 hours we would reach 400 hours. And that's what? That is success. That is what? Success. Now, all of this is the reason why I came up with the topic, why a leader must have a successor. Do you understand? Now, if you relate what I called success to successor and a leader. So now, the whole idea of what we call success that you'll be celebrating in few hours was an idea of a leader. Please, let's get it together. This is a success. Why? We started it from a point, and now at this point, let me explain it better to you. If you realize, when we started, when we got to our first 1 hour, we smiled a little bit hard, then first 10 hours, it was looking very real. Then first 20, 30, then after 30, I remember something. After our first 30 hours, I could not post anything again because of the pressure. Do you get? Until we got to 48 hours, and I was like, oh, 2 days, fantastic. Then the next 24. Do you understand? So if you look at it, we are celebrating at every point because we see it as what? Success. Do you get? We have the lesser success and the higher. The lesser one is that success you celebrate at every stage. Do you understand? For example, if you are a university student, the moment you do your first semester exam, there's this feeling you have that I'm going to thank God, -1. Do you get? So the day you want to check your results, you be like, hey, this will happen. But if you do your exam very well, no problem. When you finish second semester, the moment you finish 100 level, you celebrate that success more than you celebrate your first semester. Do you understand? So if you get to 100 level, after you complete 200 level, there's a way you celebrate more than you're 100 level. You understand? Because in your head you be like, oh, out of 8 semesters, 4 semesters are gone. It's remaining how many semester? 4 semesters. Are you with me? So now, from 200 level, when you get to 300 level, when you are done with 300 level exam, the way you celebrate that is different from the way you celebrate 400 level. You understand? So when you get to 400 level, on your sign out day, you will celebrate more, isn't it? So that's why on your sign out day, you would, as a Nigerian, you would get a white shirt, probably a round neck or a round neck shirt or a long sleeve shirt, where they will sign up. It's not possible you finish 100 level exam and go and buy white shirt for sign up now. Do you get? So that distinguishes between the other success and the major one. Do you understand? So, because while you were doing your celebration in 100 level and 200 level, you did not buy a white round neck for sign out celebration. Do you get? So, success is by what? Is by stages. And a success will never come without a leader. If you must succeed, it must be as a result of who? A leader. Someone must inspire you to succeed. Someone must do what? Someone must inspire you to succeed. The school you went to, some persons started that school. Do you get? So you moved from there to another generation, to another generation. So that makes it what? More successful. So now, the topic for my speech this morning is why a leader must have successor. If you're a leader, let me see your hands up. Not by mouth. If you're a leader, let me see your hands up. Good. So now, leadership is not complete until it can continue without you. So that's the point. That's the essence of this topic. Now, I asked if you're a leader, raise your hands up. Then your hands are up, isn't it? Now, without you, that particular thing you say you are leading, can it continue? Ask yourself. Without you, that vision you've created, that mission, can it continue without you? So that's why I'm telling you this morning that why a leader must have what? A successor. Do you get? So now, a true leader is not defined by how they start, but what survives after them. A true leader is not defined by what? It's not defined by how they start, but what survives after them. So now I'll use you as a good example. Look at yourselves. You have been celebrating from 1 hour to another hour, isn't it? So now, at the end of the day, you would break a record. You would have a certificate that you've broken the record. Do you understand? So now, don't forget that a leader, who is the leader? The Dean of School of Eloquence. Do you understand? He's a leader because the whole idea came from him, and he passed on that ideas to who? To the next generation. Do you get? So now, you are who? You are the next generation. So if the dean today says that, for now, I will take a break from public speaking, I would go full time into blue economy, for instance. Then you decide that, oh, you know what, me and the US Marine would spend more time now. I would leave public speaking for like 2-3 years. Let them have fun. Do you understand? So the moment he leaves for full-time blue economy business. Now let me ask you, do you think public speaking will survive or not? It will. It will survive because what? Because there are structures already. There are what? There are structures. Imagine having a public speaking relay for 20 days where you have different speakers. That's the highest level of impact. And that's what true leadership means. You get? So now, if he is not available, this person seated here Barrister Favour knows how everything works. Do you understand? So if probably what heartbreaker need is the key to this place so he can teach someone, the key, she has it. Do you get? So if heartbreaker comes in, you would teach, you would impact without the dean being what? Being available. That's what we call leadership. Can it survive without you? So now that's why I'm bringing this message to you. Today, you all have become a leader. But will these leadership roles survive without you? Like it was passed to you, will you pass it to another person? Of course, we are well aware that you're a public speaker. If you go on YouTube, there's high tendency that we will see nothing less than 10 of your videos. But outside your videos on the internet, how many lives will you impact? Because real success is not just about what you have got, but about how many persons you would impact. So if at the end of the day, you tell us you're a success and we realize that you are unable to impact anybody, then that's failure in disguise. That is what? That is failure in disguise. So now, that leads me to what? The nature of true leadership. The nature of what? The nature of true leadership. First of the nature of true leadership is that leadership is temporary, but the impact is what? Is permanent. Leadership is what? Temporary, but the impact is permanent. One of the reasons why leadership is temporary is this. I think 3 days ago, while I was speaking here, so someone took a picture of me on the stage and sent it to, because I mentioned someone's name, I mentioned Dr. Kanyu Abisoye Bamboshe's name. The person sent it to him. Said, sir, this person just mentioned your name. So now, the person who sent the picture to Dr. Gab is not aware that Dr. Gab knows me. Or probably Dr. Gab even have my phone number. Do you understand? He was just telling Dr. Gab that this person. Dr. Gab said, wow, that's I know him, this is General KSO. That's the way my lecturer calls me anyway. He said, what's he doing? Then he explained. Then after few minutes to the time he sent him the test, he tested me directly with that picture. He said, congratulations, KSO. Then he did some prayers. Then he now spoke to me about some things. Then I appreciated everything he said. So now the point is, Dr. Gab, he has always been a leader. That's an instance. So while we were in school, then aside from him being a lecturer, Dr. Gab is someone that if he comes to the class for a 2 hours class, 2 units, huh? Yes. Okay. Now, when he comes to the class is 2 hours class, 2 units. So he won't spend up to 2 hours. That's very sure. He will spend around 1 hour, 30 minutes. If he spends 2 hours, it means that topic is very, very problematic. Like systemic functional grammar. I remember when we were doing topics like that, we were spending 2 hours and 2 hours doing. So this is the idea. Whenever he comes to the class, he will spend his first 30 minutes on motivation before the topic. So he will not tell you the reason why you are in school. He won't tell you the reason why you should come. He won't tell you the reason why you should go to school. He will tell you why the harm of leaving school. Do you understand? So he won't tell you that, oh, come to class. Come to class. If I'm teaching, attend classes. In short, he doesn't use attendance. But we'll always tell you that this is the benefit of classroom. But it doesn't end there. If you must come to classroom, you must also prepare for the real world. Do you get the point? So aside from classroom, he had a community he created. We used to call it grammarian hub. Yes, grammarian hub. So there we do what? We treat topics, we treat words, we treat structures, problematic structures on a daily basis. Then he will tell us something that if you are done, don't stop here. Keep moving forward. Do you understand? I think I spoke about him being an inspiration for my first article, where I said we were given an assignment in school in solid level to write an article. But I wasn't motivated to write the article because I know that I have a very bad handwriting. But because I am this student that works sincerely. What do I mean by work sincerely? I don't like it when I do a work and I can't defend the work, or I meet people to help me do a work by telling them that please let me copy from your assignments. No, I don't do it. So because of that, I tried so hard to make sure I was able to do the assignment. Now, this is where I'm going to. In the school at large, the person known for article is Dr. Gab. I can tell you with a fact that Dr. Gab has not written less than 2,000 articles. So, as a leader, he told us when he started writing his article, he told us about the first time he was paid for an article. He has been writing an article for many years, but the first time he got paid for an article was in 2020 by Business Day newspaper, and the article was on COVID. And since then, he would always write an article for Business Day on every Friday. You understand? So I think he told me how much he earns from them by writing an article on every Friday. So when we calculated it per month, it was equivalent to his salary as a lecturer. Do you get it? But now, the fact that he has been doing this work by writing articles and is known for it. Even if it's someone else, he would have just kept it to himself that since I'm the columnist of this time, let me keep writing. He didn't do like that. He brought links to blogs. Then he called the students. This is an assignment for you. Everybody writes an article and send to all of these blogs. He said when you send to the blogs, if your article is worth publishing, they will publish your article. And he said, I know for a fact that when they publish your article, you won't want to stop at one. You will want to keep writing. Because imagine you went to the internet and you Google, then when you Google your name appears. You see your article. Now if you check the internet, check Kasade Oluwasegun Oluwadun, you will see articles. Do you understand? So the moment he said those things, that's leadership. I'm telling you leadership now. When he said all of those things, then we're like, okay, that was how I got to do the assignments he gave me. So after doing the assignment, I sent my article to one of those blogs and it got published. And that was what the motivation behind me writing. Note, it's not that I don't know what to write, but the reason behind me not writing at that time was because I know I have a very bad handwriting. So in my head, I feel like you have a bad handwriting. What do you want to write? Until he brought that task. That task was the reason why I changed from being someone who would say he can't write to someone who can write. So if you look at that, what has he done? He has produced a successor. Do you understand? If I count the successor 1 to 100, I'm very, very sure I am not going to be in the top 100 because he had impacted many lives before he gets to. Do you get? So as a leader, you have to understand that leadership is what? Temporary. That's what I'm explaining. But impact is what? Permanent. Either because I was a student at that time, but I've stopped being a student. Have I stopped writing articles? No. That's why say leadership is temporary, but the impact is what is permanent. So now, at times most of us confuse what who a leader is with what power is. Of course, leaders do have power, but what distinguishes between a leadership and power are many. So I will talk about few things that distinguishes between power and leadership, like you speak with power. Now, first off, power comes with position, title. That's the source. The source of power is what? Position and title. The source of power is what? Position and title. Meaning, if a person is not in power, he won't become what? He won't control anything. Do you understand? That's why you will see some persons who will call leader will say, you can only have the power, but you can never become a leader. Then you start to feel like, maybe he's the one controlling. He's controlling because he has power. He's not a leader. And that was one of the reasons why Ogulu Ebolu Burna Boy, when he sang the song Empty Chairs, he said something. He said, you can believe you are sitting on a throne, but to me, it is just what? It is just an empty chair. Do you get it? He said, you can believe you are sitting on a throne, but to me, it is just an empty chair. You know how metaphoric it is? You know the critical analysis between it when someone tell you that what you call a throne is just an empty chair. So leadership comes with power. Sorry, power comes with title. That's the source. So when the title, when the position is not there, then it becomes an ordinary person. And that's why if you check history, there are many persons in history that if you trace their origin, their story back, then you might not even be able to find, you might not be able to read any meaning to their own existence. They begin to ask yourself that, so this person has existed before. Why? Because they were just what? They were in power at that time. They were not leaders. So leadership, on the other hand, you know I said the source of power is what? Title, position. So you must have title. You must be in position for you to have power. But leadership comes from what? The source of leadership is what? Influence, trust, and respect. It comes with what? Influence, trust, and respect. That's the reason why there are many persons who they are not leaders, but they are respected by their more than those in power. I will give you a very simple analysis. There was a time in 400 level. So the social director of my faculty wanted to host a dinner and award night as usual. But the speaker, let me talk about the speaker is the right honorable, is the head at the house full of honorables. So at that time, he said that the social director said the speaker did not give him an approval for the party to hold. So when he said it, so he made a report to the president. Of course, the president and the social director have a very good relationship. So after the president had spoken to the speaker, do you know what the speaker said? The speaker said, this is an official matter. You can't come to me talking about an official matter. If you need me to approve the dinner and award night from the social director, you would have to first write an official letter to me. This was the speaker talking to the president. So the president was like, Have you forgotten that I'm the president? Can't I just ask you something? Then he said, of course, you're a president, but you have limitations. Are you with me? He said, you are the president, but you have what? Limitations. Then you know what the president did? The president said, okay, it's fine. If the letter is what you want, I'll write the letter. Then the president wrote the letter. Then, after writing the letter, the speaker decided to ignore the letter. You get the point? So now what I'm trying to tell you now is leadership comes with what? Influence, trust, and respect. Unlike power that comes with title and position. If you look at it, the president has a title, the president has a position, but she is still unable to control the speaker. So now, the speaker was like, write an official letter. Then the president wrote an official letter to the speaker. Don't forget, I'm part of this conversation, but I decided to act like I don't know anything about it. Why? Because this is a system that has to do with people in power. So I feel at that point, it's not yet my business to be involved in the matter. So I sat on the fence. Then I was just looking, and what I mean by I sat on the fence and I was just looking is that while I sit in a secluded environment, informations about disagreements are always getting to my table. Then in my head, I begin to think, how come is the president unable to tell the speaker that I want this? And the speaker will listen. So I kept observing until what happened. The president wrote the letter to the speaker. You know what the speaker did? The speaker got the letter, he received the letter. He responded to the letter after like 5 days. Then his response to the letter was that he is not satisfied with the dinner and award night party. So it means they should keep the party on hold. So now, the person in question, who is the social director, is my political son. So anything that happens to him at that point would affect, he's not going to affect me in any way, but it's going to affect his growth. Do you understand? It's going to affect what? His growth. So at some point, I don't feel like, okay, I think I need to interfere at this point. But I didn't know the day I would interfere. So what happened? So on this very day, we had what we call stakeholders meeting. The stakeholders meeting is meeting for like top persons, but not persons who have position. They have persons who have position, who have power, who have title. But stakeholders meeting is not just for those who have title. Many persons there do not have title like myself. So during the stakeholders meeting, are you with me? During the stakeholders meeting, so now called, I saw the speaker, I was like, Mr. Speaker, Your Excellency, how are you doing? You know, I'm fine. I said, I've been wanting to talk to you, but I don't know, probably because of time. I said, why is Sammy's party on hold? Please, I want him to do the party. I don't want disturbance for that, but you know what I said? Huh? The moment I told him that I don't want that party to be on hold, I spoke to him friendly. I said, because I don't want disturbance for that boy. Then he laughed. He said, yes, so leader. Then after making that statement, what did he do? He called the house to write a letter to the social director that the social director should proceed with the party. Can you see that? The same party the president has spoken to him about, and he said no. He even told the president to write a letter. The president wrote a letter. He still insisted that the party was not going to hold. For me, that did not have a title, the moment I spoke to him, in less than 2 minutes, he said he called the house to write a letter to the social director that the party should host. Now, this is another difference. The reason behind this explanation is because I said the source of leadership comes from what? Influence, trust, and respect. If you look at that place, what worked in that place was not power. It wasn't title. What worked there was influence, trust, and respect. Do you understand? Because he believes that the person talking to him would not do anything to dent his own image. Do you get? So another thing that distinguishes between power and leadership is that at the level of dependency, you know the first level I spoke about was the source. Where I said power comes from title, then title or position, then leadership comes from respect, influence, and trust. So now, the second comparison is at the level of dependency. Dependency in what sense? For power, you are asked that you must follow this person. You must follow me by force, by fire. This happened most times during the military era. Of course, we are experiencing it here in a democratic system of government. We are experiencing you must follow us by force, by fire. You have no choice. That's power. Because leadership, you choose who to follow. And that's why it lasts very long. Because you have chosen. Just imagine these 20 days of eloquence. You were forced that you must come. You know, the dean could just tell the state coordinator out of 200 core members, he have less than 50. And all the state coordinator will just do is, please send me the full names of the core members. They should just say, okay, all LGIs, these particular core members, please find them for me. When you get them, tell them they will not do the next biometrics. And with that, everybody will run down to this place. Do you understand? So we won't just have substitution alone. We would have super subs. So all our 1 hour speeches might just reduce to 3 minutes, God forbid, 5 minutes. Do you get the point? So it depends. That's power. Power depends on what you must follow. You must do it. But it doesn't last, because imagine telling them that they must do it. They will run out of topic. And when they run out of topic, they will find it hard to develop topics, because you force them. You tell them they must do it. And now they are out of topics. You understand? But for leadership, you choose to follow. You chose that this is the person that will be following. So why you chose who you would follow? At every point when you are tired, you will always see reasons why you should not be tired. You understand? At every point when you are tired, you would always see reasons why you should not what? You should not be tired. For leadership, you choose what? You choose to follow. But under power, you are asked that you must follow. Do you get? Now, another difference between the both is the duration of power. The duration of what? Power. The first I spoke about was the source. The second was dependency. The third one now is what? The duration of power. The duration of what? Power. So now, power is very, very what? Temporary. And the moment you leave power, no one remembers you again. Anytime they remember you, it's always a bad memory. I remember when Heartbreaker was the head boy of the team. They used to suffer. Do you understand? I remember in my local government, my NYC, we did an election. Then, the moment these people got elected to power, only for the vice president to come and tell us in the second CDS, in the next CDS, that before, biometrics starts by 8 a.m. and it ends on each day. It ends at 4 p.m. He said, now that we have taken over office, we can no longer be waiting for you till 4 p.m. Once it's 12:30 and you do not come for biometrics, then we are done for the day. Where was it when I heard that statement? I had to raise my hand. I said, Madam Vice President, I thought you promised that you'd be a leader. He said, yes. I said, but this is not leadership. Something that we are used to coming to this local government at 3:30 with the intention that when we get to this local government at 3:30, we will do our biometrics. Now, how do you come to the conclusion that once it's 12:30 and we are not here, we won't do our biometrics in the next day? I said, this is very, very bad. And our LGI is not like that, because I remember that was the first time I was experiencing that. Someone will not come for biometrics, then the LGI will go. This is how my local government operates. if your CDS is on Tuesday, you do your biometrics on Tuesday. So the moment you do, when you get to local government, all Tuesday CDS file, you find them somewhere downstairs. So you go there, you select your file, so you come up with it, then you do your biometrics. So at the end of the day, those files that are left, she will pick them up. Okay, this file, these people did not come, guys. The first thing in the morning, the next day, the phone numbers are all coming back. You should call. Hello, you didn't come for biometric. What happened to you? Just to be sure that you are alive and well. Do you understand? So when she confirms, then if there's anything wrong, she will find a way you come to the place. Leadership. If it was power, I won't talk about it. I will just jump. I will move to another statement. So I don't speak to the executive at that time that imagine you leaving your leader who cares about humanity to switching to what we favor. He said, you know, we are human beings too. You need to go and rest. Of course, you need to go and rest. But we never forced you to pick up leadership role. If you pick up leadership role, you must understand that you would pay so much sacrifice. You pay what? You pay so much sacrifice. Like I asked, okay, where do you want to become a leader? I said, yes, I want to become a leader. And I said, okay, it's fine. You must lead. You must be uncomfortable. And that's why, after I visit finish speaking, so you see you can go. Let Okwe wait. Now Okwe is waiting. Is what? Is understanding the price of leadership. Even though he's sleeping. So, duration, power is what? Temporary. Very, very temporary. And you won't be trained by the end of it. For leadership, people still listen to you even when the title is gone. That's the difference. The difference between someone in power and a leader is that if the person in power leaves office, bye-bye. They have no business. For a leader, when a leader leaves office, people still listening to that leader even after the leader has left office. Do you understand? Just sit down and think about it. Think about those leaders that are ruled in your environment, in your place of work, at your places of worship, at the state, at the country at large, at the world. How many of them still have influence? So, how you know those in power and who are true leaders is that the true leaders among them, they will still what? When they speak, people still listen. But they are not in office anymore. But when they speak, people still what? People still listen. Look at the likes of if the former governor of Lagos State, speaks today to the people in power, talking about the people in charge of Lagos State government's power, if speaks to them today that they have an idea about this thing can work this way. If they are not thinking about it before, they will start thinking about it 100 times. Why? Because of what? Because of influence. Because they are going to this person. He was a leader when he was there. He has that experience. But if it was just that, he just came and he was like, today in Lagos State, anything I say you must do. You must what? You must do. Everybody sit at home, sit at home. Everybody go to work, go to work. Task. Everybody must pay task. Core members, your allowance is 77,000, right? Out of 77,000 naira, 17,000 naira is going to the post of federal. There is no how such person will come back to advise us and will listen. Now because we feel like you will be say when I become member, you collect 17k for my 77k. Do you understand? So even if you remember such person, you will always be that woman. Very, very, very. She get the point. So leadership, even when you don't have that title, you still have influence. For power, the moment the title is gone, it's done. I remember in my local government where I used to live before, so we have councillors, people who were councillors. I'm not talking about people who used to counsel people. Like they are councillors of words, like WRG, words. So there was this councillor at that time when he was in power. He do misbehave. Before, he greets everybody on the streets every day. But the moment he became a councillor, the way we passed, we were expecting that he called his attention. Even when he called his attention, it's the way we just see his hand like this. Like MQ, just his hand somehow. You start to look at that. This man, is it because you have now become a councillor? That's why you have it. Then you see many persons observe. And there's one thing about life, when you start behaving in a manner that 1, 2, 3, 4 persons have begin to complain about the way you live, it's just best that you adjust. Because it tells so much about how irrelevant you later become. Because if today Joy said, you this person, you don't have a good day, then you move to the next junction. You need to say the same thing, that you don't have a good day. You move to the next junction. English with Felicity say the same thing. You move to the next junction. Heartbreaker, whose heart is broken, say the same thing. You next to the next junction. Okwe who is sleeping say the same thing. See you understand? So it tells us so much that you are becoming irrelevant. You know, there are times where people will talk about you because you are trying to do your job. It's different from people talking about you that you are showing many acts of pride and responsibility. Yes. So now, this councillor at this time, he had changed from who we voted for to the person he is at the moment. Then we left him. So yeah, now keep moving until this particular time when he lost power. He believed since he's in power, coming back for the next election was very, very good. Then during primary election, we the masses are complaining that we don't want this man again. We don't want this person. But you know one thing, the illusion of endless growth, so we begin to feel like this man in power won't take me away. And the person that was coming to take over was at the age of 27, 28. So that alone make him feel like not possible. And that was how everybody stood beside this boy, defeated him, and this boy became a councillor at that time. So now, when this man left office as a councillor, he could not talk about anything. Remember the day those who want to do construction came, they were demolishing suicide. While he was trying to correct them, they didn't listen to him. But you know who they're listening to? My mommy came to tell him that this thing is not okay, you can't be listening to this place. Just choose for that side. And they listened. Mind you, my mom has never had any political office. And that's why I told you in the first place that leadership, the source of leadership is what? Is influence, respect, and trust. So it was through influence then this woman, we have to listen to her. But this man who was in power before spoke, but they didn't listen to him. So that's why I tell you the duration of power, the duration of what? Office. The moment you leave, they don't recommend you again. For leadership, people still listen to you even after you have gone. So what is the focus? Power focuses on control. Power focuses on what? Control. And leadership what? Focus on growth. Go and look at those people that are always after I want power, I want power, I want power. The major reason why they want power is because they want to have control. That's one of the attributes of power. They want to have control. They want to tell you, hey, sit, sit. I remember the friend who said he was going to join the Nigerian army because he wants to have power. So nobody will talk to him. I advised him, I said, my friend, it's nice that you want to join the army, but joining the army with lots of power will make you regret at the end of the day. He said, why? I said, because now, imagine you join the Nigerian army. And at the military camp, you were selected to be under infantry department, armored soldier, or artillery department, where you will be needed more at forefront. So I said, if you are selected here, there is an higher chance that in 3 years, you may only have access to your house for just 1 month. Now, the power you have gone to, who would you use the power of? So then, that's where frustration starts setting. Because ordinarily you join the war, so you have power. So when you come out to the street, when we see you, we go on, say, oh, what do you do? Now, instead of you to come to Lagos City, where we'll tell you what you do, you are now posted to a place like Raba, like Mina, where you will not see anybody to tell you what you do. You understand? So, most persons who have power, they do it for the sake of what? But leadership focus on what? Focus on growth. Leadership focus on what? On growth. And that's why I'm using the Guiness as an example. Because look at growth. He is the only CSP. Before now, probably the dean might have like 2,000 students in public speaking. But due to this 20 days of eloquence, if he had 2,000 before, I'm sure nothing less than 150 has added to the list. Do you understand? Is that not growth? That is growth. So now, the likes of Gabriel would go outside to teach persons that, this is how you speak in public. Of course, speaking is not just something you can just do in 10 minutes. You can do 30 minutes. You get like that. The community is growing at large. Don't forget, I made one statement one day. I said, in a community, in a society that moved from promoting academics to promoting immorality. So now, we didn't just get to that immorality. It now becomes that, what is the tradition? When you sit together, the tradition they practice now is what? The poor and past tradition. What do I call it? The poor and past tradition. That's the tradition they practice now. So when you see some youth, after they had mowed their weed, they will do what? They light it. When the first person pour, probably 1 puff or 2 puff, they will do what? They will pass it to the next person. So now, a leader now came with the idea of in a society where students, where youth are doing puff and pass smoking, let's change it to a society where we do speak and pass. You see the idea? Is that not good? So you move it from a puff and pass society to a what? To a speak and pass society. Don't stop puffing. So now, when you speak, you pass the mic. When you pass the mic to the next person, you what? You speak. So now, it has changed from where you puff, you pass the smoke to the next person. You understand? Leadership focus on what? Growth. For power, focus on control. So while you are focusing on control, because you are empowered, while you are focusing on control, you won't see those youths who are practicing the puff and pass tradition. Because your main aim is to have power, to control the world. So while you are controlling, you won't pay attention to other things. But the leader who wants growth, look at it. Let's come up with this idea. And that's why I respect the NYSC camp so much. While I was in, I used to do something. If I'm in an environment, I observe the environment beyond the message the environment has come to pass. When I was in camp, later I entered my camp room. Shey you get. So I dropped my bag. So when it was light out at night, and I had some guys say something like, come on, no possible, we don't be there for 21 days, no. Do you understand what you mean? that it's not possible, you can't stay here for 21 days without smoking. When he said that to the other guy, I'm not laughing at 21 days. I think you can't stay 21 days without. Then I was listening to their conversation, I was listening to everything, and at the end of the day, it went okay. So I was now thinking about it. Then one of them said, by all means, we'll find out, we will make sure we will get to this camp. When they said that, I was very much anticipating how we're going to get to the camp. So I would see how secure or unsecure the camp is. Then, while I was waiting, day 1 passed, day 2 passed, day 3 passed. Then one of them said, I never imagined that I could stay 3 days without smoking. And that was how we continued till we finished at that camp for 21 days. So there are many of them at the camp for that 21 days who never smoked in that 21 days. I can say this big growth. You know why I say? So even when they tried to tell someone to do it, no person was that in fact of people because they said, this camp, they no. Either you come outside and collect it. They said if you come outside to collect it, the matter is you are very good. Because you see the camp then we have PSC, we have NDLA, we have DSS, we have Nigerian Army, we have Nigerian Police Force. And that's why when I'm in the camp I don't feel it. I used to tell them that this is the most secure environment in the world. They feel like when you have all the security agencies here. You understand? So that's why when I'm sleeping, I sleep with full chest. That when you blow the people, I won't even hear. Yes. This environment nothing is going to happen. Because when I hear the people sounds for like that, you will see the members of the Nigerian Army infantry. You see them with their rifle, with their mattress, and other things they will need for night. You see them going to the fence. So those fence, now the fence around the camp, you see them all there. They are there. So they are waiting for someone to just jump on top, plant, and just land on top. You understand? Just jump, let's see. I think I told you about the day someone wear a khaki to the camp, and the person is not the member of that camp. They dictated this person in less than 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes. Like, no, we are not a member. This khaki is not this past khaki. The interrogation begins. Do you get? Where am I coming from? I'm coming from where I say leadership focuses on growth. How much growth has School of Eloquence done to society? A lot. Now you will now believe that I can stay up all night and I will not die. You understand? At least I managed. I felt it like I want to fall sick, but I did not fall sick. You understand? Then I see on the other hand, growth. The agenda in 1973 was what? To promote peace and unity. Of course, we might not be there yet, but I can tell you for a fact that no, you won't see anyone that go through the orientation course to be the reason why we have discrimination in society. If you find someone like that, it means that person. It's either the person lied so he could leave camp or something. So another thing that distinguishes between power and leadership is this. Power creates fear. What do I say? Power creates fear. You know, I was talking about the core members who did not attend. People that just stay connected, hello. The easy people did not come. Then fear. You just take the state of data, just one message. I remember that reminds me of something. While I wanted to do an adventure at last weekend, it was a journey where you would learn and you have fun. It was a very, very tough journey. So when I hosted the event at that time, Lucy said it was so expensive. But it was expensive because it's covering your transportation fare. That's why it's expensive. And it's not just a day program. It is 2 days program. So when you do 2 days program, you have to understand that you spend how much there for it in that agreement? 6,000 naira. 6,000 naira for 2 days event. So what I did at that time was I purely used all their money for the event. All their money plus diplomacy. What do I say? All their money plus diplomacy. Probably I will have to say something and you have to forgive me. But I use what? All their money plus diplomacy. So now, why do I say power creates fear? Then I was the president. People were not turning up. We had like less than 2 weeks to the event, and I already sold tickets to 10 persons. See, I know at some point, this is why I respect women. Tell women because women are the real game changers. Of course, men they have all the power, but power does not change game. So why they are the reciprocal person? The men in my cabinet said something. Said, hello, call the HOD that they are not responding. So once you tell them that they don't come, they will feel. So all of them will come. I said no. I said I can't do that. I said why? I said because this journey is to create inspiration and not to create fear. They are going to places where they will learn about the heritage of their forefathers. After that, they will have fun. So, this thing, I can't do it to them. I can't make them understand this thing through fear. I don't do that. They were like, no, you can't just, at times in life, you can't just do it. I said, if it fails, there's no problem. It didn't fail because of me. It failed because they fail to understand. You understand? So at times, the things you call failure are not even failure. They are just ways at which you learn how life works. Just explain about it. But after telling them about it, I became more strategic. Then I did what? I held a meeting. With who? With who did I had the meeting with? I had a meeting with, forgive me, with the most beautiful ladies in my department. So I followed all of them. I wrote to them. I said, the president wants to have a meeting with you. Then we chose a location, a very comfortable location. Then I told them something. I said, this is the agenda for this adventure. This is why I want us to go on this adventure. These are the benefits. And I told them stories behind the places they will be visiting. And I told them how once the after party will look like. Are you with me? Then I told them like, oh, this is a very nice idea. Then I said, you know what? All the most beautiful ladies in this department are seated here. You are how many? You are 20. The most. They are about 15, not 20. So it's 5 of my executives to make them 20. And I told them something. I told them, I said, you know what? All I need you to do is, I'll give you your tickets for free. Now, go and preach to others and tell them about this adventure. This adventure is coming up in less than 2 weeks. And I want a big change. So after telling them, some said, no, don't give me for free, I will pay because I understand the value behind what you have completed. I said, no, I understand that now you understood the value. But I will take it as my fault as a leader because I will take it as I did not make you understand the value earlier. I'm sorry about that. Then you know what I did? I gave them, the 20 of them, free tickets, including 5 of my executives. You understand? You know I said, power creates fear. You understand? What did I do there? I went to the area of threat. Creates fear. So I just spoke to them. The likes of Tejumade, Sheitofume, Ayurveda, Adjudia. You know what? Then after the meeting, you know what they did? The beautiful girl, they are from different levels. And they went to their level to tell me that you guys know the benefits in that party. in that adventure, you will not want to miss it. Now, this makes you know the difference between power and leadership. Power creates what? Fear. Leadership creates inspiration. Now look at where inspiration. You know what? I've inspired them. Then in less than 48 hours, you know I said we had sold just 10 tickets. In less than 48 hours, we sold another 40 tickets. Makes it what? 50. I'm being realistic here. I'm not adding on. Instead of adding, I'm making reducing. Okay, more than 40. Then after that second day, someone told me that don't worry, we will play on Friday next week. Just wait. Now, my target before was that we will have 150 persons for their venue. The next Friday that they said they were going to pay. There were 80 persons paid on the Friday. And I said, I think we're going to end here. This is where seeking of advice comes in. As a leader, you can't do it alone. So how the like of there's this guy on Instagram, you know him, Lagos corporate boy. He's a dancer. So he now told me, he said, people are buying your ticket and you are saying you will tell them to stop buying tickets because you want 150. He said, I don't do like that. Don't do like that. You know, so if people are looking for this audience you have got, he said, no. You've inspired them and now they are inspired. All of them want to attend. He said, now what you do is you would increase the plan. Like my plan was 150. Then after a few days, they started buying tickets. The list, I had like 3 full sheets where my treasurer and financial secretary use because I don't receive money to myself. I tell my financial secretary and my treasurer to receive money. That's another was quality. So when they showed me the list, because I wasn't paying attention to the list because I was paying more attention to how the adventure is going to work out. Then when I got to it, one day I just asked them that please send me the total number of persons on your list, treasurer, financial secretary, send me the total number of persons on your list. When they send their total number, when I combine the both numbers together, we already have 280 persons. I was like 280, that's too much. The plan was to have 150 persons attend this adventure. Now it's 280. Then I sent a BT to the executive. I said, please don't sell tickets for anybody again. In short, anybody should not buy tickets. It's okay. We are cutting the amount of persons we want to attend this adventure. Look at strategy there. Then when I said that, we said okay, we read. Then my GM, I was getting a lot of text, please, we want to get the ticket for adventure, please, don't do like that, please. Then I said, I'm not assuring you, but if you want to come, on the day we'll be moving, please, find your way to the gates. If there are still available space, I'll let you know. Then on that day, the school gave us one BRT bus. That BRT bus contained about 80 persons. Then we got 6 coaster bus. You know how big coaster bus is? 6. So we had them like that. And at the end of the day, we were able to contain the 280. After the 280, we had about 30 persons left who are still saying, please, we want to go. What did I do? We had to get another bus for those 30 persons. So they will do what? They will follow us. That's inspiration. Power creates fear. And that's why it doesn't last. But leadership creates inspiration. Everybody will be high morale. Understand? As we start the bus, we start singing. And of the greatest, last white, great. Do you understand? So we were so loud that at the time we got towards the border at night, because we first went to the slave museum. So at the point we left the slave museum at past 10 p.m. at night. We were going to Arakab. Arakab is towards Benin Republic, the same border. So while we were going to that place, the moment my boss was at the front, my boss was the Lagos State boss. At the front of that Lagos State boss, they wrote what? Aluta Jet there. So the moment I said, and of the greatest, that's why to that sound, the echo from that first bus to the last bus at the back. You will hear great, articulate, asuwaito, articulate. You understand? That the custom officers that were at the border, at some point they didn't even bother checking. They were like pass. And inspiration. Ever reasonable, asuwaito, ever reasonable. Just like that. Even you as a leader will be happy. Power will not do that for you. Because you can't tell people, it will show in their voice now. And of the greatest, that's what you're like, great. I think you're like, great. Ever reasonable, everything will be great. But in their mind, there is no great. Because you are not a great person. Because you force them. Just I said, power creates fear. Do you understand? Leadership creates inspiration. And that was how we had many people. So I was like, people are too much. My plan was 150, now we are 310. Yes. We had 280 on the list and we had another 30 extra. You know, because yeah, it was a lot. Because the resource center, the rooms at the resource center, would not contain us. Then that's where Star was coming. Because when I was going, I took DJ Olimsi from Lagos to when I go there, I said, Olimsi, he said, guy, he said, this waka will you carry me, I cannot be responsible. He said, since morning, you're moving from different places. He said, I'm enjoying everything. Then I called them. I said, this night, I would advise those that have strength not to sleep. Because the rooms are limited. You know, at that point, they would have been angry. I said, you know, we call it an adventure. You are experiencing what you've not experienced before. They're like, oh, that's true. I said, now, if you have come to experience what you've never experienced before, how will you experience it by sleeping? Don't forget that I'm telling them this because of what? We have limited rooms. I said, how will you experience what you've not experienced before by sleeping? They were like, I said, now, this is what we do. Those that are very tired among us, let them rest in the hotel for probably 2 hours so they can come and join us. But Lizzie was tired. It was a DJ from Lagos. It was worn out already. So we had the social director, Andrew. He offended me. He offended the executive member before. But on the day of the adventure, he came to beg. While other members said he's not going to follow us, I said he's not going to follow us because the social director, he has a role to play. I never knew he was going to play any role until that time came. So while Olimsi was tired, that was when I got to know that. He said, I'm a very good disc jockey. I can use the two. I can play. We were like, Andrew, you, DJ. He said, yes now. That's why there are many persons who ask you that you don't know. Then after Olimsi had set returner, so you can go and have some sleep now. Catch some rest, like you would say. And he went to catch some rest for like 3 hours. It was not up to 3 hours, but it was close to 3 hours. Then the moment Andrew came up, 400 hours, right? The moment Andrew came up, video, picture, video, picture, video, picture. So the moment captured the whole thing. The moment Andrew started playing the music, the atmosphere changed. Do you understand? The atmosphere was, the atmosphere changed. So those who were saying they were tired, you know, see, that's why you are sometimes you have to respect Nigerian music, like all those Mara. But the global people will not understand what Mara is. Do you understand? So when those songs start coming in, you know, there are some Nigerian music that no matter how morally you say you are, what am I saying? No matter how morally you say you are, their beat will change the way you feel. And that's why you might not have to blame on Gio when they start playing some beats and say I like to shake it. It's not intentional. Do you understand? It's just the power in the words, in the beat. Do you get? So why those that are tired that we are at rest, the moment the other persons hear the music like this, they came out. The music was there to make them refreshed because they have gone through so much stress. We call it an adventure, it's not easy. Then when they started playing the song, they came out, they started vibing, do you understand? from focus to oblique, from, do you understand? They started what? Having a good passing time. So now, where am I coming from? The origin is power creates fear. If I had created fear by telling the higher authority that please make sure these people come, force them to come, that ginger on that day, they won't get it. As a matter of fact, when there is no room for them to sleep, they will say, we know we are forced to come to this place. You forced us here and you could not even provide things that we would use. Then they will start telling you different kind of things because they are not seeing that thing happening. But the leader that has created inspiration, the people are ever ready. There were a point where what happened? Where the DJ was saying the fuel will soon be, the fuel is not enough. There was one of them that said, fuel, don't worry. I'm managing on Badagry. I'll go to my house, my family house, to go and get fuel now. I was like, no, don't do like that. Don't worry, there's fuel. Because we're ready. We had like about 15 liters in our bus inside in the bus. So the moment we brought out the fuel, I was surprised that, hey, so you even was here, it was part of the plan. So you know what? You inspire, you don't create fear. Another difference between someone in power, the power and leadership is that power ends with one person. Of course, you might be in power and be a leader. You understand? But the moment you are in power and it ends with you, it means what? It means you are not a leader. You just have power. Because you should not end with you in the first place. Like the NYC, for instance. The NYC this year will be what? 3 years. It started in 1973 when Nigeria only had 12 states. The 12 states in 1973 had their orientation camp. Do you understand? But after General Yakubu Gowon left, what happened? Transition, he gave it to the next person, and it continued like that. And for the reason, he said the reason behind this was to do what? Was to unify Nigeria, because this came up after the Civil War. So that we don't want us to happen again. If there is a body that brings everybody together, that syndrome of discrimination will reduce. And when the syndrome of discrimination reduce, you will do what? You would learn to live among each other. Remember when I was in the camp, there's this guy, his name is Kaduna. His first time in Lagos was, Ogun State camp. His first time in Ogun State was that time he came for camping. He spoke very well. He was even happy because when we met at the first instance, I was speaking Hausa to him. At some point, he never knew that I am not an Hausa. He never knew. Before we now came back to the phase of speaking our normal English, then he said, there are many things there are many perceptions he had about us that until he got to this place before he changed. I said, that is what General Yakubu Gowon wants to achieve. That was why he did the project. He said, oh, that's true. He met people from Delta, maybe from different states. That's when they tell us about how things work at that place. And that's why the carnival at the NYC camp is always around different culture. Like when I was in camp, I was in Plateau 7, right? So, at my own plateau, what we displayed in the carnival was purely Igbo culture. On that day, my second name is Oluwajuwon. Do you understand? So we have to translate Oluwajuwon to Igbo language. So on that day, I was bearing Chukwu Zuru Oke. You see the point. On that day, when people were posting my brother like General Chukwu Zuru Oke, don't worry, I owe you a title in Igbo land. Has he not achieved what he wants to achieve? If he had enforced that by force by fire, you guys must do this, it won't last to today now. So power what? Power ends with one person. There are many things that people have done and it has ended the way it started. That's power for you. But leadership, another person will take it. It continues. It's a continuous process. It's passed from what? From generation to another generation. So now, we'll move on from that to what? To why most leadership fails after leaders leave. So now what's the next point? Why most leadership fails after the leader leaves. You know, I said something. I said if the dean today decides to leave Nigeria to partner with the United States Marine so he can do more on blue economic projects, I said if he leaves today, public speaking will not die at School of Eloquence. Why? Because he has produced so many speakers. And the best of it was that he produced speakers who are what? Who are very, very young and vibrant. So if you look at it, in the next, from now to the next 50 years, all the faces here would still keep dominating. So that's how you know a bright future. The reason why you know the future of a team is when you look at the team, you look at the team academy. Like, look at this academy. This team will do well. Look at when Kamavinga, Babadi, and the likes, when they came to Madrid as youths. At that time, I'm not a Madrid fan. I don't like Madrid at all. I just have to use this analysis. So at that time, Madrid was not in big form like that. When Kamavinga came, there's even this boy. What's his name? I can't remember his name. Then my brother said something. He said, the only reason why I'm happy is because these players tells me so much about the future of the team. Do you understand? So, how do you see the future? You see the future from those that are coming. And that's why Yoruba would say, Òrìṣà tá bá ń sìn, tá a bá fi wọn mọ, irú òrìṣà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ò ní ṣe kí kò ní pẹ́ parun. We have a Yoruba professional here. She would have said yes, but the way she did not say yes, so it means that I got the proverb correctly, but structurally I'm not correct, because if I was correct structurally, she would have done like this. You understand? I'm sorry, I didn't study Yoruba. so what's the proverb is saying there is that practice, that thing you practice, that while you are practicing this thing, your children are not aware of that thing you are practicing. He said that particular thing, that particular tradition will die within time. And when I say tradition, most of us used to make tradition. When we say tradition, people feel like tradition is probably your traditional this. No, that's not tradition. When we say your tradition, your tradition is the things you do, the things you practice. That is your tradition. Do you understand? Tradition does not necessarily mean what they practice from your own town. Do you understand? Tradition is the way your own tradition. When you wake up in the morning, the first thing you do is you first do wet leaves before you brush your teeth. No, I'm just giving an instance. So no. I'm sorry. I'm just giving an instance. Maybe some persons, before they brush their teeth, the first thing is they will do wet leaves. Do you understand? Tradition. So why you are there when your child sees you that the first thing my mom does in the morning is to do wet leaves before. Do you understand? So that child from there will be like, oh, so the first thing Kiesu does in the morning was to pray before anything. From there you start what? Learning. You start what? Learning. Do you understand? So from there you continue like that. Do you understand? So now we have moved to another phase where I said why most leadership fails after the leaders leave. If leadership fails when you leave, it means you have not done anything. So now the first reason why leadership fails when leaders leave is what? is when there is no trained system. That is what? There is no training system. Is when there is no training system. Leadership fails when leaders leave, when there is no training system. So now ask yourself, all those places you have been to, do you have training system? School of Eloquence is a training system. What do they do? They train public speakers. So that's why if the O1 is not around, O2 will be there. If the O2 and the O1 goes to Santorini for the day, you will see someone that will be there. Then there is no training system. The reasons why the religious environments, you see them, the reason why they grow is because they have training system. You will see where you, the Motorosa, where you learn how to read Quran. After reading Quran, where you learn translation. After reading translation, where you learn the Hadith, Fiqh Sunnah, and the likes. The same thing you will see at the church, where you go to biblical school. You call it theology school, right? Where you go there, from there, and different churches have their own self. You will see Celestial have their own, you will see Redeem have their own, you will see. Do you understand? So because there is training system. There's what? There is training system. And that's why if you become a global pastor, you will see the other pastor, you see people ask you that, who anointed you, isn't it? Like, who is your leader? Let's know where you come from. Do you understand? So leadership fails when leaders are not around, when there is no number one, when there is no training system. So now it's a message for you, because you all seated are leaders. So if you don't want your office as leaders to fail, you have to what? Include a training system. That's one. Secondly, when there is no intentional replacement planning. When there is no what? When there is no intentional replacement planning, it makes leadership fail when leaders is not. So what do I mean by intentional replacement planning? As a leader, take note. While you are leading, you should always make it clear that when I'm not around, this is the person that will be in charge. Do you understand? We know when, okay, at my department, if Professor Tayo Ajayi is not around, the next person is who? Dr. Pamishile. Dr. Pamishile is not around. You know the hierarchy. So now, at your place of work, at that training program you organize, is there intentional replacement? I remember those days in school when I was going. So this person, the person that used to be, well, the people who always see with me was an officer. But I made it so clear that this is the person you see with me often, but this is not my replacement. I told them my replacement is J-Swish. Make an intentional replacement. Make it clear. So they know that when you are leaving, this is the person that is replacing this person. Do you understand? So this is J-Swish is a replacement. Then J-Swish name changed from J-Swish to what? KSOJ. So the KSOJ means KSO Junior. Did you get? So the moment I left, there was no argument, there was no debate. Because while I was there, everything he needs to know is aware of it. Come. This is what you do. This is what, if you don't do this, there are times where he was supposed to leave school at 6 o'clock. I'll tell him you have to wait, you are not leaving. You have to go to other meetings. Sometimes we'll do refereeism. Students who are in the hospital, we'll go and check up on them. Do you understand? In the process, it was what? He was learning. That's the training system. He was learning. And when I was leaving, I was very, very aware. That picture, I'm looking for that picture. Where I did the transition for them. So I'm very aware, and people around are aware that this is an intentional replacement. So there was no debate, there was no fight. But the moment you leave, when there's no intentional replacement, then you leave the place in what in conflict. I will explain that to us. So now, the second reason why, not the second reason, the third reason why leadership fail when leaders are not present is because when power is over centralized. You understand? When everything depends on you as a leader. When everything depends on you as a leader. And that's why I'm using instances from this courtroom, because we are doing justice to law. So I'm using instances here, so you can relate to it very easy. Now if you look at the dean, for instance, now you would assign some role to you, that the person doing photography should be in charge. So now probably the person that, if you notice, the person that is in charge of the monitor today, this monitor here, is not the person that was there yesterday. You understand? So if everything becomes centralized on one person, I'm sure if this man come here today, he will begin to wonder that how come, what did the last person did yesterday, how did he do it? Then between those short period of time, you will begin to see errors. Do you understand? So when power is over centralized, when everything depends on you, you are the only one seeing everything. The moment you leave as a leader at that place, it becomes very hard for them to continue. And that's how leadership fails. And that thing there is what? That's 4. I've given us 4 reasons. Then now, I'm going to tell you why succession is non-negotiable. Why what? Succession is non-negotiable. Meaning, why it is a must. It is not negotiable, it's a must. You must have a successor. You must have a training system. You must not over-centralize power. Do you understand? You must have an intentional replacement. Why? You must. Number 1, for continuity of vision. If you want the vision to continue, you must what? You must have a clear replacement. If you want the vision to continue, you must have what? You must have a replacement. You must have a training system. You must have what again? You must not over centralize power. Did you get? You must not what? You must not over centralize power. For continuity of vision. Because visions must be outlived by what? By the visionary. Who is the visionary? The visionary is who? The person, the owner of the vision. Do you understand? Sorry, I passed it. So if you look at this person, Obafemi Awolowo, he was the brain behind free education in Nigeria, isn't it? Yes. So now, while he was doing that, he was a visionary. While he was doing that, he had successors, trusted successors, who he believed would continue that path. One of them is Chakonde Lateef, His Excellency. There was a point in time when I was talking to one very old man. So he said, at that time, when Chakonde was building schools, because I attend a government school, I went to my primary school was Ilorin Primary School, Bariga Junior Grammar School, Ajayi Kadamima Senior High School. That was how I went. So at our community, inside where my school is, we had 7 schools there at that time. Now it has reduced to 5. Remaining 2, they converted remaining 2 to ICT centers. Do you understand? So at that time we had CMS, Bishop Owell, Bishop Crowder. We have that Bishop Crowder is school 3, school 4, the National Primary School. Adi Laja, and we had another 2 that makes it 7. No, we had another one that makes it 7. So at that time, the Baba said when Chakonde was building this building at that time, they are asking him that is this man trying to build poultry? Like, why? What's the mean? What is at every point you are building big buildings? You begin to wonder that what for? Then with time, they understood that so there will be a time where we will have many students, many individuals who would want to go to school but they don't have money. So Jack Only passed it. You know, the origin was from Obafemi Awolowo. He passed it to the early successors like Jack Only. Jack Only built. He went like that till we get to Fashola. So during Fashola era, students during Fashola era, then you would have access to textbook, maths, English, and basic science and other textbooks. So you will sign at the end of the term, you will return those books. Do you understand? So continuity of vision. The vision of Awolowo then was that people should have what? Free education. It's continued like that till it got to Fashola time. And it's still in existence. Do you get? It's going like that. Continuity of vision. So if Obafemi Awolowo did not have successor at that time, the vision wouldn't have continued. It would have just died. The moment he leaves, then that's the end. Then you start seeing people that will say, see that man, school that is supposed to be of benefit for us. He said we should do it for free. Thank God I'm even a wise person. So that's how I would have just wasted this opportunity. Did you get the point? That's the importance of trusted successor. Because the successor understand the vision. That the vision was to make life easy for what? For citizens. Because it is their right to free education. But if you did not have good successor, those ones that come after him would have just said, this building, change it to Uche Model College. School fee, 50,000 everybody. What do you mean free education? You collect as an Igbo man and you know what Uche will do. You will make money. They say, I can't follow what the leader has left behind you. Help me follow. Waiting my wife will chop. That's the next thing you hear. Because what he's concerned about is he wants to have Ferrari, he wants to have Bugatti, he wants to have. Do you understand? So continuity of vision is one of the reasons why it's a must. It is not negotiable. You must have succession. That's one. Number two is what? For stability and peace. For what? For stability and peace. Now you might start to wonder that what does having a successor have to do with stability and peace? Now let me explain to you. There are many organizations that died because the moment their leader left, they didn't know who deserved to become the leader at that time. Do you understand? I know most of us would have experienced this, where after a leader left, the next thing you just say is, it is my turn, I'm the one that Eloquence, it's my turn to rule you people. The next person will be like, you know how many months I've been serving at this place? It's my turn. Then the next person will be like, hey, you guys are playing. You have spent more years than me, but I'm the closest to the leader before he left. Then conflict will start. And that's why you will see some organization that they will leave the office of the chairman for months. They will say the vice chairman will act as will be the acting chairman. When you see an organization like that, just know that there's problem. Acting vice chancellor, there's conflict. Acting chairman, there's serious problem. Acting managing director. You know, it's not like they are acting because they put them on acting duty. They are acting because there is what? There is conflict between those at the top. So they are struggling to say, who deserves to be here? Because there was no clear structure. The person in charge before, the leader before, did not put a clear structure. There was no clear structure. So all he knew was just that I'm the one in charge. The moment he leave, then he lives with the peace. The stability. Stability in what sense? It makes things stable. Because this lady understands how we do everything. Do you understand? If everybody in this room is not here, and we have only money not here, we are rest assured that nothing bad will happen. If you have new persons here and she's the only person here, because she understands the style. When those new persons come, she will tell them that when you are leaving, you have to pass the mic with your 2 hands. You don't just leave like that, fiam. You don't just finish speaking and just drop the mic here. Then pass this front and go and sit. Do you understand? Stability. Because their successors on seats. They will orientate you that this is the tradition, this is how we do here. Do you understand? So another thing is protection of legacy. What legacy did Obafemi Awolowo left behind? Free education. Is the legacy not protected? It is protected. Many persons have benefited from it. Protection of legacy. The legacy behind the National Youth Service Corps in Nigeria from General Yakubu on was what? Was the legacy. Was it not protected? It was protected. So leadership is not about what you do presently. It's about that legacy that continue when you are not there. It's not about what? It's not about what you do presently. It's about the legacy that continues when you are there. I remembered during the time I was serving, not NYC, when I was serving, when I had a title. Then I said something. I said, every girl under my constituency, no matter how beautiful they are, I would never in my life try to ask them out. I said that. Then the successor at those points, they'll be like, why did you say that? I said, see, the moment you ask them out, there are moments. The power will reduce from 100 to 70. You would want to make some laws. Then you have to be looking front and back that I hope these laws will not affect some persons. The moment I said that, it wasn't as if I was not seeing persons among those ladies that I would talk to, because these are my constituents are very, very, very beautiful. Very. So now what did I do then? Like students. And I made a law. I said, if anybody needs academic assistance, if you're a lady, go and meet officer. If you're a lady, go and meet Ray. If you're a lady and you need academic assistance and you come to me, I will not reply you. Report to an officer and Ray. Those are the people in charge. Why? Because I was trying to curb my relationship with them. Because I have said this is the way I will do it. So, and if I must achieve this thing, I must find ways at which I and the opposite gender won't be sitting together. But everything begins from what? From how are you? From how are you? Sit now. What's the problem? Okay, you don't understand Portuguese grammar. Oh, it's very, very simple now. That was my problem. I used to have hey when I do them. They start saying things I'm not supposed to say. From there, we're like, thank you. I'm glad. Thank God I even came to you today. Have you eaten? But you came for Portuguese grammar. What has it got to do with have I eaten? From there, you start transiting to places you are not supposed to go to. Protection of what? Legacy. So now, when I said that, I worked towards it. And every members who are what? Who are successors, they saw it. And they said that, we would follow this. So that's why Jesus, when he became a president, he refused to have what? Any relationship with what? Any lady from the constituency. When they asked him, they said, why? He said, because my leader did not do the same thing. Protection of what? Legacy. That's why I said leadership is not about what you do as a leader. It's about what will continue when you are not there. as a leader. That's why succession is what? It is non-negotiable. It is very, very important. It is what? It is very, very important. It is non-negotiable. Do you get the point? So another point is a sign of a sign. Now I'm going to signs of a real successor. The signs of a real successor. The signs of a real successor. So now, probably before I go to the signs of a real successor, maybe I should talk about the cost of not having a successor. Maybe that should come first. When we talk about the cost of not having a successor, the first cost of not having a successor is what? It collapses the system. That system you've built. And that's why at times I will not mention the name of a party, but there's a party in Lagos State where in the last election, when I was going to vote at the gubernatorial election, I voted for that party. The party was the ruling party. So now when I voted for the party, someone was like, but during the presidential election, you did not vote for the same party. And I told the person, I said, you know what? This party I voted for during the gubernatorial election, I voted for them because they had structure. The party that is coming, that second party you asked me to vote for, that party did not even have a system. I heard in the party manifesto when the party was saying that if we march, we will scrap this, we will scrap that. Those things they wanted to scrap, they are the arts of the community. I remember there was one governor at one point when he became the governor of Lagos State. I have mentioned Lagos State, sorry. When he became a governor, so something happened. There was one agency that is in charge of cleaning dirt in Lagos State. So, you feel like this agency is in charge of cleaning dirt, fine. But can we just have another agency? Because you feel like this agency, some of them are eating too much or something. He was not doing this with the intention of destroying the system. He felt if he had done it that way, the system will become what? Better. Do you understand? Now, why he did this, the new body he brought that will be in charge of waste management, that body could not cover what the other body has been covering before. So that became a what? It became a very serious challenge. And Iwaju ṣe lọ, like he could move forward by what? By developing that new body he had created. But he couldn't go back to the old one because he already said this old body is not doing what we said they should do. So let's scrap it. So now, the new body could not cover what the old body was covering. So, and I told him, I said, this mistake alone is enough reasons why I should not vote for the other party, the new party that came. Because the new party would come with a new system. And in these states, don't be surprised, there are states in countries where the state is more important than the country itself. There are states where they are the face of the country. For example, in Nigeria, Lagos State is the face of Nigeria. There are many places in the world that they know Lagos State, but they don't know Nigeria. Yes. I've spoken to someone before. The person I said, do you know Lagos? I know Lagos very well. I said, Lagos State, when it comes to commerce, they are very good. Economics, a lot of things. Now ask me about it, they said, I know Nigeria. He said, is Nigeria in Lagos? He said, is Lagos in Nigeria? I said, yes, Lagos is Nigeria. I said, how come Lagos is doing better than Nigeria? I said, what do you mean? You just said Lagos is better. Then I said Lagos is Nigeria. So how will Lagos be doing better than Nigeria that is inside? Do you understand? So if another person comes in, I'm not saying if another party comes in, if I had voted for another party, I'm not saying the party would not do it well. But from the manifesto I was seeing from that party, I could sense that this party said, okay, we want to make things better, but the way we can make things better is by what? Is by removing the old structure and bringing a new structure. There are local governments that the politics in that local government is bigger than the politics in the state. So if at that local government you decide to handle matters anyhow, you will cause more harm than good. Do you understand? So now the cost of I'm still talking about the cost of not having a successor. The first is collapse of system. That's out of it. I've explained that. The second one is leadership vacuum. It causes what? Leadership vacuum. What do I mean by leadership vacuum? The cost of not having a successor. There will become conflicts because we don't know who is supposed to become the governor among the three of us. Do you understand? Probably be a product of SOE party, for instance. So now, the party leader for SOE party is the person you know. So now, the party leader is leaving, but he did not make it visible that this is the person that I'll be handing over to. Maybe when he was leaving, he just said, you know, you all choose the leader among yourself. I'm leaving Nigeria now. I'm going to United States. I'm going to do business with the submarine. Now, he was leaving the organization. He believed they would appoint a leader. But while he was in the organization as a leader, he did not train any successor. He did not make any clear notice that this is the next successor. He was just doing it based on you guys will resolve it. Now, when he leaves, it creates leadership vacuum. You begin to see people turn rivals. That I deserve it more. No, you don't deserve, I deserve it more. And then this respect that comes from when the leader hands over to the next person. Everybody has said that, oh, how was I able to live by the leader? And that's why the Nigerian force, like the Nigerian police force, the Nigerian army, and the likes, why do they have this regional police? There is, if the regional police is going out, like probably the tenure is for maybe 2 years or 4 years. When he's done with the tenure, the IG, and the likes, the other body is already making what? Making preparation that this is the next people in. So if you want to select from when they want to do appointment for the regional police, it's not just always one. It's not just one names. There were like 5 or 4 names from all the federal Department of Criminal Investigation. You understand? So when they make that submission, these are the qualified people. Then they will do what? They will undergo screening. That's an example of what? A structured organization. So by so doing, there will be nothing like leadership vacuum. There will be nothing like rivalry because we already know that the next person who will become the IG is going to come from another reason is what? The reason why because of not having a successor, another cause of not having a successor is your emotional dependence. People became loyal to personality, not system. The cost of not having a successor, emotional dependence. If you look at some organization, instead of them to be loyal to system, how? Loyal to system in what sense? In the system, it is written that if you have a BSc, a degree, and you apply for a job, you will start from level what? Level 7. That's the system. Level 7, you move to level 8, probably after 2 years or 3 years. From level 8, level 9, level 9, level 10, 10, 11, level 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 is what? The highest level. That's how it is in the system. Now, when there is no success, it causes emotional dependence. So now from there, see someone from level 17 who is passing out, we want to hand over power to someone in level 15. By standard, the person in level 16 is the one expected to take over from someone in level 17. But because emotional dependence, there is no choice. People become loyal to personality and not system. So someone in level 15 will now start becoming loyal to someone in level 17 by saying the person in level 17 hold on sir, when you see the person in level 17 coming, you go and collect his bag. When you see someone in level 17 coming, he or she will start telling the person in level 17 just about everything other staff have been doing, because he believes that, because he or she believes that the person in level 17 can do what, can just bring him or her and make her emotional dependence. From that, we will move to building a successor intentionally. How do you build a successor intentionally? You know, we've left because of not having a successor. Now we ask, how do you build a successor intentionally? One, leadership is reproduction. You have to understand that. Not replacement. Leadership is not replacement. What is replacement is power. Because when the governor leaves, you had parties like APC, PDP, ADC, and likes. They will provide a candidate who will contest for election between other candidates. That is replacement. They want to replace with power. That is not leadership. Leadership is what? Reproduction. It's not the office. So now, reproduction in what sense? Like he did already. He had gotten to like the highest level for public speaking. That's the CSP, right? Now, he has moved from that to coming to training other persons to become speakers. He has moved from that to looking at the youth by opening our youth come and participate in this. From there, we will develop the public speaking skills. And even before the participation, the youth came for the training. Yeah. They came for training by like 5 times or so. So from the training, the youth are there. I remember during the training program where Wisema was shouting 2 hands, 2 hands, 2 hands. When you are receiving the mic or when you are taking the mic, you have to use 2 hands. So when I went to the group later, after the lecture, I started writing 2 hands, 2 hands, 2 hands. We didn't achieve to that level. Well, despite the fact that we got to that level, he didn't say, I'll always remain at the highest level. That's the power. Yes, he has passed it on. And as he has passed it on, another thing is, going to do a successful improvement. How do you do a successor? First, you teach system, not just ask. You teach what? You treat system, not just ask. What do I mean by system? He is teaching as we are speaking. Live is watching from live stream. Is what? He's teaching is observing. So you want that? You start wondering why someone said something and you said the thing was not here. But why she made an error? Probably she mentioned someone that she knew. And you came down later. Let's say you mentioned that she is not seeing your car. It's the CEO. But she was wondering why he was not here. How come did he know? You understand? So that's one of the attributes of being a leader. You build, you train, you teach system. So he has left you there because you want to see how you understand. Now, you made that mistake. He has told you that, you know, this is not the mistake. So if you are making the next thing, you have to do a very good example. So you go to the telling us that the owner of the Dangote refinery is in trade. Don't just tax. Trade and not just tax. All of those are business. Why do you think when was when came the scholarly and they came together after they didn't finish speaking, the aunt to find out is so then after she done speaking, she hand over the mic to another person in the national speaking institution. You understand? They keep handing the mic to each other. They are tasking him. They keep tasking him. When we in education we know how we stand here. You understand? So if you must build a successor, you must teach system, not just task. Now, hope you get the point. You must teach system, not just doing the task alone. Another thing is what? You must delegate authority, not just work. How do you delegate authority? I remember here in school, if I was going for competition in election, I would not just wait. I would go with those behind. At the time I was going for competition, I was in 300 level and in 400 level. So in 300 level, I was going with, at that time, when I was in 300 level, this was in 100 level. Sheyi, people were in 100 level. Now, when we get to where we will do the competition, I will just tell Sheyi that, Sheyi, you know what? At this competition, I'm not going to say anything. I would let you and J Switch communicate with people who are not communicate. Then don't forget that you are the future of this department. If you do a wrong communication, it will affect someone that is going to affect you to rise. And I will leave them to. I will be seated here. I will talk. You delegate what? Delegate authority, not just work. So I now realize that after their first and second communication, when they come to me for the next competition, before I tell them what I feel about the election, they are already telling me what they feel. And at the end of the day, when they start telling me the way they feel about the election, it's always aligning with the way they are already building what? The successor. When they start telling me that, okay, so you know what? I observe that these people, anytime we talk to them, the third person they used to call the candidates they want to give us as competition, that candidate is not actually their main candidate. Actually brought out this candidate, so when we come to them, they tell us that okay, we'll step down this person for you, step down your own person for us. As treat by pattern. From there, they have observed. And they called my attention. So after they finished talking about that, I said, I also noticed the same thing. I said, hold on. You understand? We delegate authority. At that point, I was the authority there, but I delegated authority to them that take, don't worry, control. When I sit. Speaker, there was one time I went for a sitting. Then the speaker of that sitting said something about me. He said, one thing he noticed about KSU presidency was that, he said, when I was there, really at that time, after the union mandate, I would go and sit. Then you realize that people that are those at the front are people that are aspiring student politicians. And he said, they don't understand the reason. I said, the reason why I am always still like that is because the moment I leave office, there's an high tendency that I will not be allowed to stay at the front. The new president will always stay at the front. So now, the fact that you know that the new president will be the one at the front and not you, you learn to start putting people at the front. Because the people you put at the front tomorrow, today, they will be the reason why you get at the front tomorrow. And that's why Dr. Gabi used to tell you something. He would say, I am not afraid of my colleagues. I'm not afraid of what they will become. Or what they will become. He said, so as you, my students, are not afraid of what I will become. He said, because if I become the Minister of Education tomorrow, you will not be surprised. Because I am your lecturer, you have seen me ahead of you from the beginning. But if I lost my job tomorrow, you will be surprised. He said, The reason why I'm more afraid of it is because I only see you as students, you are struggling, you are doing this. But I never can tell among you who will become a president. Do you understand? Remember Drake at that time? When Drake was my political leader in school, Drake never had, there's what we call FAFSA nomination. Drake for once never had a FAFSA nomination. Because he did that, he left. When I got there, I didn't just have a FAFSA nomination. I had a nomination in a category that was created for only me. Do you understand? A category that was created for only me. And that was the category that was celebrated in that year award. So it means your successor can always do better than you do. As far as you delegate authority. You don't just say, I'll be the one doing the last. 5 a.m. I'll talk, 6 a.m. I'll talk, 7 a.m. I'll talk. Like, yes, delegate authority. Another thing about building a successor intentionally is to expose them to responsibilities early. Like I told you, this which was 100 when they started doing foundation. They are exposed to responsibilities early. So there's no task you bring to them that will scare them. Because they understand that they have been going to foundation from the beginning. And that's why at some point I had to caution them because they went to a sitting and they were questioning an higher authority. I was like, how dare you do that? Is it because you've got too much exposure? I said, the person you have questioned, even me, I can't question that person. They apologized. Meanwhile, of course, they were fighting for their rights, but it was they used the wrong approach because they are not expected to shout. Meanwhile, the other people that are robbed of their rights, they are just looking. They fold their hands. Right? Because they don't have that knowledge. Coming to that office, coming to that gathering was just too big for them. Exposing your successors to responsibility early. Those ones, there was a time. This is a perfect example. There was a time when we had this girl, her name is Officer. Then we had Uchiono. So now, Uchiono and Officer, they are going for the same office. They are going for presidency. Now, Uchiono has the backing of the structure. In short, every member of the Independent Electoral Commission had the support of, they are supporting on. The officer on the other hand, they did not want her wife because they said, officer is good. If it was me, they would have benched. But because it was officer, every person they have problem with is not me, it's the officer that officer. But to me, I feel she's not rude. It's just her approach, the way she handles matters. And I show them that don't worry, if she gets to power, you understand her better. But people are like, no, we are not willing to listen. That's the structure. That's what I show them. People like the Kaba, people you call the Kaba, the elders. And I said, you would have to school that because I already assured her. And then I assured someone like, I'll do something to that. And that was how we. Now, what happened? I'm trying to explain exposing them to responsibilities early. You know that 2 days to the election, I could not come to the election because before the election we had a meeting. And at the meeting, some persons had to fight at the meeting, which I was not involved. But when the school management security body came, they didn't find people that were fighting, and they did not even bother to look for people that were fighting. The only thing they just did is they were like, KSO, follow us, let's go. Like, how will I follow you? I was not the one. I said, we know you are not the one fighting. But the truth of the matter is, you are the leader here, so you are very responsible for anything they do. Ah. And that was how I went with them. So I had to sign an undertaking that fight will not happen. Now, because I knew I was signed an undertaking, you know what I did? I told them that on the day of the election, I'm not coming to school. So if anything happened, you know that I'm not in the school when it happened. So now, this is where exposing your successors to a responsibility early comes in. So that day, I had a meeting with all of them. All of them, they were 100 level at that point. Now, the person they are contesting with was in 300 level. I had a meeting with them. I told them, I said, trust me, you can do this thing. Just make sure you observe very well, and at that place, we nominated who will be the party agent. You know, the party agent has an access to the polling unit, so they observe how the election is going. We did everything. I did not show up at the election ground. It was really tough for them, but like they managed the whole situation, and officer won the election. You understand? Without me being there. So just imagine I was saying, they are not there, let me expose them to politics yet. Who would have stood at that point? And don't forget, a tree cannot make a forest. It takes many trees. So no matter how big the tree is, no matter how big Iroko is, only Iroko cannot what? Cannot make a forest. So that's why it's important to expose them to responsibility early. Also, under building successors intentionally, the last one there is allow mistakes and correction. Allow what? Mistakes and correction. Why you build your successors, while you are there, they will obviously make mistakes. They will make mistakes. So as they make mistakes, you correct them. That you know what? You don't throw the mic, you pass the mic. You don't pass the mic with one hand, you pass the mic with two hands. You understand? You don't, when you are passing the mic, you use this door. You don't just pass this place to meet the audience. You understand? So during the rehearsal, during the training process, someone will want to pass the mic and will do the mic like this. No. You don't turn the mic upside down. What's wrong with you? You understand? So you allow mistakes and you make corrections. Do you get it? So now, moving on to what? What are the signs of a real successor? Number one sign of a real successor is a real successor understands the vision. You know, I was talking about Obafemi Awolowo, how he created free education. People after him, they understood the real vision. The likes of Jakonde, Lateef Jakonde, the likes of Bola Ahmed Tinubu when he was Lagos State governor, the likes of Obasanjo Raji Fashola, and the likes. They understood what? The agenda. They understood the vision that, this is the vision behind Obafemi Awolowo's free education proposal or free education act. And they stood by it. Why Obafemi Awolowo started this free education thing? How many government schools do we have in those days? When Deji Jakonde took over, he increased the numbers. And now, we have many. There are places where I will walk to before that, I won't find government schools. When I get there now, there are government schools there. A place like Bariga, if you go to Bariga local government, there is a new primary government school there that was not there before. It was built by what's his name? The former governor, the former chairman of Bariga local government, Kolade Alabi David. So this is a vision from Awolowo. Look at how many generations that has passed from Awolowo to. You understand? So one of the signs of a real successor is a real successor understands the vision. So if a person does not understand the vision, he is not yet a successor. Do you understand? If the vision of this is what? To increase the amount of public speakers we have. To help people realize how good they can become in public speaking. So if the person you are passing leadership to does not understand the vision, if he feels the vision is if you can speak, keep it to yourself and keep making money. Someone did not understand the vision. In short, such person will not even open a room for training. And by so doing, the real vision dies. So a sign of a real successor is that a real successor must understand the vision. The second sign is that a successor makes decision even without you. A successor what? Makes a decision even without you. What do I mean? If you call yourself a leader and your successors still need you to come before they can decide on whether the clock should be at 10 or at 1, it means they don't understand the vision. Do you understand? So that's why they can't make a decision without you. Even if they make a decision without you, they will end up making mistakes because they don't understand the vision. You get it? But when you understand the vision, okay, this is the vision. Don't be less than 10 in the hall. You understand the vision. But when they don't understand the vision, that's when they will have to call you that, hello sir, we are currently 8 in the hall. Hope it's not going to affect anything. They will say, how come? Do you understand? Because what? They are unable to make decisions without you because they don't understand the vision. Another reason is that a real successor will not depend on your presence. A real successor will not depend on your presence. Sanwo-Olu does not need Akinwumi Ambode to be on seat before he decides what to do. Do you understand? At some point yesterday, I was thinking about something in Lagos. I was just thinking about. I said, former governor of Lagos, Fashola, he has raised the bar that even when the next person is working, you might not even notice that he's working because of the kind of standard Fashola has set. Do you understand? So what made me speak about this was we did Blue Economy Day on Thursday, right? So now on Thursday night, while I was relaxing, and I discovered that there are many things, there are many improvement advancements that Sanwo-Olu himself has brought to Blue Economy. He just got some boats, about like is it 7 or so, very expensive boats. I saw them. Then I was like, if not because I come across this now, I wouldn't have known that this man has been doing some outstanding things. But because we believe that Fashola did the major work. So anybody that is coming next, you have to do extraordinary to prove us what? To prove us wrong. Do you get it? So a real successor does not what? Depend on your presence. Whether you are on seat or you are not on seat, it would work and things will work out well. So now we'll move on to what? The last phase, as I'll be passing on the mic soon. So the last phase is what? A leader is not just successful because he is irreplaceable. A leader is not just successful because what? He is irreplaceable. But because he is replaceable in the right way. What do I mean? You are a leader. It doesn't mean you are not replaceable. What makes you a leader is that when they are replacing you, it is the right person that is replacing you. Do you understand? Who is replacing you is what? It is the right person. When the person replaces you, there will be no gap. There will be no what? There will be no gap. I remember when Tuchel took over from Jurgen Klopp. The difference was not much. They were balanced. Do you understand? Things were what? Things were balanced. Do you understand? Look at, I will use football to explain this. Look at Liverpool FC for instance. When Jurgen Klopp handed the team to Arne Slot, at the first instance, Arne Slot was given about 300 million euro to buy players. Then you know what? Jurgen Klopp told him that you know what, you don't have to buy players, calm down, use this team first in your first season, and after you have used the team in your first season, if you feel there is a need for change, you can change the team in your second season. You understand? So now what happened in the first season? In the first season, the only player and the slot was who? Was Chiesa. So now after he had bought Chiesa, even Chiesa did not even play up to 7 matches in the Premier League in his first season. But despite the fact, Slot still what? He still won the league. He won the league with comfort. So now what happened to him in the second season? The second season, he tried to implement his own style because the club engine, the club brains were missing. How? From the right back, Arnold was out. From the forward, Guiness was out. The Gujota died. Yes, left. Do you understand? So if you look at it, the structure his leader handed over to him. The main point at what? They are missing. Do you understand? So now, it makes it what? He now made the team ordinary. And I can tell you for a fact that if he had maintained that structure, his leader had handed over to him, he might not even have the problem he's having now. Because on information and everything, you can see that this has changed a lot of things. You get? So you are not a leader because you are not replaceable. You are a leader because when you are replaced with what? The perfect person. The successor is not a person prepared to take over a role. Sorry. A successor is a person who is prepared to take over a role responsibly. A successor is a person who is prepared to take over a role responsibly. Not that person that will come and tell you that after I sat here as an audience for 30 minutes, I need to go to my house. So if there is guy know the reason why for 3 hours, I'm here. My business here is sit for 30 minutes and leave. Then you now start hearing things like, how do you expect me to even stay here for 3 hours? In your estate, I want to buy food here now, it is expensive. If I want to go and if I want to go to the local canteen, I will have to enter both from here to Valinde. It's just even it's very, very uncomfortable for me. Understand? The successor is always ready to take responsibility. Anyone that is not ready, that is always giving you excuse, is not a successor. And don't forget what the topic is what? Why a leader must have a successor. Why you must what? A successor. Because there is a saying that says, a success without a successor is an outright failure. Because every person seated here has succeeded. You are thinking, in 3 days you will have your Guinness World Records at. But the success is not complete until you have successors, until you transfer that knowledge to another group of people. And that's the way you make society better. Don't forget what I said about the event. I said in a society where many persons, many youths are used to puffing and passing, all they do is one person hold the smoke, lights the smoke. After the person had lighted the smoke, we pass to the next person. That's what is common in this generation. Then the leader came up with the idea of, let's even remove people from the environment where they will be doing puff and pass to what? Speak and pass. So now, it's not a puff and pass society again. It has become what? A speak and pass society. So you speak, then you pass the mic to the next speaker. When the next speaker comes in, the word, he speak. So it tells the world that don't just know Nigerians to be people who puff and pass. In short, only a few of them does that. This is Nigeria in another dimension, in another style. They will speak. After speaking, they will pass the mic. and they won't even repeat topics. If it's like this guy that comes in here, will tell you about the mathematics of life. If Yeso comes, he will tell you about moral contradiction. If Joy comes, he will tell you about how you have to what? Be hygienic. If Miss Fadiji come on this place, she will tell you about why greeting is important. You have to greet. In the morning you say Ekaro, in the afternoon you say Ekason. You understand? If Ayo comes, he will tell you about creative writing. But creative writing is not complete until you what? You evoke the emotion of the reader. How? You have to what? You have to employ some style of that. While the reader is reading, you start feeling like, oh. And maybe he forgets to tell you. Music is also part of creative writing because while you listen to songs, it stimulates emotion. So that it make you feel good and makes you feel bad. People who listen to Burna Boy, if you listen to No Panic in this place right now, if you play No Panic at this place, there's a way everybody will start elevating. And if you pass the mic to the next person, it will just start, it might be just too active. Do you understand? But if you play Barry J, there's this kind of calmness that will come, like someone that is just coming from the fellowship. And when he collects the mic, he will start saying, "Distinguished guests, praise the Lord," instead of saying good morning. Do you understand? So, creative writing. So this has changed the picture of the society. And this is done by who? By a great leader. The leadership is not complete without what? Without a successor. The leader who did this already has a successor. And who are his successor? A successor is the students, and we, the participants at this event. So, dear participants, dear leaders, for your success to be complete, it's important you note that you must have a successor. Because a success without a successor is an outright failure. With this, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, General KSO, for reminding us that we are not just here, but we are successor in one way or the other. Good morning, Nigerian. Good morning, listeners from all over the world. I am Jodu Atimleni Ajayi, and this morning I'll be speaking on the virtuous woman, a life, not a label. I know that so many of us, this is not the first time we have heard that word virtuous. But do we really know what it means, and are we really ready to live that life? I want to really appreciate everyone who is here, especially our women, for holding the fort for over 16 days now, over 401 hours. It is not easy. Yeah, I'm not just speaking to the woman this morning. Even the men, you need to pay attention to this conversation, because when you pay attention, it will help you to understand discipline and to help you to understand wisdom. You might be surprised how being a virtuous woman is related to discipline and wisdom. Don't worry, as we continue in this conversation, you are going to understand it more better. Women seated right here, I want you to really appreciate yourself, because it actually takes discipline for you to still be effective at this point in time that we have. I know that a whole lot of things has happened to us. We have reasons to actually stay back. We have reasons to actually say that we are no longer doing this thing again. I've come across women while in this contest, while in this challenge, that they have their monthly flow, and you know how it can be for some ladies sometimes, and still yet they still find their way to this place. I want to really tell you that it takes somebody who is disciplined. It takes somebody who is really determined to say, irrespective of whatever thing that happened to me, I have signed a deal. It's not just physical deal, because I know that when we started, we were not given any form, isn't it? But it was just a deal of the heart. It was just a deal of the mind that yes, we really want to participate in this quest. Now, I want to begin to paint a picture of who a virtuous woman is. Just like I've said, so many of us, we've heard it several times. But my question is, are we really living that life? Are we really a virtuous woman? This morning I will take you on a journey, and it's not just a speech. And what journey are we talking about? A journey into identity, a journey into character, and what it really means to be virtuous. When people hear the word virtuous, especially virtuous woman, they think virtuous woman is a woman that is perfect, virtuous woman is a woman that has no flaws, virtuous woman, you know, they just paint that virtuous with someone who is perfect. And they even think sometimes maybe a woman who never cries, maybe a woman who never fails. But what it really takes to be a virtuous woman is that woman who cries, but yet she will still be encouraged irrespective of whatsoever happened. Is that woman who failed, but yet she will still keep on moving irrespective of whatsoever happened. So, the word virtuous or virtuous woman is not someone who is perfect. That's the first thing I really want you to understand. And the fact that she's not perfect does not mean that she's not walking into perfection. But a virtuous woman, even though she is not perfect, but she is intentional. And what do I mean by intentional? It means that she's ready to become a better version of herself every single day. That is who a virtuous woman is. A virtuous woman, yes, she's not flawless because she might have a flaw, but at the same time, she is growing. That is who a virtuous woman is. Irrespective of the situation, irrespective of the things that may be happening around her, she will not just sit down there and just fold her arms and not ready to maximize opportunity. A virtuous woman is intentional, committed to grow, and always ready to learn. Not just someone who will be corrected and will because of that sit back and say, because I was corrected about this particular thing, I'm not ready to move on. A virtuous woman will always be ready to learn, sit with elders, and even more. You are going to understand it more better as we continue this journey. Now, just like I've told you, the word being a virtuous woman is not a title, it's not just a label, it is a lifestyle that we are meant to live. And you know, as men seated right here, or maybe you are listening, you'll be like, why is this conversation, why does it matter? Why should I listen to this conversation? You need to pay attention, because I said it few minutes ago when I started that when you pay attention and you understand who a virtuous woman is, you will learn to be disciplined, and you are going to learn wisdom as well. But actually, majorly, yes, my topic is really directed to women, but I really want to carry the men along as well. I know that you all are born of mothers, right? And you must have seen one attitude or the other, even from your own mothers. If you really pay attention and you understand, you will really understand what strength is. You understand what strength is. There is always a saying that behind every successful man, there is always a what? A woman standing right there and supporting. So, your success is not just only the works of your hand, especially those who are married. If your wife is that submissive wife, if your wife is that obedient wife, if your wife is that loving, if your wife is someone you can really trust, even when you are not there, you need to praise her and appreciate her for who she is. I really wish that a whole lot of men will pay attention to this conversation. So it will even help you to change the way you treat some women in your vicinity, in your surrounding. I'm not even just going to be talking about the struggles of a woman, because if we start that conversation we might not finish it in time. But my topic is really even centered about the characteristics of a virtuous woman. Like, when you see some characteristics, when you see some virtues, you'll be able to say this is a virtuous woman. You will not even have to argue that fact. You will not have to argue the point that this is a virtuous woman. Now, let's get straight into it. What does it really mean to be virtuous? Virtuous is moral excellence, good character, and the ability to do the right thing even when it is hard. That is what it means to be virtuous. You see, that aspect of good character is one thing that I can say it is really lacking in our society today. And that's why some men will sit down, they will be gisting with their fellow men, and they will be like, for you to really find a lady that is of good character is very rare. Because obviously some people are not portraying it again, not because they don't want to portray it, but because they have tried over time, and some people they withdraw because they are not appreciated enough. And that's where you begin to really see who a virtuous woman is. She's going to do the right thing even when it is not convenient. I know that it's not easy, right? I know that it's not something that sometimes we just want to do, but it is a nature. Like, somehow you just find it in you that when nobody is praising you, when nobody is applauding you, you are still doing the right thing. Now you begin to ask yourself, what if nobody is watching? What if I'm not being appreciated? Will you still continue to do that thing that you are doing at this time? I'm not even really bring it into marriage this time around, but I still just want you to understand that we are talking about good character, we are talking about good morals. You are not good today and tomorrow we are looking at you as somebody else. You are who you are. And to be a virtuous woman is not just about beauty. In fact, let me tell you, beauty is vain. Beauty is not just the physical appearance. Your beauty is your character. You might not wear the best outfit, you might not be putting on the best jewelries and all of those things that make the physical appearance look good, but at the same time you are not shabby in your dressing. You are still well presented. But it's not just the physical appearance, it's not just the beauty, it's not just somebody who is fair in complexion, somebody who is dark in complexion. That's not what we are talking about. It's not just about beauty, it's not just about your success. In fact, your success is not complete if it is not impacting life. That is it. So to be a virtuous woman is not when you are even popular, people know you, but the fact that they know you, what are they saying about you? At the moment you are not even seated, at the moment you are not there, when you cannot speak for yourself, what are they saying about you? So it's not just I am this, I am that, I possess this, I possess that. I know that a whole lot of us, we want to be successful even at our early age. I know that a whole lot of us, we want to be able to say that by the age of this, I have been able to accomplish this. It's not even about bearing children. It's not even about getting married in time. But you are married in time, are you still able to sustain that home? Are you still able to sustain the family? That is who a virtuous woman is. You are grounded in values. You are disciplined in actions and consistent in your character. You are not one day on, one day off. You don't speak to your spouse anyhow. Now, let's not even bring it to marriage settings. Yes, let's talk about the younger ones that are growing into a full adult this time around. How do you even relate with people in your peer group?
You are not married yet, but the way you speak to others is even showing in your character already that this person, she is not somebody you can even call a virtuous woman at all. That is what we are talking about. Because mind you, the life that you live now, that is what you are going to like live even when you are married. It's just that you will be topping it up. You will be topping it up because you are an adult already. And change, yes, the only thing that is constant in change, the only thing that is constant is change, right? But you will not just change immediately. What you have learned over time while you are growing up is what you will develop. And for you to really be convinced, it will really take time. It will really take time. So I used to tell some persons that I'm close with, I used to tell them that, see, you don't need to have a husband before you know the type of life you'll be living when you are married. If you want to know the type of life you will live when you are married, start from having a roommate. The way you are going to act when you have a roommate is just little plus that will be added to it by the time you are married. Obviously, because by the time you wake up in the morning, normally you want to do little things and all of that. If you cannot tolerate your roommate, maybe she is not the bad attitude kind of person. You know that there are some people that you just be fortunate and you are going to meet them, your journey, they will be good. But you, if you are always the negative temper person and you cannot see, everybody cannot be perfect. We cannot all have the same behavior, the same attitude. But the fact that right from that moment when you are in higher institution, you can tolerate people that you are staying with. You don't just react to everything. A virtuous woman will not just, I know that you want to correct, but you see that, okay, your roommate did something. Do you know that instead of opening your mouth all the time to say something, your action can actually like change the whole narrative? For example, maybe you are this type of person that you are well arranged, you are well organized, your room is not always scattered, and you have this roommate that she do not know. It's not that she don't want to live that life too, but you know there are some people that the way they are being trained is just different, right? Maybe the very first time you sleep together, where she drop her shoe is just anywhere, and you are this type of person that you have your shoe rack, you arrange everything, your heels separate, your wedge separate, your sneakers separate, even your slippers separate and all of that. But this person just come and just fling shoe anyhow. You don't need to shout and say, is this the way you see everything? No, and all of that. Somehow she will feel probably less of herself. And it's not that maybe she did not want to live that life that you are living, like the good organized kind of person. What can you do? Rather, just pick that shoe, arrange it back. Then if you see her do the same thing tomorrow, you will now call her attention to it and be like, Shade, yesterday when you came back from class, you just drop your shoe anyhow. I want you to always drop your shoe here. This is the shoe rack. Your wedge should be here. Your heel should be here. All this and that. From there, you're already painting a picture to her. You're already correcting her. Now, if she herself is now a virtuous woman, she will take to correction. I hope you understand the picture I'm trying to paint now. Now, it all started from somebody who did not have the idea of a particular thing, but she's willing to learn. And you already have the understanding, you are organized. But because of that, your attitude should be able to tolerate somebody such that you are going to impact that person. That is where a virtuous woman is. Because if you just come and you just lash out with words, she will feel disappointed and she will feel embarrassed. She will not want to learn. And you as a virtuous woman, you must be ready to teach others. That is one of the characteristics of a virtuous woman. People should be able to really learn from you as a virtuous woman. Now we are still going to get to that place. I'm just talking about
your actions and you're consistent in character. Being consistent in character, you are not changing like chameleon because you are in a particular gathering. Some people know how to do that a whole lot. They will comport themselves. They will say when you are in Rome, you behave like a Roman. Right, is a very good statement, but it is not in every aspect of your life. Your main character, if you are really somebody who is of good character, it will be seen in you anywhere you find yourself. It will be seen in you. You don't need to pretend, because if you are pretending, one day you will be caught and you will not even be able to defend yourself any longer. So now, a virtuous woman is actually somebody who is doing the right thing when nobody is watching. You are not the type that you know that the floor is dirty and everything is not neat, but it is when the registrar come inside that you now start saying, oh yeah, just let us sweep and all of that. Why can't you do it before she enters? That is, I just cite that example for you to really understand. You know that your mom is not around and you know that you are meant to cook. You don't have to wait for her. What if she is stuck in traffic and she did not get home in time? You say, because it's only my mom that can dictate what we are going to eat. Have you even made the attempt of calling her? Your mom will even be happy by the time she gets back home and she sees that, oh, my daughter have prepared something. So you are doing the right thing when nobody is watching you. That is where a virtuous woman is. You stand firm when others are shaking. You are not trying to hide under the canopy of anybody. You are firm. I love women who can stand for themselves. I love women who can speak for themselves. Others are fidgeting because maybe something has happened, and because others are afraid to speak up, and you too, you join that campus, you kept quiet, and you are allowing things to fall apart. You are allowing things to be destroyed. You realize that your colleague is doing bad thing, but because you are not a virtuous woman, you cover her up like that. She has a way of destroying things that have been built over time in the company with her character. You know, some people are like that. Let's take it to the level of customer relationship. When the boss is there, you speak very nice to customer. Oh, customer, how are you? All this and that. But when the boss is not there, if you did not leave this, you can lash customer on. And by the time your boss is analyzing, your boss will be like, no, now, but Shade always speak very well when I'm there. No, so what is happening? And you see all of those things. I'm not saying you should be a gossip, but there are ways that you can correct things with wisdom. You are not joining hands together with that person to destroy. And maybe there is board meeting. Another example, you have discovered something that is wrong. You can stand upright to speak up. Not in a mannerless way this time, and not in a disrespectful way, but in a way that will really correct, that will set things in order. That is who a virtuous woman is. And a virtuous woman chooses growth over comfort. It is not something that is easy, right? But you choose growth over comfort. I will still always make reference to this one of my presentation that I had. You are not stuck, you are just comfortable. Some people will be like, they can't move forward. Some people will be like, their hands are tied. Who tie your hands? With which rope? With which chain? But it's just that some people are just comfortable with what they have. Some people are just comfortable with that lifestyle that they are living. I know that you have a whole lot of schedule, right? With the right mindset, you can fix things. Now, you are this type that before you get married, it's just few delicacies that you can cook. You don't really know how to cook. But you married somebody that like to eat. And maybe the person understands you. Yes, you are trying. It's not just that you don't
want to cook for the person. It's just that your own little way, this is just the little delicacies that you can cook. Do you know that as a virtuous woman, you will be determined that you want to invest in that aspect of your life and grow? If it is for you to watch YouTube video, okay, how did they cook jollof rice? How are they supposed to cook the right fried rice? It's not everybody that know how to cook jollof rice, so I hope you know that. Some people used to cook concoction and they will call it jollof rice. There is this correct aroma, there's this correct taste that the real Nigerian jollof we have. Before now, and I'm not ashamed to say it, before now I don't know how to cook jollof rice. If I try, it will turn to concoction. But there was a day I was like, what if I even have the opportunity to like just maybe I just want to cook and I'm in public and they say come and cook jollof rice. Is this the way I'm going to disgrace myself and all of that? Then do you know what I did? I said everything is going to take me to really know how to cook this Nigerian standard jollof rice, not concoction. Nigerian standard jollof rice. I'm going to put in all the effort. Then the very first time that I tried, it was not still giving me the kind of thing that I want. You know that intentionally I use my own money to buy ingredients because it's only my mommy and my sisters that have been doing it over time and they know how to do it perfectly. But when it's my own turn, someone to just turn to concoction. Exactly. Or maybe I don't know, let me not disgrace myself on this global platform. But I'm saying this because I have learned it. That is growth. Like I will use my own money, I will buy ingredients, I will cook maybe 2 cups because I just want to try. And the day I got it perfectly, come and see the way I was shouting all over the house. I was begging everybody to taste it. You know, if you cook the real jollof rice, the following day it will not spoil. Yes. That was what happened to me. I cooked it, the following day it was still like very correct, and I was really proud of myself. Another thing that happened to me was, it's not everybody that know how to do this memo elewe, like the leaves meme to break it. And I've always watched my mom, she used to do it. I would be like, how is this woman doing this? The very first time I tried it did not work. Everything will just scatter inside the pot. And she will do it perfectly that she will not use rubber band to tie it. Now, the day I even tried it, I was not even at home. I started staying in Lagos then. So I just said, this day I am going to do this memo elewe without using rubber band to band it. I went to the market, I bought the leaf. Do you know what I did? I watched a YouTube video before I started the paparazzi I want to do in the kitchen. And I tried it once. I did not get it. Then I picked the second leaf again. I tried it. And guess what? I did it perfectly that day that the whole stuff did not scatter inside the pot. And I was still able to do it to the point that my memo is well cooked and it did not burn. I'm just explaining to you what growth means as a virtuous woman. You don't know it, but you are ready to learn. You don't know it, but you are ready to I know that a whole lot of us, we have learned some things as well. Me, I'm just citing relatable examples for you to really understand. So that's to tell you that by the time I get married and I realize that this is what my husband wants, do you think I'm not going to invest in that goal just to make him happier, in as much is providing the money and I have my own money as well? Exactly. So that's to tell you what it really takes to be a virtuous woman. You are intentional about growth. You are not just saying, he saw me before he got married to me, it's only noodles I know how to cook. He saw me before he got married to me, it's only the normal pepper, the normal stew, the normal potato that I know how to cook. I like that. But if you are really determined, you will learn something. So you choose growth over comfort. All of those things were not easy. It's not the way you will be sweating inside the kitchen like Christmas goats. You will just be making sure that things are right. And one thing about kitchen duty is that if you mix up some things, if you are not really smart, that's how everything will just spoil. Especially when you have put, for you to really think and say this is the right salt I want to put, and you get it perfectly, and the food is not salty or is not too seasoned. It only takes a smart woman to do that. Seriously. Now,
I want you to ask yourself, I want you to really picture your own life. When nobody is clapping for you, when nobody is praising you, are you that virtuous woman? Now, let's look at the foundation of a virtuous woman. The foundation of a virtuous woman is character. Is character. Because everything about a virtuous woman begins with the right character. It's not about money. It's not about fame. It's not about beauty. I've said that. Without character, success is not success. Success is not complete. What's the essence of your success when people cannot come closer to you and you are just full of pride and ego? They can't talk about you and not having a negative thing to say about you. If you are not having good character, your influence will become harmful. There is no way you will want to impact positively. There is no way you can do that. And the power you are going to have will be destructive. That is who a virtuous woman is. And a virtuous woman will build her life based on integrity, based on honesty and accountability. Even when it does not benefit her, even when there is no profit that is added to that particular thing, she will still want to do the right thing. That is who a virtuous woman is. I remembered one of those nights that we were here. I want to believe that some of us, the night shift workers, can remember that. Do you remember that day that the light was off and everything, and you saw the way registrar was running all around just to make sure that everything worked perfectly? Even the dean, when he came up on stage, he had to appreciate her and recognize her for this particular value. Sometimes she will be the one to be handling this, she will be the one to be handling that, just to make sure that everything is fine. That's one of the characteristics of a virtuous woman. Indeed, it's not when your husband is there that is when you begin to adjust, that is when you begin to do the right thing. No, the husband can trust you. You are not the type of person that your husband will give ATM and all your money is gone, and you are expected to just withdraw a particular amount of money. If you need something, you can just walk up to him. I need this particular thing. A virtuous woman will even walk by herself. She will wake up in the morning. She is going to make sure that she puts everything in order. That is who a virtuous woman is. She will not be waiting for her husband to just provide for her. She will not be waiting for her husband to just bring. Yes, she will use her head to think, how can I use my hand to make money? One of our speaker has talked to us about using your hand, and I remember she was talking about the different skills that you can learn and the likes. Even if you don't have shop, you don't have office you are going to, you can learn some skills. Fashion designing, you can do it in your house. Making hair, doing a whole lot of things. Now the world has even transformed, and that we have women in tech. Just go online, you will learn how to design with Canva, and if you are doing it very well, you'll be earning with it before you even start using the other big apps like that. Video editing, these are the things that are fetching money for people. Content creation, just right in the comfort of your home. I'm not even talking about the like of coding this time around. But you're not just depending on your husband money. But it's a pity today that some men, is when that man provide, that's the only time they can be comfortable. But have you really deep hand into your pocket and say, okay, this is what even me I can contribute to this particular thing? A virtuous woman. A virtuous woman is that woman that has integrity. You have honesty, you are accountable. A virtuous woman is also disciplined. It's not something that will just happen automatically. It is something that you have practiced over time, right from childhood to when you are a teenager, to when you have started growing into the adulthood, and like that. It's not when you start having children, that's when you start. You cannot even take care of your younger ones. When you have children, what will happen? Children in your environment, children in your vicinity, you cannot take care of them. I have some friends today that they have this mommish attitude.
You will just know it in their behavior. They are always caring for people that have the people who are within their environment. It's not about age this time around though. You might be the same age, but they will want to ensure that you are fine. They want to ensure that you are comfortable. That is who a virtuous woman is. A virtuous woman is disciplined in her word. A virtuous woman is disciplined in her habits. In decision making, it will show that this person is disciplined. You will not just fall for everything at every time. You will not just think like somebody. Some people even go to school, but it's not even reflecting in their character that this person is educated. A virtuous woman is disciplined in the way she spends money. I'm not saying you should not appreciate yourself with material things, but be wise. Be wise, because days are coming when you will need much money, but you are the type that when you collect salary, it's not that you have a whole lot of bills to pay, but because there are so many latest things and you want to be among those people that are using all of those things, you don't have savings, and your husband cannot tell you one day that please I need this also amount urgently, even if he's going to refund you back. There is this way that if I'm the one, I will not be happy, because that person have been there for you over time. And yes, I'm talking about responsible men. Yes, emphasis on responsible men. Yes, it's not just any man. I don't see the way the men are looking. Actually, I'm talking about responsible men, not just any man that will just. There are some men that will collect and not give back, and they are not playing their role as a father in the house. In fact, it will even be discouraging the woman to be that virtuous woman that she ought to be. And actually, that is what is affecting some lady today. So the responsible men this time around, they are putting effort to make sure that everything work in the family. So it should not be hard for you as a lady, as a woman, to also play back, to also pay part, to also be involved in that future. So when they are, I know some people that they don't possess anything by themselves. Like I'm talking about ladies, women this time around. So that when there is disagreement between them and the man this time around, the man can say everything that you have, I am the one that give it to you. May it not happen to us, but if you don't want it to happen to you, you must put in the work, you must put in effort. And the fact that you have your own money does not mean that you should be having pride as well. You are submissive. That is one of the characteristics of a virtuous woman. Now, as a responsible man, there is a way your wife's submissiveness will get into you that you don't want to treat her anyhow, because you know that she's just this responsible lady, she's submissive and she's doing the right thing. You will always want to appreciate her, because I know that some men, they are having this ego and the fact that they have said men are the head and they don't just want to calm down. No. That's why I said men, they also need to listen to this conversation, because when you listen, you will understand that it's not just about the beauty. It takes strength, it takes discipline, it takes consistency to be a virtuous woman. Indeed, a virtuous woman knows how to manage time. A virtuous woman knows how to manage time. You want to cook, you are not spending the whole day because you want to cook. I know some women today that when they really want to do something in the kitchen, you see the way they are going to do it fast, and everything will make sense, not just anyhow. A virtuous woman knows how to treat people. You don't just treat people anyhow. You treat people with courtesy. A virtuous woman treats people with what? With courtesy. You are not just talking to people the way you like, as if yes, they are your age mates. Even if they are your age mates, there is respect. There is respect. There are some people who are here that we know that they are older than us, but the way they talk to us, we that we are younger, even with our stature and all of that, they will not just talk to you anyhow like, obviously I am older and all of that. No. And you that you are younger as well, you are not just talking to older people as though they are nothing to you. Characteristics of a virtuous woman: you are respectful, you treat people alright, you treat people with courtesy. What you can't do for yourself, please don't do it to others. Don't do it to others. Some people, is what they can't even tolerate, that's what they find pleasure in doing to others, and which is very wrong. Which is very wrong. If you cannot control your emotions, if you cannot control your reactions, if you cannot control your impulse, life will control you. As a virtuous woman, you should learn to control your emotions. You don't just act immediately. You sit and think aright and ask yourself, what will happen after 5 years if you have made this decision? Now, a virtuous woman should learn how to adopt the 10-10-10 method. Yes, okay, some of you were not here. The 10-10-10 method is the right way you think before you make a decision. It's one of our speakers that has enlightened us on that. You think what will happen in 10 minutes when you make that decision, 10 days when you make the decision, 10 weeks when you make the decision, 10 months when you make the decision, and 10 years when you make that decision. So you'll be able to see the positive and the negative before you really jump into conclusion. Before you really jump into conclusion, that is who a virtuous woman is. That is who a virtuous woman is. You have learned to control your emotions, your reactions, and your impulse. I will round up very soon. No. Now, your reaction, when you see something that happened, you are not just reacting immediately. People know you to be this person that is always hot-tempered. People cannot even come closer to you because they know the response they are going to get. There are some people like that. They are always hot-body, which is very wrong. A virtuous woman will never behave like that. Even when somebody is in danger, they will not want to come to you because they know the kind of response they are going to get. But a virtuous woman, in fact, women are trying. Women, please clap for yourself. If you are in this room, clap for yourself. Do you know that as a virtuous woman, as a virtuous woman, there are times that some things will be going on in your body system and your baby will still be crying. And you will not say, because of what is wrong with me, let me just go and sit down. Who forced you to give birth? But you know that you want to take responsibility and you are doing it alright. There are so many times that I've seen my own mother, she will be uncomfortable, but yes, she will want to make sure that she still do the right thing. And there are so many of us seated right here that we've not even have children. But because of that nature in us, people are not comfortable, but yes, you still want to make sure that things are going well. You still want to make sure that things are fine with them. Your own stomach is paining you. You are still the one that will say, you take drug. Will you take paracetamol to somebody else's headache? A virtuous woman. So if you don't learn how to control your emotions, your reaction, and your impulse, life will do it for you. Life will do it for you. Life has a way of just even dictating to us sometimes, even changing us if you are not very careful, if you are not standing firm on that particular thing that you said that you believe. Society will change you. Your friends will change you. A virtuous woman has wisdom. She know when to speak. She know when to keep quiet. A virtuous woman is not just smart. A virtuous woman is wise. Your husband can trust you for decision, and for those who are not married, your male friend can come to you to seek counsel because they know that whatever thing you are going to tell them is just not ordinary thing. but things coming from the place of wisdom, ideas that you have already filtered, you have seen yourself in it, and you have been able to deduce that if you are the one, this is what you are going to do, and you are going to direct the person aright and not amiss. That is where a virtuous woman is. And you know what to say at the right time. You are supposed to say it. You know when to keep quiet. You know how to say it. That is where a virtuous woman is. It's not everything that you are going to give a response to. It's not before somebody say A, you already said your own B. There are moments of silence. There are moments when your silence even already give a response already. And some people, any little thing, they already speak up. Yes, I know that you should speak up for yourself. But that thing you want to say, have you really fit out that word? And that's why some ladies, after they have said something, they will now begin to regret that particular thing they've said, which is not supposed to be. If you have learned to keep quiet, if you have learned to keep silent before, you will not find yourself regretting. Virtuous woman. And I want to tell you that not every battle needs your voice. You don't need to involve yourself in everything at every time. Now, I know the struggles that some people are facing when it comes to being in a very large family. Maybe not even polygamous family this time around. But as a woman that is married, you have in-laws that their character, you know that is not something that you can really deal with. If you keep putting your mouth in their matter, see, you will grow older than your age. That is just the reality. Because there are some people that they are just meant to frustrate people's life, and they are same gender with you. I've seen them like that. They want to do things that will just frustrate you, that will make you. If you keep talking, you will not have respect. You will not have respect. There is a way they will test your patience. If you can really keep quiet and hold your lip and hold your peace, the day you are going to talk, all of them will keep quiet. Because they have known you to be that type of person who is not always running her lips. You are not the talkative type. There are some people that what they tell A will be different from B, and by the time the whole matter escalates, it's going to be a different thing entirely. That is not a virtuous woman. You know what to say. You know when to say it. And you know when to keep quiet, when not to talk. Even when your husband, men have a way of getting angry. And by the time they talk and talk, see, that your silence sometimes, by the time you go and sleep, that man will be thinking of that particular thing. And the man will be like, he talk, and you don't even give a response. See, it's one thing that will always affect them, because you do not give a response. They will be the one to call you maybe in the midnight and say, my dear, after everything that I've talked about, you did not give a response and all of that. I'm talking about responsible men. It's not just any man, because they know that their wife have not always been like that. Yes, the woman who have been submissive to you, the woman who have tried to make sure that everything is in order in the family, you will not just treat her anyhow as well. And the day she did not speak up, the day she keep quiet, even you yourself, you will be wondering that yes, you have really passed your boundary. It can be like that sometimes. And peace is more powerful than noise. It's better to just maintain peace. It's better to just maintain peace. And a virtuous woman is not greedy. That's one thing we need to correct in our world today. A virtuous woman is not greedy. There are some women that they are not satisfied with what they have. They are not satisfied with what their husband is providing for them. They will always want to collect from others. They will always want to just collect from others. They will always want to just have what others are having. This set of people, they are not virtuous. Even when that thing is entering your eye, you have a way of maintaining steeze and composure and say, let me just comport myself. let me just comport myself. That is who a virtuous woman is. A virtuous woman is always contented with whatever things that they have. Now let's talk about the strength of a virtuous woman. Yes, and this is where we really need to get it right. A virtuous woman has strength, not because she's not tired, not because she's not weak, but irrespective of whatsoever thing that happen, she's still going. And one thing is that strength is not loud, strength is not aggressive, strength is not loud, strength is not aggressive, but strength is patient when things are tough. When things are not going in the right way, you are still patient. You are not saying because your man who have been providing you maybe 50,000 naira in a month, because something happen and he reduce it to 30,000 and you scatter the whole place. What, you know, there are some ladies that they have some words in their mouth and they'll be like, what are you doing with your life? Your mates, they are buying their wife car, they are doing this, they are doing that. Ladies who have mastered their life with Nollywood movies, and they will be expecting that what is happening in Nollywood movies, in all other movies, maybe it's something that is real. No, it's more than that. See, when you get married, you are going to see real life experiences that nobody will prepare you for. That's why they say marriage is an institution that does not have an end. Is that institution that before you even finish it, you already get a certificate for it. You can imagine that. You learn patience even while things are tough, when things are not going the right way. Mrs. Emma is married. I know that if she handle this topic, she will have a whole lot to talk about. Seriously, we are still talking from this perspective of a person who is not married. I know that when somebody who is married handle this topic, they will have a whole lot to say to people who are younger and things we are meant to learn. But yes, I've been privileged to be under the roof of married people now. My parents trained me and I see the way their marriage is, and I see the way my mother handled things, and you can really say this woman is a virtuous woman. So many things will happen, she will tolerate a whole lot of things, and like that, a virtuous woman learn. If we have calmness, a virtuous woman is calm even when things are chaotic, when things are not going the right way. Maybe what she planned before is not what is happening. You know, sometimes when men make decisions, women will be like, but this is not the way we plan it, why do you do this? The man might have specific reason, seriously, right? But there are times that it takes understanding, it really takes patience for that woman to sit down and say, I trust my husband's judgment. But a lady who is not virtuous, she will scatter the whole thing. But a virtuous woman is somebody who have learned calmness even when things are chaotic. Even when your in-laws, when they are raising false alarms, when they are making plans to destroy their marriage, or even people around, you are still calm. That's one way your husband will even respect you. A virtuous woman have faith even when things are uncertain. When you are not sure of tomorrow, you have faith. You are sure that yes, it might not be the way you are expecting, it might not be what you are planning, but there is faith. A virtuous woman has learned to endure. A virtuous woman has learned to adapt. There is a way some women will endure even when things are not convenient. Yes, it's not all the time that is right, because it has a way of affecting their mental health, right, and their emotional health. That's why women, you need to have circle of people who are intentional about your mental health. You have somebody that you can walk up with. You have somebody that you can talk to. That's why if you need to cry, please cry. Yes, there are moments like